It's been primarily remote work. Okay, we're now connected to the live stream. I'll return the host powers back to you, Juan.
Okay.
Now you are good to go.
Okay. So
All
I'm
right.
going to stay connected the whole time, and I'll try to do this live. If I cannot do it, it's not because I didn't try, but I'm going to try.
Yes.
I have it downloaded already, my desktop, so I should be ready to go.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I will leave you to it. If anything comes up, feel free to send me an email or text me. Otherwise, I hope you have a great day of reviews.
Thank you.
All
Bye,
right,
Tommy.
see you. Bye.
Hey, Sergio. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Maybe I need to put my mountain. Let's hold on 1 second.
Yeah, maybe
I have a different mountain.
that works too. We're all mountains.
Mountains are mountains.
Mountains from around the world.
Yes, there you go. Let's see how many people. I mean, in a way, I think it's such a great background that there was no need to change it.
Yeah. If you look at both of our screens together, the mountains like perfectly blend into each other, which is pretty neat.
If I look at when you have two
when they're side by side, yeah,
it's like a cordillera, right? So they're connected. Laura, how are you? You made it. You see what I mean about having that slide with the rendering again? So you have it at the beginning, you can show it again. Don't feel like you can repeat the slide.
Hello, good morning.
Hey, Gergo, how are you?
I am nervous. How are you?
Nah, don't be nervous, Gergo.
Okay, I'll try not to.
You have it. You have it under control.
I would like to think so. I would like to think so.
Get that in there background so we can all feel like we're in the same.
Yeah, I don't know why it disappeared. Let me fix that.
Kelly, how are you, Kelly?
I'm doing okay. Feeling a little nervous.
It should be okay. So now we have Amy missing from the morning session. I mean, first session. Yeah. So you got my email also about making sure that when you have multiple plans that you can zoom in so people can see the plan at the full screen. That's good. Hi, Rebecca. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just in this case, it's just hoping that everybody shows up. I mean, I have 3 reviewers in each session, so you just hope that everything. The link that I send you works, so it means that if it worked for you, it works. It should work for the reviewers. Yeah, my concern with this type of reviews is that some people maybe sleep and they don't answer the phone, and I mean, I'm already a little worried how many people are missing, but I have only 3 that have not uploaded the project, so. Let's see. Caroline is joining. Hi, Caroline.
Hello, how are you?
Good. You?
I'm good, thank you.
So if for some reason, Gergo, if for some reason Amy doesn't join, you will go in the first session.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Hi, Olivia. Olivia's connecting.
Professor, I'm having
Yes.
a bit of difficulty uploading my product to Box, but the entire product is complete in Miro. So you can it's all done, it's all there, but it's my computer, I think, is just a little overworked, so it's being a little glitchy. But I'm working on uploading it right now, so we can start get it before the.
Because I sent I mean, Simon had the same situation, but he was able to upload a Campbell again. So if you can try again, I mean, you accepted the Box invitation last night?
Yes, it's my files being a little, it's my file being strange, not the Box problem.
Oh, okay, so it's not a Box problem.
But my product is entirely on Miro from last night. It just was being weird last night uploading to PDF. But I just didn't want you to worry that I didn't have anything altogether, but all good. Thank you.
So maybe Lucy,
I'll do it right now.
Yeah, if maybe Lucy, I think you haven't uploaded either yet. I know
my all my project is on Miro. Miro board, but sorry, I keep on trying to get access to the file, the Dropbox file, and it won't let me in.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why.
Yeah, yours maybe it's because it's not I think it's a Gmail that you know,
Oh,
yeah, UT email. If you send me UT email, I can try to do it in the break of the review. Lucy, you accepted the invitation for UT Talks, but you haven't. Have you been able to upload it?
I need to go do that. I'm sorry.
If you can just upload it, that would be great.
Okay.
Okay, we have the first reviewer joining. There's Ada. Hi, Ada.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, excited to be here.
So you are the first one. I mean, people, first reviewer, students, hey, Amy, how are you? Didn't see you. So we have two more reviewers, Ada, and here's Cisco joining. Hey, Cisco, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Good, good. You're one of those that goes to the school. I recognize that window.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Used to be my background for a long time.
You all have the same background. Is that a studio plan? The mountain?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We're climbing a big mountain, this studio. We're getting to the summit today. So it's a mountain in the Himalayas. We have one student from Nepal, and it's not very often that you get a student from Nepal in the school. Okay. So he right, Shirjwal is from Nepal, right? The view is from Nepal.
Yes, one of my family friends actually took that photo.
That's great. Almost everybody has it. And well, Suhas is here, so as soon as he joins, hey Suhas, how are you?
Hello. Good.
So I'm going to introduce the reviewer so we can get started. But we have a reviewer that knows very well the studio because he's teaching another section of the studio, Suhas Patel, and you know all the students probably remember from the presentation at the beginning of the studio. He's a practicing architect here in town, but he's teaching also the design 3 in another section. So you may have classmates and friends that are taking the studio with him. Your review is probably tomorrow, or was it yesterday? Tomorrow. Okay, so thanks for joining. I think it's going to be good to see, you're probably going to compare notes. How every studio did, they're a little different. Alex and I coordinated our brief very closely, so we share the same brief, but I know that you and Daniel well, Kevin and you and Daniel did it differently, but same site. And then we have so another reviewer is Cisco Gomes. I mean, you probably know Cisco because you get emails from him as he has a very important role in the administration of the school as the associate dean, and is very much coordinated all the programs and all the running of the school, which I imagine that has been very hard with the COVID and the amount of work that it has generated. I mean, I can imagine it's been enormous. So Cisco, thank you for doing it and still be able to teach and to attend reviews and keeping up.
Oh yeah, this is actually what keeps me going, the design studio part. Yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Cisco. And the last reviewer is the only one from outside the school, although she has been part of the school many times. Ada Corral. Ada is an architect in town and teaches occasionally and practices in a very successful practice with her partner, Camille Job. And I'm very happy to have her here. So thank you, Ada, for joining and for being part of this. Ada worked at my firm, Miro River Architects, for many years, so I have the pleasure of knowing all her talents also as a practicing architect. So thank you, Ada, for being here. And so we're going to start the studio, and Ada, so obviously Suhas knows what this studio is about, and Cisco knows pretty well. But Ada, this is second year students. So this is their third semester. So really, I mean, the first 2 semesters is what they do is foundation studios. This is the first one of the intermediate studio. We call it integration studio. Is really where we expect the students to become more aware of the complexities of designing a building, for the first time, with all the kind of challenges that come from program, tectonics, site, context. So it's not an urban design oriented studio. It's more about getting into the challenge of designing a building. We have obviously a site that is in a urban setting, so there's different ways that has influenced the design of the students, but the main focus is to get into the actual design of the building. So what you've seen is individual projects. So we're going to see 4 in this session. And the semester started with precedent studies, and they studied different architects. And then the second exercise was on the site next to us, and the students designed in teams of 2 a building that was an extension of their precedent studies, where they were designing a building inspired in the learning that happened from the study of the architect that they did. And so they all deal with a building next to them that is designed by 2 of their classmates, and that was the idea, that the building was there as it happens in the city, where you have just another building next to you that you have to be aware of. And some students incorporated more or less into their own design, but it's in a way was keeping the conversation about what those buildings were into the last exercise. But the last exercise was totally individual, and it was a building for a residence for musicians in Lake Austin Boulevard, west of Mopac, in a corner site. And the program was pretty open-ended in terms of what it meant to do a residential facility for musicians that can be on residency for a certain amount of time. And there was a big performance space, and then practice spaces and living spaces and a kitchen and common spaces. So they had a little bit of publicness, and also the private spaces and the context of a corner condition that students needed to kind of take positions about, and the maximum 60 feet height, with a program that it was again a combination of smaller and bigger spaces, and with a lot of freedom in terms of like what the program really, how the program could be interpreted. There was in fact a part of the program that was a flexible space that they could choose what to do out of that program, out of that part of the program. So I'm going to let Amy do the first project, and she can get a little more specific into the program and the square footage, and but and then introduce a little bit more of the context of where the project is located, and we'll go from there. So if there are no more questions, I'm going to let Amy go into the first project that we'll see today.
Sounds great. Thank you. I'll just share my screen real fast. All right. Hopefully you all can see that. Hello, my name's Amy Vaughn, and this is my project, the Austin Music Center.
Amy, we still don't see anything yet.
Okay.
It's coming. It says you've started screen sharing. It's just not here yet.
It's just loading. Okay.
Oh, okay.
It is a large file. Let's see. It's not showing me the normal share screen options.
It says that it hasn't started screen sharing. I don't know. You must. When I was looking at your file, it took a long time also.
Yeah. I can't even get back to the Zoom meeting. Sorry, I think my computer is glitching. Can you still hear me? I can't see anybody.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, but your picture is not anymore in the little
Okay. There's not even an option to stop sharing, so I'm confused how to even get out of this meeting.
Maybe, why don't we do one thing? Why don't we can probably, I don't know if it's going to be a matter of, I mean, I don't know if the problem is going to go away if some other student starts and you come later.
Sure. I'm sorry. I've never experienced this before.
Amy, you could try sharing it on the Miro board if that could maybe help.
That's true. Can you see my screen at all?
We just see
No.
a line in with a message that Amy has started screen sharing.
Okay. It's not even letting me come back to the call, so I think I'm probably going to have to restart my computer, unfortunately.
Okay, so let's
See if,
do,
yeah.
So I will try that. Sorry about that.
well, it's surprising that we don't normally get too many computer glitches, but so it's not
Yeah.
not to be
All right.
surprised.
Well, hopefully I'll be back on the call soon.
Okay, so why don't we, sorry, Ada. Okay, Laura, do you wanna go? Why don't you go first now?
Did you say Gigi was supposed to go, or do you want me to still go?
No. Well, no, that was in case that Amy would not, but you're going in the morning, so no. Let's. I mean, if Amy doesn't manage to make it work, then we'll get Gergo to go. But for now, just get started with the project, Laura, if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'll share my screen. So this is the only way I can show you, so I can zoom in on the plans, if that's okay. Our project was based on Lake Austin Boulevard, and the problem was, how can we accommodate everyone, and how can we make a building as friendly as possible? And so I took these conditions and used them to my advantage. When I started out, I made just really basic paper models. And what I had in mind was having two large stereotomic areas, one for the main building and one for the auditorium. And then having planes projecting outwards to create a sense of outside and indoor-outdoor relationships. And then the middle one is where I was towards mid-review area. And that was when I started feeling a little lost, because it started getting really chunky and there wasn't much clarity to it.
Laura, do you mind, since you are the first one, I think is very helpful for people to know where this building is located. Even if you need to go back to your specific of the project, this is a little bit of an introduction. They don't even know where the project is located.
Right.
So if you can, it's okay to go back, but just give them a little bit of introduction about the project. Is about these musicians, and then you can go into the specifics of your project, right? Giving them a little bit of a sense of where the project is located. They don't know yet.
Okay, right.
So you have the site.
So our building is supposed to be very programmatic and flexible towards the users. So this is made for musicians, and they are supposed to be able to perform here, but also live here as well. And so we had to figure out a way to accommodate both uses. And this site sat on the very corner. So there are a lot of challenges in terms of being able to fit a living area right in the corner of a really busy street. And on the south side, there is a view towards like the lake. So we could also use that to our advantage. But then there was also a lot of just really heavy site work in the back right here. Zoom in. So here's an example of that on the back, north side and the west side. there's a lot of site work, and then here's a street like Austin Boulevard. And on the opposite end of that, there's a really large lake. And the way I approached it was pretty similar to what a lot of people had. However, I decided to continue keeping that sense of indoor-outdoor between each of my floors. There is a natural sense of feeling like you can be outside whenever you want on every floor here. And then here's some of my plans to kind of show that. The red is where the site is, and I built on the interior of that right there.
Is this the same intersection where the Thundercloud Subs is? Is that what's across the street?
It's the next block.
Next block west? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is directly across from the UT apartments, you know, the Lake
Okay,
Austin.
okay.
Right. Okay. And some of the challenges we had to accommodate were
So there's a Jack Brown. It's a former gas station in the corner right now that is being used as a Jack Brown Cleaners.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
one of the challenges we had to accommodate was how to integrate the site into our building. And for a while, I could not figure out how to do that, but I ended up expanding my building through the site work. And so I used textures to kind of show that over here. And there's a sense of like a movement following to the building. On the ground floor, everything is based off of a 9 grid, and there's a central circulation right in the middle, and it acts as a
little more. Can you zoom in a little more?
Yes, let me.
Okay, maybe a little more. There you go.
So I have a central staircase right in the middle, and that helps radiate all the rooms and spaces outwards. And then there's also an elevator that acts kind of like a double door. And so it alternates sides between the floors so that the staircase can continue flowing all the way around. The hidden lines show the structure that I used, which was based off of a system divided by 9. And then here's my auditorium. And this is the first, the level above that, and this is the second floor. Here I cut between the staircase so you can kind of see how it's used. So if you stand like over here, you can look down, and that's a double-story height from the lobby. And then on the left side, there is a library which helps foster more interaction between education and children, which is something we lack. And then it continues to go upwards this way. And then there's also a patio that leads from the very bottom ground all the way around here. On the 3rd floor is where I have the practice rooms. Again, the staircase follows that same direction. And this one emphasizes more of the circulation that falls outwards. And so from the core, this kind of walkway kind of radiates towards the patio area. And so wherever you are, you're able to take a break and move outside. And this allows musicians to take more breaks and feel less stress and feel more relaxed. And again, there's another staircase on the other end to go onto the patios. While this can be used for individual practice, I also included an ensemble room. And this should be able to allow more users to be here and allow schools to possibly have small performances here. And this could further foster creativity among the younger generation. And then on the patio area are benches where you can study, socialize, read. There's a pretty flexible use for that.
Laura, can I ask you, I don't want to interrupt too much, but can you outline where the boundary is between inside space and outside space on that plan?
The boundary, so right here is the patio area. And this slices right between each of the floors. And then this is the main building itself where the hatches are.
Okay.
And so
I
there's,
go outdoors to get onto that sort of balcony type.
right, or you can take the stairs on the ground level. Which is
And the entire top part of that plan is patio space, is that right?
Yes, yes. So there are openings right here on each side to be able to move outwards. And then the next floor is where the living spaces are. And not all of them are the same because I wanted musicians to be able to choose what type of room they got to live in. And so some of the rooms have a more open glass surrounding, and some of them are more enclosed. And they all have an upstairs bedroom. And then the back has more of a private sense. And so they all have their own private balconies to continue feeling like they can be inside and outside whenever they want. Just varied degrees of privacy. And then again, on the outside, I wanted to highlight this constant feeling of being outdoors. And so there are benches and tables for people to, again, socialize, read, do whatever they would like to do. And then they can look off onto the neighbor. On the next floor here is where the bedrooms are, and they all have the bedrooms at the very top level. And then I decided to use two of these spaces to kind of create a transition between these very private spaces and more public areas. And so here is more of like a glass room type of feeling. And then this is actually a level above the neighbor, so it's very private. And then in the roof plan, you can kind of see more of like a terrace work. And that kind of, I ended up including that because it felt very enclosed towards the top. And I wanted to, again, continue that feeling of being indoor and outdoor wherever you are. And then let me show some of, sorry, I don't use this very often to present, so it feels very odd. And towards the elevations, I used some of my inspiration from my last building, so or my neighbor's building, I'm sorry. So here I kind of followed their verticality, and so that kind of let me relate back to the building. And then on the other side, I wanted to highlight their horizontal planes that they also included. So I went ahead and borrowed those elements and kind of made them my own. And then towards the end, when I decided to kind of integrate my building more with the site around me, I felt like adding trees around my building would highlight that more because of the verticality between the trees and my columns. Here's a couple sections to kind of show the more close-up programmatic uses. I used a 9-grid system, and this allowed me to organize my spaces according to public towards the bottom and then private towards the top, and allow this constant feeling of familiarity between each space. And so even if you wanted to use the space as something else, you could definitely do that because of how similar they are to each other. And then through the section itself, I decided to cut through the neighbor's building as well to kind of show the relationship between my building and their building. And then my axon section kind of slices in between that to show the various spaces interacting with each other. And here again, the patios are highlighted to show the constant accessibility to that. In terms of my construction logic, I started off with a very basic stereotomic form, and then I broke that up into starting it off with a system, a grid system, and that allowed me to create more functional spaces. And then this top piece is what I took from my neighbor. And then the right piece shows the circulation that I used in the core. And on the right, excuse me, and on the right, I had material palette used for the material possibilities. Here I have the polycarbonate, which allows me to vary the degree of privacy. So in some places it's opaque, so you can kind of still see through the building and see movement, but you can't see exactly what's going on. And then with the glass, it transitions from that. For floors, I decided to go with wood for the more private areas and more of like a marble finish for the public. For the auditorium, I wanted to do wood cladding to create a more sense of humane features to create a more friendly feeling. And here are some renders to show the possible uses for that. And in these renders, I wanted to highlight how open they feel and how much they interact with the building right next to me. And so here, wherever I am on the outside, I can see a hint of my neighbor. And here you can see a hint of the neighbor as well. In this render, you can also see a little bit of the neighbor. And then this highlights the material that you can see on the inside as well. And then here is another interaction between the interior and exterior and how it can also be used.
Okay, we need to start wrapping up, so. Okay, go ahead, Cisco.
I was going to ask, that top left render, is that the top floor of your building?
It is the 4th floor.
The next to, yeah. So that's living room spaces behind the glass to the right, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, I can say something. Go back. You had sort of a view of the overall building with the auditorium sticking out the side. Yeah, that's good there. I think you took some. Sounds like you took some critique for it. Let me see if I can pull up annotation at the mid review. But I have to say, like, there's in your second model that you showed, the digital model, there was something nice to my sensibility about the relationship between the sort of universalizing screen and the more solid wall behind it that had very discrete openings of various sizes. But one of so I should say, first of all, for me, I appreciate the kind of underlying broad idea of interaction between indoor and outdoor spaces. I mean, just a kind of situation that makes tremendous sense in this climate, and I think does add in a fairly tall building, provides an amenity to the people who use the building. And there, it is true. You characterized your evolution for the mid review as trying to achieve more clarity, and I think you did that. I really read your project as these two volumes, one of which is layered with floor slabs and has screens and is largely glazed and has perimeter exterior circulation on all floors, and then this very opaque kind of discrete yellow or wood clad auditorium object. For me, I think some of the most interesting spaces, other than the exterior ones, is that sort of space that exists between. I remember your plans correctly. There's sort of like a gasket of space, of circulation space against that wall. I'm presuming that material would continue all the way around. I almost wish you have a little room here. I almost wish that gasket of space could all be outside space and it existed in section completely as well as in plan. And so you sort of maximized the creation of these spaces where you're moving through the building kind of against this material that you've clad the auditorium building with. That could also be, sheltered outdoor space. It was on the floor with this floor, I think, is the practice rooms, right? And you had a room on top of the auditorium, which was, I don't know what it was, another practice room or a recital
It was
hall?
an office building above the lobby area, and then above the auditorium were more practice rooms.
More practice rooms. Yeah, I would take those practice rooms out and let that be like a collective outdoor space. So you have, again, a large space that's relatively continuous that you really, it's one of the core experiences of the building that plays up that kind of moment where you're between the two worlds that you've created, the two kind of spatial vocabularies. And then one critique I just offer is, I think, given this interest in these outdoor spaces, which I broadly am sold on, I think a few places they're less than ideal. Like the reason I was asking about that perspective is on that next to top floor where you're against living rooms, when anyone can circulate between your window and the view or the outside world, it does have a dampening effect on your ability to use that space. And certainly on the floor above the bedroom level, those are going to be the kind of bedrooms where, if you get along with your neighbors, great. But if your neighbor is not your favorite person, you basically have to have your curtains closed all the time because someone can walk by and look into your bedroom. There's no control over that. So I think you could still have that outdoor space, but I suspect these units in the back would be the more desirable ones because the outdoor space sort of belongs to the unit. Whereas up here, the outdoor space belongs to everyone. And it's a little bit more like a motel where the privacy of that space is compromised, which again, in certain situations would be fine, but you can't always control who your neighbors are. And it could be less than ideal for many people.
Okay, thank you.
I love method plan where they from.
I'm sorry. For some reason, it was breaking up. I couldn't hear you.
Who was talking? Was it Ada?
Yes.
Ada.
I'm having a bad connection today.
Yeah, we cannot hear you very well. Try again, Ada. See if it. Hello, Ada. I think we lost her.
Maybe she's restarting and I can give the critique. Well,
yeah, go ahead.
I think it's good. Like you decided to divide like in 9 parts, and that's really good. And then you'll have a center core, right? Right away when that happens, the first thing that I kind of perceive is going to happen, it's going to be very symmetrical. It's going to be very squarish, And the idea with the auditorium, it's like break it first volume, right? That's how you're now breaking it 2 levels instead of 1 level. And I wish you could have done that with the stair, instead of putting the elevator, like you celebrated like that, like an atrium concept where when you're in the ensemble space or when you're in the practice space, you can look down so the people pre-functioning before the auditorium, instead of enclosing it. So what I'm saying, like it could have been 2 volumes that intersected this grid that was divided into 9 and then 4, so 36 different volumes, the way you did it for the auditorium. So that way when you come, and there's a level of privacy also for the atrium, like you don't want, when you get to the living core or living levels, you don't want to see down. But I think for the ensemble spaces, for the practice, that's nice when you're able to get to a volume that's tall like that. Like I was really expecting that volume to be something significant compared to like right now an enclosed stair with an elevator in the middle. Looks like an egress more than a celebrated stair. Like take those moments of architecture.
Suhas, I recommend if you can show the plan, Laura, as Suhas is talking about this, it may be easier to see the plan, and so he can you zoom in into the plan. I think. Sorry, Suhas, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I think it would be a little easier for everybody to understand what you're referring to.
Yeah, so like what I'm trying to say is like take this this where you put it the stair, like really celebrate that part where you create connection between levels. You can see down, you can see up, and then as you move the other floors, you start enclosing a little by privacy. But when I'm in level 2, I can see people down walking in and stuff like that. Like that would be a nice connection because you're doing it with this volume, right? That's a volume that like gets divided, like multiplies times 2. Maybe this could be multiplied times 3 or times 4 to connect different levels. Because right now you're like every level, it's, if you look at your organization, it's very similar from level to level. Like there's no real variation. You just took the same plan layout and said, okay, now this is going to be living, this is going to be practice, you know, but the functions are completely different for practice and living. And I agree, like it's nice that you have all these exterior outdoor areas, right? But when it gets to the living quarter, which is what's happening, right? You're having that exterior, outdoor, but when it gets to the living area, it's like, you don't want someone that you don't know cross your front glass window. So how do you control that? So from plan to plan, like the program demands a different layout, demands a different function, and you have to respond to that.
Right, that makes a lot of sense.
I think that maybe we can hear you now.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, I don't know what happened earlier. So I'm sorry, I might have missed some because I was having a bad connection. But I wanted to ask Laura about the angles in your plan, where those came from.
Oh, okay. So I used my neighbor's compositional elements to create those. And then I also took the general sight lines of that to create those angles.
Okay. So I wanted to talk about that because a lot of times we are I mean, there's a lot of thought in this project, and I don't want to make this doesn't sound too negative, but a lot of times we use some very formal moves because they generate from something that's on the site, like you said, like the street. But I think we have to go back and ask ourselves. And when I look at this, oh, I just got a message that my internet is unstable. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we started to lose you. So go ahead.
Oh my goodness.
Before it
I
gets.
don't know what's going on. I'll go fast. Okay. Well, so one thing I would encourage you. I see the plan on the right. Plan. We're going to cause some problems.
We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now if I turn off my video?
A little better.
No. Okay, well, I could reach out to Laura later and tell her my thoughts if that's good.
No, we can hear you.
We hear you well now, Adam.
Yeah, okay, you hear me, okay. Well, now I don't know what you've heard or haven't heard, but okay, formal response to something that's happening on the site, but I question whether it's really doing something for you with your architecture and your quality of space. I think it eventually
Now we lost you, Ada. So I think let's Ada, we lost you completely now. So I think we're gonna leave it at that. We're going to go to the next one and see if Ada at some point has a chance to tell Laura about that. But so Sergio, you want to go next?
Yes, I can present.
Laura. Not easy always to open, but. And Amy, I don't know if you were able to make it work.
I restarted my computer, so hopefully it should work this time.
So let's go, Sergio. You want to go next, and then we'll go back to Amy and then Kelly.
Okay. Okay, so here's my project. This is the Lake Austin Music Center and Residency. Oh, sorry, let me full screen this. Okay, so my inspiration, when we were looking at the site and looking at how much space we had to use, I was kind of overwhelmed by sort of the amount of free roam that we had. And so I didn't have access to the studio that much. So I was in the kitchen and I had these coasters. I couldn't find the picture right now to put in here, but essentially these coasters were double material, like this Jorge Jaspic sculpture. And when I had shown Professor Miro that, he had essentially told me about this Mexican sculptor. And then from that, I was able to find his inspiration of other Basque sculptures from Spain. So Eduardo Chillida and Jorge Orteza. And from these two, I kind of like had a concept of like, oh, I want to maybe like try to make a sculptural type of building in this site, like using this as like a place to carve out these spaces, and just getting like the sort of the idea of their different workflows kind of gave me like a base to start off with. And so this is the site. This is Mopac over here on this side coming in Lake Austin. So we have a corner site. And I'm sorry. So yeah, so my neighboring building is right here, and this one is also this building was also inspired by kind of like sculptural ideas. The architect is that they were inspired by to create this building for the first half of the semester was Valerio Odiati, and he works heavily with concrete and kind of these same sculpture ideas that I ran into once again when coming to design my own building. Okay, so these are the plans. Here, let me put it so you can see all three. So the ground floor plan. So we had a 10-foot setback right here. I can show right here. We had a setback right here where this is aligned to, and then so this this first red square is the site, and this second one is the setback. So I used that. Right here on the setback, there was a 8-foot high retaining wall, which I sort of brought back into the site, and I created a sort of carving. I can actually show that how I got to this before I talk about the plans. So essentially, we started off with that block, and right here was Lake Austin Boulevard, this corner right here. And this is kind of where the most people were coming in from. So I sort of wanted to open that up, and then opening up a second level. So it's kind of like public here, this first mass, and then it gets more private. These are the practice spaces, and this is the more residential spaces, which I'll get into in the plans. So kind of just opening up a way to separate and divide the space, kind of like the sculptures that we had seen. Okay. So yeah, the ground floor plan includes in that first public space, the pink one, we have an auditorium here in the back. The main entrance is right here. There's this coffee shop right here, which kind of opens up into this outdoor area, this outdoor terrace seating coffee shop area, which can be used for multiple different uses. The restrooms right here, and then this kind of pathway that leads you towards the auditorium space, and the stage right here. And there's an exit from the back as well, so there's multiple ways to get in. And then on the opposing mass underground, there's the community room for the residential area. And in here, there's a smaller like music recording studio space, which they can choose to use how they wish. And these stairs going up, back up onto the 10-foot high site. Here, the first and second floor, I say first and second floor because this one is 3 foot from the ground, and then this one is 20 feet up, but because this section and this section are at different elevations, this would be like essentially the first floor of the residential area in this space, and then this is the second floor and double height space here. So yeah, these stairs go up here. These stairs up here lead to a more public seating area for the coffee shop and the administrative spaces right here. And then if we come out here and then go up these stairs, or come out here, go up these stairs, it leads us to this other mass, which includes the solely just the practice spaces and the storage unit right here. So these are 4 separate practice spaces and then 1 bigger practice space. And then over here is the residential area. You can come in through here or these main celebrated entrance. And then these stairs which lead up to the second level of the living area. So right here, this is like the balcony which leads into all these different living spaces. So for my living spaces, I chose to do kind of like shared like living spaces with multiple people in the same room, kind of to create the sense of community and like bringing people together, because like I thought about it as like the main function of this type of like residential artist residency space is to meet and collaborate with people that you might have normally not have met with. So this is the perspective. This kind of shows like the different heights of the site. So right here is a sidewalk, and there's a ramp here as well, which you can go up if you want to go up to the more private spaces. However, the main public area is on these first 2 levels of this space. So this one is the most public area, so it's on the ground floor. And then the coffee shop is a little bit more, it's still public, but it's enclosed within this area. And then further back here is how we get into the residential spaces, which is more private. And then this kind of shows a little bit of the internal spaces, like the balcony right here, kind of the seating, the window out from the coffee shop, and the second level of the coffee shop area. And then these are some of the spaces, but we can go more into that in the sections. Okay, so this is the section A, which is cut through the auditorium and practice spaces. There would ideally be seats here. So this is the main stage area and the door which leads out into that second level area, and then the practice spaces here, which in the storage space, there's 2 practice spaces and then 1 bigger practice space. And then in the back, we can see the residential spaces. These are like the doors that go into them. And then the second section, this one is, this one kind of shows the stairs which go up into the balcony area and some of the rooms. This is the studio space here, and the community kitchen area. And then this would be kind of the lobby for the residential area. This is one of the rooms, and these are other rooms in the space. So in terms of, so we went over the design logic. In the construction, I was thinking concrete walls. The whole building is made of concrete, and there'd be steel framing within it, so we're not completely using just big concrete masses. And then, so yeah, the steel framing, the wood for the interior spaces, and glass windows. Here's some renders that shows this outdoor space, the seating area next to the coffee shop. There's the window view from the coffee shop, the auditorium, which kind of has this door which leads you through this little corridor out. And then this is this top outdoor view is from up here, the top of these stairs, which kind of shows you this enclosure area. And then I can go on to the Miro board to kind of look at the entire project as a whole. Oh, I wanted to show that throughout my process in making this, and to come up with this mass, I started off first by, with this sketch. This would be the building, the neighboring building, and then this is kind of just how I just placed these masses, because I was thinking, well, people could come in through here.
We're still in your
Oh, sorry.
presentation.
Let me reshare real quick. Can you see? Okay.
Yeah.
So this is one of the first, I had a bunch of different models, but I couldn't find them at the moment. But I worked a lot in plan in like massing this building, heavily inspired by Chiida. When I had like played with the coasters to like create a form, I kind of came up with like creating this private space over here, and then having like these two different volumes, and then maybe I just shifted with a whole bunch of different ideas, but the neighboring building had this sort of opening right here. So I'd also thought about extending this opening and then creating the area around and having this middle space. But I also did a lot of exercises where I kind of just abstractly just carving out spaces, and then slowly I try to consider like, oh, what if like this was that corner of our site, and then how would we get in here? And just, I don't know, I just played with a lot of ideas until eventually I came up with this, this, where we have like this sort of opening and this conversation between these like three different volumes that kind of is like wanting to close in, but also like keeps a sense of privacy in the middle area. And as we go further up, we get more private. And I think it sort of resolves some of the issues that I had towards the beginning with my first few iterations.
So you're going to wrap up. So let the reviewer start talking, I think.
Yeah.
And I think if you don't move it, it focuses.
Yeah, I think if I zoom in all the way, it might work. So yeah, I'm just gonna leave it here in the site or the plans, and we can talk about it from here.
There and let the reviewers decide if they want to see something.
Well, hi everyone, I'm back. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, hopefully.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. Of course, the day that I'm doing something like this, we have problems. So I missed the beginning again, but I will respond to what I saw and what I heard. And some of what I will say, I think, Laura, is what I was trying to say for yours too. I think you have the strong idea of the carving out of spaces in the middle. But some of the exact shape that this is displaying here, right? The geometry of it, I don't know if it's responding to something specific, but in my mind, or at least what I see from here, it looks a little arbitrary, right? Like it's a cool shape in a way, right? Just something that came out of your process. It's important that once you get to something like this, that you take a step back and then really see what the exact shape of that is doing for you. And when I say that is because when I see the plan, the third floor plan, and I see those bedrooms, I don't know that the quality of space inside those bedrooms is gonna be great, right? It has these random angles that are created because of the form that you've developed. So I think it's good to question what these angles are doing for you, and if there are different shapes that could make the spaces better. Because really, it's all about the spaces, right? If we have a really cool building, but when you're inside that building, you don't feel good, then you kind of have failed, right, as an architect. So, you know, sometimes I see this a lot when I come to reviews in the first few years, that people think, well, if I just have a rectangle, it's just so boring. But it doesn't have to be, right? It doesn't have to be boring. It doesn't have to mean that it's not cool, whatever that means, right? So if you had to straighten some things out to make the spaces feel better, you can still have that carving out of space. You can still have your concept, but everything doesn't have to have that shape. So it's a little bit more of having the spaces generate your form rather than just having a form and trying to put all your floor plan inside that space, right? Be flexible with your design.
Yeah, I have a question about that actually, because I kind of attempted that, and originally I had more of a, even more abstract and like arbitrary than this. And I kind of toned it back to get to this point, but so that's a really good point. But I think my question about how to approach that might be like, how would you, because like I used to have like a block space and then some are like arbitrary, like sculpted spaces. And it just felt like it didn't like speak the same language, if you know what I'm trying to say.
I think a project like this in real life would take a lot longer, right?
Right.
So you have a lot more opportunity to really think about it. And it's just working back and forth a lot between floor plan and section and seeing the big picture and seeing the little picture back and forth until all of it is working, right? If the floor plan is working, but the spaces are not working, that's not good. If the spaces are working, but your idea is gone, that's not good either. So it just takes a lot more developing and a lot more time to be able to get there. And, you know, I think that's not necessarily what this project was about now. It's just something to think about.
Yeah.
And I do like furniture on here, which is what I was going to tell Laura, because I think that's when you really start seeing that those spaces don't really work really well, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And so if those spaces don't really work, then it's time to go back and really rethink that.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. It's a really good point.
And I'll just echo that, like you do start with the carving idea and that's fine. But once you like then work from inside out, you'll see that functionally you need to modify it. And again, same point, orthogonal is not bad. It's just how do you kind of discretely make the same carving idea using orthogonal walls. I do like the way you decided to like somehow this carving breaks this into two buildings. That's very interesting. Like naturally residents and music is like, yeah, they want to be apart because of acoustic reason, noise and all that stuff. That's really good. But on your president, there were some moments that the two elements kind of touch a little bit. And I was expecting some portion of that to happen, not completely separated, but separate enough where you can control acoustics better, but moments where you can like actually touch the building instead of just a 2D expression of a negative volume, you know? So that'll be my comment, but I do like the idea that you decided to like split this into these things. I think that's very successful.
Thank you.
Also, you started looking at topography of this site, which is kind of a lot to look at the third semester. It's very difficult to get the topography right. The sequence organization is very interesting too. And the question I have also is your auditorium space, is that for the general public or is it only like for the residents' use?
Oh, this one is public.
Okay, that makes sense because now you put it
like,
on the busiest street compared to the project before that was kind of at the back. Now you're kind of celebrating. So
so this is like the splits. These levels also split like the privacy, and like this is where the most private one is. So it's right here, and then this goes into the coffee shop, which gets a little bit more like smaller and more private, and then up towards the residential area, which is kind of the most private. And there's residential areas in the back here as well. Yep. And there's more commercial buildings in the front here. So I kind of wanted to mock that in the layout of.
Yeah. But you do understand the idea that once you do this carving, because you extend it all the way, now you did a split, not a carving anymore. It's not three-dimensional. And it's because what you said, I was looking this in plan. So I will kind of encourage you to look at carving in 3 dimensions, not just in plan.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, I concur with what's been said. I think it's, for me, the core move is a good one, to create this public space where the different users of this facility actually interact. You know, people coming to the auditorium, someone gets a coffee, someone's coming out of their apartment. I think I have some suggestions about, I think, how you could do that more, but I very am much in support of the key move. It reminds me a little bit, and to Ada's point, I think, you know, just because things aren't orthogonal, aren't rectilinear, doesn't mean you can't control them. You can't set up kind of formal logics for how they operate. Like, I feel like you're a little bit in, like, I like that they're different, but there's the orthogonal boundary of the building. And then the inside is not orthogonal, so it can be anything. There's no rules about, you know, what kinds of formal operations I can make or what I can't make. And I think you could set up some logics for what those are. I mean, my own sensibilities would be to continue to simplify it, even if it wasn't,
right.
I'm not suggesting you make it orthogonal, but I think it could be a little more intentional. Each move could be a little more intentional around, you know, you'd have to come up with the rule set, but it could be around experience. It could be around the trees you're planting. It could be around the steps. I think the steps could be very powerful. And my advice to you would be to make those less steep and less concentrated, right? If those were a little bit more, you know, spread out, or maybe it happens here and they're wide landscape steps and you can sit on them and be underneath the shade of a tree, it would start to encourage a different kind of occupation. And then in terms of, you know, once you've made that decision, in terms of arranging the program, I think, you know, having entrances here makes a lot of sense. You had an entrance, I think, goes here to your coffee shop. I would try, like, I wouldn't enter the apartments off the sort of the back alley. I would bring people into that space and have the stair somehow launch and go up to that upper level. So you're kind of bringing all the users together. That space is sort of the social mixer, and then they move, you know, they move out to the perimeter where their different uses are.
Right.
And one thing that, while I'm talking about entrances, I think would benefit you. I'm not a big fan of the way you get to the auditorium. You come in the door here and you go through this zigzag to this very back corner where it's narrowest. And, you know, I don't know how many people that is, but it looks like 60 or 70 people maybe. That's not very generous. And I wonder if you shouldn't actually flip the entire auditorium. Get the stage here. Maybe there's even an opportunity to have, you know, Austin style, like big garage doors that before the performance starts, open to the street, it pulls people in, and then you could have an entry from the core space, you know, into the auditorium. Because it's also not great to come in right in front of the stage if you have to leave early or you show up late. You're kind of, everyone watches you come in and is annoyed at you. And then, but I think also, yeah, this, you know, the premise for the project reminds me a little bit of Alejandro Aravena's project up at St. Ed's. Have you been to that building? It's a brick building, but it's got a very different sort of interior subtracted space that has a very different character than the exterior of the building. If you haven't, you should go and visit that if you're not in town now, next time.
It's at St. Ed's?
At St. Ed's, yeah.
What's it called?
It's a brick, I think it's a dorm, but it's got like coffee shop and stuff on the ground floor. But the other one I would go and look at is there's an early apartment building by Cruz and Ortiz. I think it's in Seville in Spain. I'm not sure, but it's one of their earliest projects. And it is a site that's party wall and it has a street frontage and it has an irregular curvilinear courtyard that organizes all the apartments. And I think you'd really like it because I think you're working with the same sort of idea diagram as that project. And then my last comment would be, you know, given that you're kind of working primarily subtractively, you know, your project's very different than the Chilita precedents that you looked at. You know, Chilita's work, it's actually quite articulated in its perimeter profile. And then the subtractions are also relatively figured and articulated. In your case, you're kind of established a more straightforward, a straight man kind of perimeter, and your articulation is happening on the inside. But I think in that mode of working primarily subtractively with this subtracted space, I don't love the different heights of the different blocks of the building. Like I actually think maybe establishing the cubic volume, you know, not just on its sides, but in its section as absolute, and then working the subtractions, including Suhash's suggestion that it be not just in plan, but three-dimensional a little bit. I think that would enhance the sense that the you know, most of the architecture is happening on this interior space in the subtractive mode.
Thank you. Yeah,
Sounds
and thank you
good.
for those references. That I was having a hard time. I was just basing a lot of it off of like sculpture and like stuff like that. But having these references kind of gives me a better sense of like, oh, this is not completely arbitrary and abstract. Like this can be a real thing. So I appreciate that.
Okay, let's give it another try. Amy, let's see if it works this time.
Sounds good. I think I'm just going to try to share the Miro board instead of the PDF this time around. All right. Can you guys see the Miro board? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, thank you for your patience with me earlier with the technical difficulties, of course, that happens today. But like you've heard, our project was to create a music center, which is a performance venue and artist retreat. And it's located near both downtown Austin and Lake Austin. So my goal for this musician's residence was to foster an environment that promoted the creation of new music as well as the perfection of old. Also thinking about music making as both a collaborative and a solo act. So thinking about balancing public and private spaces, as well as rhythm visually to mimic the audio rhythm that would be created within this building. So here are my floor plans for the project. I'll zoom in here. Because our site is sloped, like you've heard, I decided to create 2 basement levels of practice rooms to kind of bury the practice rooms in the ground. And this project was kind of fun for me because my older sister actually is studying trumpet performance at Indiana University. So I got to kind of talk with her and collaborate with her about what would be an ideal practice space, as well as the separation of space, like the separation of work in living spaces. And so that was one thing that inspired the idea of burying these. So then moving to the ground floor plan. The ground floor plan hosts the main performance space, which is accessible here off of Lake Austin Boulevard, as well as a ticketing window and a coffee shop, which are also accessible off of Lake Austin Boulevard. And there's a little exit to the street on Hearn Street over here. The first floor also has the entrance to the residential complex, which is centered towards the back of the site, near the more residential area of the neighborhood versus the more public area of the neighborhood along Lake Austin, or like Lake Austin Boulevard. And the first floor has 1 residential unit here, but it's mostly just public areas. And here's the entrance to this, what you will see as a multi-story atrium space. So moving to the second floor plan, which is, I'm calling it the first floor. This shows more of the residential spaces. There's 3 here, 1 lofted space right here. And here's this multi-story atrium space that everything is organized around. There's a communal kitchen here on the second floor, which opens up onto this public or semi-public balcony / patio for residents, which also has a little roof garden here. I put this here because there's a glass facade on this edge of the wall, and I didn't want the patio to extend over right next to where the residential unit would be, to kind of preserve some privacy there. And then here's what I'm calling the second floor. Here's a music library for the musicians to come and study, precedents in music. They can sit at desks or sit here and listen to music as well. And then here are some of the dual occupancy residential spaces. So they're lofted spaces and they take advantage of the sloped roof, which you will see in elevation. And this is just the upper story part of those lofted spaces, trying to split up this large sloped roof space with multi-levels. And there's the roof plan. And you can see just the site plan overall, the residential area towards the back of the site and the more commercial area towards the front. So moving on to my elevations. Here are my 2 elevations. The first one here is taken from Hearn Street, cutting through the sidewalk of Hearn Street. And the second one here is taken from Lake Austin Boulevard. You can kind of see the relative height of the neighboring buildings. And I just included these views because I thought that they give a sense of the site and the context of the site, as well as kind of the rhythmic quality of material you can kind of start to see here with these concrete tiles or concrete blocks and these wooden slats, which will be more evident in the renderings. So moving on to the sections, you can see I cut my longitudinal section here.
Zoom in a little bit so you can see a little bit. Right.
So I chose, oh, okay.
Right.
I just got a message that Zoom quit. It doesn't kick me out.
What is it?
I just got a message from Zoom saying Zoom quit unexpectedly, even though I can still.
We can still hear you.
Out, but I think it may. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I will just ignore that then. So.
You mean more in the sections? Now we lost her. We lost you now.
I think it kicked me out. I'm going to share the screen again. My goodness.
If you'd like me to share your screen too, if your computer's not working, I can share yours.
Okay, if it quits again, that would be awesome, Olivia.
Okay.
Thank you.
There you go. Now this is perfect.
Okay, awesome. So here's the section I chose to cut here because it's cutting through the triple height atrium space. You can see kind of better here now the music library and the circulatory spaces, as well as performance space, practice rooms underground. And here's one of the types of the bedrooms, a single occupancy, and here's a double occupancy lofted bedroom space, as well as the kitchen out onto the patio. And then this section here, I chose to cut to show one of the options for circulation, which is this staircase. And it just kind of shows how everything stacks on top of each other with the practice spaces, atrium, there's the library. So here's one more section. This axonometric section shows just a little bit more detail, spatially how those spaces relate in 3D, as well as cuts through this elevator core here. And that was something interesting that we got to think about this time. We started thinking about ADA accessibility, and especially with my design being so multi-level, that was kind of an interesting issue to deal with for me, was creating spaces that were accessible. So here are some diagrams that I made to explain the program, as well as the circulation and the structure and my materials palette. So kind of like I was talking about earlier with the section, this is just the circulation. I mean, it's all fairly self-explanatory, but the more private areas, this residential complex, again, is towards the back of the site, and performance space is towards the front. And moving on to some renderings. I know there's a lot on this page. My PDF spreads them out a little bit more, but this is just an example of, this is a view of the outdoor patio space. There's a view here of the performance space here, with wood paneling to try to help with acoustics. And then this is the atrium space looking up at all 3 levels. Here's the administrative office space, which has a really cool area with where the curve of the exterior wall meets with glass. Here's a practice room, which is buried underground. One of the lofted living spaces with views towards Lake Austin, and the coffee shop window here, as well as here's a view of the kitchen. And then finally, here's just a couple of process diagrams. You can see some of my really early on sketches thinking about, this was very early on, thinking about sloping roofs to match the sauna-inspired building next to my site. But I ended up going more towards just a straight-edged roof. But I was thinking about the slants relating to the larger, more public spaces slanting open towards Lake Austin, and the smaller spaces that were more intended to enrich the neighborhood, like the coffee shop, slanting back towards the neighborhood. As well as patterns of 3 to 2, thinking about piano keys. I'm a pianist, so I was kind of looking to that formally for inspiration, and just kind of those extensions, those informed the landing spaces. And then again, this curve, which is inspired by the piano curve here, informed my design as well. But that is my entire presentation. Again, thank you for your patience with all my technical difficulties. I can go back to the plans.
Before we even say anything about the project, I just want to compliment you on the clarity of your drawings. Like, it's so nice to be able to read the section very clearly and understand the spatial configurations we're seeing. And just for the two previous students, like, take a moment to just look at these. There's a big difference in terms of communication, getting your line weights right, making sure that you leave a little time to work your drawings in 2D after you pull them out of the model is, I think, the key. And this is something I fight with my grad students to pay more attention to. And I think the situation of being more remote has made it even more difficult than it normally is, but it's kind of inherent in the work process of working with digital models. But so compliments on that.
Thank you so much.
Actually, I compared that with a critique of your presentation. Again, not about the architecture, but when you talk about your project, you kind of presented some foundational ideas. I would recommend that you get through those ideas and you show us something other than the basement floor plan next. Like, talk about your ideas and tell us about, like, talk about the atrium or the front of the building and its kind of layered condition, or something that's a little more fundamental. I know you all have spent a lot of time working out your plans, but by and large, explaining the project through its plans is a rare project that is best explained through its plans. Like, you need to get there and talk about that, but be more strategic in kind of how you order the presentation. It's one of the things you have a lot more control over than you normally do in an in-person presentation, because you kind of control the pacing and what we see next. So I think that was something that could be improved with the presentation. Okay, I'm going to shut up and let other people talk.
Can you zoom into a couple of plans instead of having these too small, these
Oh, sure.
the main ones,
Sure.
not the basement ones.
Yes.
I agree with what Cisco said. I love seeing very clear drawings. I always tell my employees that if we don't draw it well, it's not going to get built well. And some of those last concept models that you have would have been helpful to see at the beginning. But what I was going to say about your building, just a couple little things. I think it looks like your building was very developed in plan, and it almost looks like an extrusion, like a SketchUp. You built it in SketchUp, and then you did a few plans that were the same, and then another tower over here. So I think exploring a little bit more the sectional qualities of it would be great. And I mean, there is some of that. It's nice to see the piano shape, and then with the rectangular shape. So it's not just one solid block, but I think there could be more of that. There's a rendering that you have with the wood slats that make that really beautiful pattern on the ground of light and shadow. And I'm wondering if that was intentional or that was just a result of something that happened. But you have a lot of interesting materials and things that you thought about, like the little piano fins. And I think you could be more intentional about it in more places throughout the building. Thinking about what that quality of space, right? The light and shadow pattern, what can it do for the spaces, and where should that be? Should it be just in this random one place, or does that start relating to different programmatic things that are happening along your building? And then I was also going to comment, this is a very little thing, but your choice of material with this stone and the way that it is applied to your building. So you have this very rectangular pattern, and you're using it in places that don't seem to call for that. So you have it in one wall that kind of is coming to a point. So you end up with all these little pieces. That's something.
Can you go to this elevations or sections? So
Sure.
if you move to things that they're referring to, it makes it a bit easier.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So like in real life, that would drive me crazy. This is a tiny, like, I know you're only your second year, but it's good to start thinking about it. And I love that you drew it because that's how you figure that out, but also it gives you a good sense of scale and texture and really feel how this build is going to feel. But you know all those leftover little pieces that happen along the angle. Well, maybe that should tell you, well, maybe that's not the right material for this, or maybe it's just not the right cut. Maybe it's stone, but I use a different type of stone. And so looking at a lot of images is good to see how other people do it and how they deal with that condition. You also have it in a curved wall. So, what happens if you have all these rectangular pieces in a curved wall? But I really love that you are showing the materials and it does really convey how you're going to feel when you're in that space. Yeah. And then thinking about that extrusion that I talked about earlier, this is where I see it the most in this angled roof, this sloped roof that you have here. Some of your earlier sketches, you have those curves that seem like they're relating a little bit more to your precedent and to the floor plan. And I don't know, what led you to do this roof instead, but it could be a good thing to explore.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll echo the previous comments. Your drawing skills are good, so continue drawing the way you draw. I think it's really clear. We understand when you cut a section, thickness of walls. Also, like a con mistake I have in studio, we work in planes, so there's never thickness. They don't understand what's wall, what's the thickness of wall. So that's good. When you cut a section, we could see your roof thickness. It's different from your slab thickness. That's amazing. So you can draw real well. For me, it's go back to your massing. It's when you take geometry decisions, when you take in the big move, and this might be a personal opinion, and I'm pretty sure people disagree with me, but I'm not a big fan when someone takes a piano and makes a piano move because of the curves. And this could be argued a lot of times. Like I like your massing at the beginning, the one you did where there's like angles, roofs, and things like that. Those are very interesting because you start creating it opens up to Lake Austin Boulevard instead of the back side of it. But when you're doing a big curve, like for me, the curve here is more dominant than the last project because it's one big curve, and you need to have like a really good reason for it. And it could be just about like, oh, I want to compress these spaces and I want to stretch these spaces. But I will recommend in my studio, like, don't be too literal when you're like, it's music, so it needs to represent a piano, So the same way like we did last time, it's carving, so it needs to have like these carved edges. No, there's a lot of ways to like reinterpret that stuff. Like that's my only comment here is like your big geometries. And yes, your precedent was amazing, the way you're doing this sketch at the corner right here in the center of your sketch pad. Like how those roof were doing this slope, like that's interesting. And how it was like 3 volumes and now it's like 2 volumes and 1 being lifted and all these things. And you have a clear idea of organization, like practice areas are below grade because they don't need that daylight and all that stuff. So you did like the research to understand like what do you need for a practice area. It's a small room that's opaque most of the time and fully acoustic, and that's it. You practice and you get out. So you don't need that in the top levels because you're missing then the views to the outside. That's where you put rooms. And so organization drawings is good. I'll try, like my only encouragement to you is like, really give us a good reason when you're thinking of geometry as a global.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't even comment on that because like everything I design is basically a shoebox. So if I can't comment on the curves. But go back to the very first image real quick. For me, the major architectural device you're actually working with is a contrast. Like you didn't really talk about this, but when I first saw this image, you have my annotation. You have kind of a situation where you are, or it looks like you're working with these sort of layered veils or nested veils of enclosure, right? One is the sort of glazed mullions back here, and then you've got this wood screen that sits in front of it that turns into concrete. And then this one's only nascent, but there seems to be another one that's just barely there down at the ground, another wood screen, which is displaced in plan. And like, I feel like you could play up, you didn't talk about that at all, which I was kind of waiting for it. But this could come up higher than guardrail height. It could begin to have some real presence there. This one could actually have some presence, where it actually enclosed a space. So you actually are they're translucent, they're screens, so you would perceive them behind each other. And I think the kinds of spaces you would get would be a little more, they'd still be outside, they would still have views, but they might be more driven by this kind of layered condition. But then it's in a sense, then it's contrasted with what's going on in the back. Go back to your, I think you called it the second floor plan.
Sure.
Yeah, right there. So that's a very different, technique. If you have these sorts of things in front, these sort of layers of veils, it's very different than back here where you actually are dealing with what looks like, in plan at least, a much more monolithic architecture, right? It's got very deep set windows. The walls are articulated as very thick. It's a different way of kind of making spatial enclosure. And that's kind of controlling the back of the building along these edges. And then it transitions to the front where it's much more layered and veil-like and kind of translucent. And I think you could play that up more. Like, I think to me, that is the experiential and the presence of the building much more than the exact shape of the piano curve in the front. That seems less important to maintain to me.
Yeah.
That's coming from, the shoebox guy. So it for what it's worth.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you so much.
So I know that you had your slide presentation, but it didn't quite work, but still the Miro boards work pretty well. So let's go with Kelly. Kelly.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Let me share my screen. Okay. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Let me go full screen. Okay. Hi, my name is Kelly, and as my previous classmates explained, the premise for this project was to create a performance center and residency for musicians. I took inspiration from an experimental art school known as the Black Mountain College. The school was really committed to an interdisciplinary approach to education that really revolved around the concept of community and artistic collaboration. To implement that same sense of community, I divided the programs into 3 main structures: the performance, the commercial, the residential. And the project sits on the corner of Lake Austin and Hearn Street. We can see the relationship between the 2 streets better in elevation. The first elevation is the north, looking north from Lake Austin. We can see how the performance and the commercial space are connected through this breezeway. As well, in the bottom elevation, on Hearn Street, we can see how the residential spaces are situated at the back and at the elevated portion of the site, as well as how it reacts to the slope of the sidewalk. So the majority of the performance space is underground, and it steps down into a grander stage area. The ground floor reveals the lobby of the performance center, as well as administration offices, public bathrooms, and a ticketing booth. Across the breezeway is a record shop and coffee house where both public and artists can browse music and grab coffee before a performance or after. We can see the courtyard, which is also public, that leads into the private shared space between the artists, which is a kitchen and dining area, as well as a space to relax and to collaborate between the artists. On the second floor, this reveals the top tier of the auditorium, as well as the second floor of the record shop, which is a music lounge, which is a little more private for both to come up and listen and visit in a more casual setting. And it also cuts through the first floor of the residential spaces. They're very modular. It includes a private bathroom as well as a lofted bed area and the storage and individual practice spaces. Lastly, the third floor cuts into the second tier of the residential spaces, which follows the same format as the first floor. In the sections, section A cuts through both entrances to the performance space as well as the record shop. And section B cuts down, revealing the tiered auditorium as well as the back of the residential spaces. So for the axon, I really wanted to showcase the potential uses and the transition from more public to more private spaces. And so one of the deliverables for the project was to choose our own programmatic space. And I chose a record shop because I wanted to create an opportunity for both the artist and visiting public to have a casual space to listen to music, to browse and share ideas. And the courtyard is also an opportunity for the public and the residents to have to talk and collaborate. But the shared space between residents is, of course, is more private and just an opportunity for them to go and relax and have a little more space in the tighter individual living spaces. So for the program, I just showcased how the more private or how the more public spaces are situated at the front and along the corner of Lake Austin and the busy street. The circulation, again, just shows how the main entrance as well as the mean of egress. I can't go back. I'll show that again in a row. Here are the renderings. Let me see if I can go back. There we go. Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so the structure, all three spaces share the same construction logic with a concrete ground slab as a foundation, a timber frame, beam and column system, and an envelope with stone cladding and beige stucco, and the roof is flat rafter framing with metal cladding. And so I wanted this performance center to really promote collaboration between the public and artists. And here's our renderings of the interior from the performance space, the shared courtyard, the musician lounge, and the individual living spaces. And that's all I have.
Maybe go back.
I can go and
Axon,
I can go to Moreau.
Yeah, that's better.
That'd be easy.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me reshare. Okay. I have it opened up on the. Would y'all like me to keep it on the Axon or move to the plans?
It's okay. Let the reviewers decide. That's a good one.
Yeah, I support the move to sort of atomize the program. I mean, you've kind of made a little bit of a village surrounding a public square, to complete the metaphor. One of the things I like about it is it actually engages your neighbor, the building that was there, in a way that's quite positive. I don't know what the design of that project is, but presumably in doing this, you would want to talk to them and develop an entrance into that neighboring building that also supports this courtyard space.
Actually, our neighbor was from. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. What was your neighbor from?
Oh, the neighboring project was from our assignment too, one of my fellow classmates. And they had a very similar program, music venue, very open pavilion-like design.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
that was
but go to your plan, go to one of the ground floor plan real quick.
Yeah, the program, Cisco, I didn't mention that, but the program of that building was a community center, that it was very, very much an all outdoor space, that it was very kind of free for students to interpret. And those students happened to focus on the performance space, but it was a community center. So in a way, it kind of complements some of the programs of this building.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that, when this building was designed, they probably weren't assuming that people would be approaching it from this side, but I think there would want to be an entrance there, just like you have other entrances. We talked about this a little bit in the subtractive project. Like there's an idea that entrances off this space contribute to the life of this. The one thing I wish I think you could develop is you have this upper floor to the record store, which it seems very Austin to me. Like, it's where you buy your vinyl. And but there is that upper floor you characterized as sort of a place where a lounge space, or a place where people might, I can't remember exactly what you said, sit and talk or practice or something.
I just say collaboration.
Collaboration,
Sure, music mostly.
I think there's an opportunity for a set of connections at an upper level. Like you had that little roof monitor and on the auditorium. And I wonder if there couldn't be a way to get into the second floor directly somehow, like have a connection above between the housing and maybe the unoccupiable roof over the auditorium and the second floor of the vinyl shop, to also kind of create a second way of moving around this thing, not to supplant the ground floor. I think that's primary and you want to have life happening there, but it would give another dimension and some kind of sectional possibilities that to the scheme.
Right, that's a great thought.
I'll say that I agree with that, and I wonder if if there's I think the connection is important. It seems like everything is very independent on the site as 3 or 4 different projects rather than just thinking about it all together. Looking at this entrance, I also feel like there's this big, strong idea of the courtyard, and maybe thinking about the path and the process to get to that space, and the sequence of it and the different things that are happening, just rather than just there's a path and then there's a courtyard. So if you want to, how do you want to feel as you're walking through there? Do you want to feel like it's kind of a hidden? It almost feels to me like it's a little hidden passage and then it opens up. So what can you do with the architecture to emphasize that idea and to kind of clean it up a little bit? Like there's a taper on one side here, right? But then an angle on the other side. So can there be a bigger gesture that kind of displays that idea of going into that courtyard? Can you go maybe to your section, like your axonometric, that's a section.
Yes.
So there's, here. So there's all this jogging back and forth, and then, so the building is doing that, on the left, the apartments, and the path is doing that. And sometimes you need to have a straight edge or a datum, right, to understand the jogging. If everything is jogging when you are in the middle of that, right, like if you have a wall on one side and you have the wall on the other side, you won't necessarily do that, right? But if you have maybe an angle that connects all the points on one side and then the building jogs on the other side, then you might get that feeling a little bit more. It also might be a little easier to walk through rather than so front and back, front and back, front and back. And I would say that also about the auditorium, right? You're stepping down on the floor, but then your ceiling also stepping down. So, sometimes having kind of a straight datum lets you feel that change more than if both sides are together. I would also,
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think that design on the auditorium, I would look at auditorium examples. I would think that's probably not great acoustically, right? To have all those steps and sharp corners pointing at the people. And, you know, I think it's really good when you're starting your architecture career to try to find similar spaces, a similar proportion of spaces when you're designing a building, and really see what they feel like and see, you know, does this need to be a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller? And really kind of understand how that feels. Even just kind of walking around campus, I know like right now is not the best time, but finding similar spaces, similar courtyards and places like that. So, you know, even if things like, does my courtyard have to open even more so that more light gets in there? Is that going to feel a little dark and tight in there? Or can I step back? Do I step everything back and make that a bigger gesture so that that courtyard is a little bit more comfortable? So that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll echo the previous comments. Is the jogging is interesting, but then own it. Like for me, like talking about that jogging is like, what is the surface that you now expose? Like I'm gonna mark it up. When you do that jogging, this surfaces needs to do this needs to have a reason. That's the extra surface you gain. So they have to become something, you know, because if not, you're just moving for fun. There's no reason you're moving it, because this is the same space if it was just all connected or not connected, right? Like the previous comment was saying, how about if you just have an angled line? Then yeah, you're doing the same. But getting that extra space is kind of crucial and own it. I do like the jogging, and I like how, but I would like you to own it. Like, what is that extra surface gonna do for me? And that's the reason you're doing it. You're not just doing it to do it. I do like the moments of compression in the entrance. I think that's really interesting. And then you open up to this courtyard idea. That's really good. But since this feels like three different elements, it'll be nice if some moments they have some sort of connection, you know?
It's a connection.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Because like, for example, if it's like, think about just if it rains and how do I get to my unit if I'm in the auditorium practicing, you know?
Right.
Like, I don't know.
I see what you're saying.
But good.
Yeah. I was struggling between keeping the residential spaces like their own individual thing versus like keep putting them all together in a more obvious way, but those notes are helpful.
Yeah, I mean, another way of saying that, and I think it's a good point, is to kind of talk about it under the larger frame of editing during the design process, because, you know, I do think that, you know, I also kind of like the stepping, but I think part of the reason I like it in the housing unit is because it's kind of contributing to a perceivable larger order. Right? You kind of understand that there's operation that is then repeated with each unit, and it creates a quality along that back wall of the courtyard. Like when you get to the front buildings and it's like a shaved corner here and a little, you know, irregular polygon monitor on the auditorium, it feels much more capricious and willful and not actually adding up to a greater whole. And so, you know, in the design process, you're often, you know, well, you guys know this, you're always iterating and, you know, coming up with other possibilities. And then, and I think it's easy to continually layer more and more stuff into a project, and, you know, kind of being very, taking certain moments in the process to say, okay, I'm going to try and do the opposite. Like, which of the, you know, here are 8 things I'm doing. If I could only keep half of them, which ones are really doing something for me and which ones are just kind of baggage from an earlier idea or something I thought was interesting, but I can't convince myself is contributing a positive quality to the project. Because, you know, when you do fewer things, each one gains some power just because it's part of a smaller set of formal operations. And so, I think there is real value in that editing process, and especially when you go with a scheme that is already articulated because you've broken it up into separate buildings, and, you know, so it has a lot of corners and conditions. Maybe that's even more important. But I think the strategies are strong here.
All right. Well, thank you.
I was also going to say, presentation wise, not so much in this drawing, but the first elevations that you showed were really hard to read. So I would, again, look at examples and see how other people represent their buildings. But there's not a lot of hierarchy with the language. These are computer generated. I don't know what software you're using, but a lot of times you can just put shadows on there, and that even just helps a ton. Learning how to construct shadows, it's a really helpful tool to understand what's in front and how tall and deep things are, so we can understand not just a form, but a space in elevation.
Okay.
Especially for your project, because it's like a layer, you go through this one layer, you go underneath the next one, and so your drawing should represent that. Like it should give us depth.
Okay.
Hey, well, thank you very much to the reviewers. I think we're going to finish a little earlier, and which probably is good because the lunch is very tight when we have to start again at 12:30, and I'm sure the reviewers are going to be happy with that. Thank you again, and to the students, just take a break, eat something, and come back ready at 12:30. Now I'm going to try to see if I can put that slide, Cisco, that we're putting in the break.
I have to figure that out before tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, I have the slide downloaded in my desktop, and I'm going to try it. That will be my challenge for the day.
You're a step ahead of me, Juan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cisco. Thank you, Suhas. Thank you, Ada. I'm sorry that there were difficulties, but I'm sure that all these comments will be helpful. I hope you guys process the comments about representation, about the intention of the projects, and how all those things need to be more and more developed as you become more aware of all the issues in your education. But all these comments are very applicable to your projects, even if they're being made about all the projects. So I hope that everybody can stay for the rest of the review. So I'm happy to see everybody on, and let's keep the group together. So thank you, reviewers, and the rest of the students. See you in a little while. The meeting is going to be open, so you can join anytime. But I'll see you.
Great to see you, Suhash. Thank you so much for making the time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Juan. Thanks for sharing the work. Bye.
Bye.
Who's going next? Do we know?
Okay, so it's going to be Simon, Rebecca, Campbell, and Caroline. Okay?
Definitely need to eat lunch.
So eat lunch and come back. But everybody stay together. I love that everybody was there with the camera, and so it makes it feel better for those presenting to know that everybody's participating. So I'll see you at 12:30, a little bit before, but that's and we'll do it in that order. Let's do it in that order. Simon, then we'll go Rebecca, then Campbell, and then Caroline. Make sense? Okay. See you guys soon. Hey, Noah, how are you? Claire's there. Noah, remind me. Hey, Claire, how are you? So for the introductions, Claire, remind me which office are you? Where are you working in your which firm? You're muted. Can I? Oh, it looks like I did something that I cannot let you. Let me see. Okay, now.
Hi, I am working at Pollen in
Oh,
Austin.
okay. Poland and Noah, remind me, what is the name of your firm?
The firm is called Henneberry Eddy in Portland.
Say it again.
Henneberry Eddy. If I spelled it, it would make it more confusing.
Okay.
Hi, Claire.
Hi, Noah. Great to see you.
You too. I think the last time was in Paris.
Yeah, that's right. In Paris.
Well,
time ago.
Were you? I mean, how did you overlap in school, right?
Yes, we did. Yeah, and then I was doing my PRP in Paris, and Noah happened to be visiting, so we saw each other there. That was a few years ago.
I got a little window tour of the Renzo Piano Workshop, which is like fantasy land.
Well, we have Charles Di Piazza also joining. Let's wait a little bit just to make sure that we get as many people ready to go. I think that I'll wait to, I know Charles Di Piazza probably is more familiar with the, oh, here's Charles. Hi, Charles.
Hi, Juan.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Nice to see
you. Thank you for joining. I don't know if you probably have met Claire and Noah at some point. Have you?
Yes and no, maybe through the PRP program. Nice to
I
see
think
you.
at some point through my master's, I probably had Charles on 2 or 3 reviews, but they were probably nothing to get too excited about.
Nice to see you, Charles.
Yeah.
So this is studio, and Charles is probably pretty familiar with the sequence. This is the 3rd studio for students. So they come out of the foundation studios in the 1st year. So this is their 2nd year, and is the first of the intermediate studios that are basically preparing them for the advanced studios, and this is called Integration Studio, and it's really the first time that they're basically challenged with the design of a building with more of the complexities of program code issues, introduction to ADA issues and egress, and so there's a little bit of that kind of reality of all the issues that come to play. And this is one of the things that I told them at the beginning of the semester, that I was going to treat this as their introduction of all the balls that we need to balance as architects to get our projects going, in terms of your design intention needs to be able to accommodate all these other competing forces. So the semester started with a precedent studies, and we working in teams. They studied certain architects. We coordinated the studio with Alex. She and I had the same brief, and there are 4 sections of design 3, but 2 of them were very coordinated. All of us use the same site and the same program, but Alex and I use actually the same brief. We worked on the brief together. So the first exercise was this precedent studies where they really went in and trying to understand very different type of architects on purpose to see different strategies to go about design and how they did it from the point of view of representation, ideas, final product, relation to the site. And then the second exercise was in the lot next to the lot that you will see today. So they had to design in teams of 2 a building that was inspired in the architect that they had studied. And so in a way it was an extension of the present study where they needed to show what they have learned about how these architects operate. It was their design, but it was basically trying to imagine what the design process would be if Sana had been hired to do it, or Liati would have, working on that project. And then the interesting thing is that it became the neighbor for the third project, but the neighbor was not the one that they designed. It was on purpose, one of their classmates designed the building next to them. And they had to work with that reality, the way we do it in the real world, where we have buildings next to us that we don't have any control of. And so what we're looking at now is the third assignment of the studio. The final one is individual, and they were tasked with the design of about 15,000 square foot building that had, it was a residency for musicians that had practice spaces, and it had also a big performance space, very open-ended in terms of the character of the performance space. Even the whole program could be interpreted in different ways. The way they thought about the housing of we gave them 10 units, but they could interpret how they could be arranged, so they didn't need to be all the same. But there's a sense of program that is requiring small rooms, medium-sized rooms, and big room. The big room is the auditorium, more public, and then the other ones are more private. So, and it's a site that has a slope, so it's dealing with slope. That is always a challenge, and I know that they have, have to deal with this slope inside. It's a pain in the neck, but it's a good thing for them to be forced to. And then the site also, the program also had an open component that they had the ability to decide what they wanted to be. So in a way, the program could be in a way shaped by their vision for the whole center. And then the last thing that I would say is that the site also require 50% of open space, based on our own imposition. So the site has setbacks. The site has a maximum 60 feet building height, but we added this requirement of open space in a way to force them to go vertical. So we wanted to avoid a site that it was big enough that they could do a one-story building. So those are the challenges. We want them to deal with stairs. We want them to deal with big spaces, small spaces, and then the sloping side. So that's what you're going to see, some of the different strategies to how to do it. So I'm going to let Simon do the first presentation, and he can maybe go more specific in the location. It's in Lake Austin Boulevard, not very far from Mopac, and Simon can explain a little bit more in the site plan where exactly we're located. But I think, Claire, obviously you're familiar with that. Noah, you remember Lake Austin Boulevard? There's those apartments for UT apartments that are on the south side of Lake Austin Boulevard. We're right across from it. And there used to be a gas station there, and now it's Jack Brown Cleaner in the current use of the site. Charles, I'm sure you're very familiar because it's across the street, literally from your site. So Charles' studio was working on the apartments across the street, literally. So we were very much neighbors during the studio. Okay, Simon, the stage is yours. So you
right.
So I don't know if there's, sorry, I didn't introduce the reviewers. Let me introduce the reviewers. Sorry. So Charles Di Piazza is an architect that practices here in Austin. He has been very involved with the school as teaching different studios, sometimes vertical studios, sometimes undergrad studios. So he's very familiar with the sequence and the process. And he also is very involved with the residency program that helps students be placed in architecture office all over the world. So you may need to deal with Charles at some point because he's the one that makes that magic pairing happen, and students get to work in great offices all over the place. So very happy to have you here, Charles. Thank you. Then we have Claire Townley. Claire is teaching this year a comprehensive studio. Comprehensive or integrative?
Comprehensive.
Comprehensive. So it's a studio that you will be taking right before the advanced sequence. So in a way, Claire, what we're hoping is that these studios help them to be more prepared for the comprehensive studio. That takes what we're doing in this studio to a higher level, you know, of development at all levels. But we call this one integration because it's supposed to give that sense of the need to integrate all these aspects in the project for the first time. So Claire also practices, she's a graduate of our program, and she practices at Poland Architecture here in town, a great architectural office here in town. And I think she's teaching for the first time this semester here at the school. So
that's great. Mm-hmm.
Sure that it has been an interesting experience to do it all directly in Zoom, right? You know,
It's been very fun, actually.
I hope it worked, you know, that we have the technology at least to make it happen now. And then the last reviewer that we have is Noah Winkler, and Noah is a graduate of our program also. And he's also practicing architecture right now in Portland in a firm called Henneberry and Eddy, right? Is what?
Yeah, that's it.
And I mean, great. I know I never remember the name, but it's one of those great firms in Portland that does very, very nice work. And is this the one that is located right in one of the piers? By the
No, that would be probably a Seattle firm. We don't have those. But
oh, it's true. I'm confusing. It's true. Because I visited a UT grad that is working in that one, but it's in Seattle. You're totally right. Sorry.
Yeah, those are exciting. Those are cool to visit.
Yeah, and we have a lot of the graduates of our program that end up going to Portland and Seattle. They're very good architecture offices there. I guess Noah is one of them, and we're happy to have you back here at the school, Noah.
Thanks,
Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Noah and Claire. Any questions before the students jump in, or you want to just start hearing and then ask questions to them?
My only question, Juan, is whether a parking component?
No, 0 parking.
All right.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
good question, and this is something that we are embracing this notion that we will be in a situation where I mean, basically, there's like it happens in many of these transit corridors that the neighborhood, you know, has a lot of on-site parking on the street, but it is not, I mean, it's not heavy from the point of view of the daily use, but yes, when there's a concert here, the assumption is that people will find ways to get there. Scooters, walking, whatever. And Simon probably has very good ideas as to how people will get there. But no, we didn't want to have any parking whatsoever associated with it. Simon, go ahead.
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay, hi, I'm Simon, and this is my final project for Integration Studio. So my project goal was to create a hub for musicians to perform, record, and network, and to live. So all these things are included, while preserving an original structure that was existing on the site into the future. You know, I want to keep it there. So it's located in West Austin in the old Tarrytown neighborhood. Everybody knows Austin has a famous music scene, and I'd like to accommodate that as the best way I know how, as being someone who's been a part of it for some time. So the program or the project required that we come up with some multifunctional spaces that include like a recording studio, living spaces, kitchen, dining, restrooms, you name it. So here's my site plan. So this will better help explain where we are. So this is 2500 Lake Austin Boulevard. As you can see, if you look around the building, most of these buildings that surround it are residential or offices. So it's a pretty quiet corner. And so if you go north, you're directly filtering into the Tarrytown neighborhood. If you go west, you'll end up at Lake Austin. Just across the street is Deep Eddy Pool, Austin landmark, I'm sure y'all are aware of. And just a little further east is downtown. So it's a very central location. So before I go further.
Before you go, Simon, I mean, I think that let me just make sure that they understand this to the west is the community center that they designed.
Yes,
as the
right.
second.
I'll explain that right now. So yeah, I was just about to go into the president study, so I'll flip back to the slide. So for our first project this semester, we studied several architecture firms around the country. For the first assignment, I was studying Taller by Mauricio Rocha and Gabriela Carrillo. And from them, I really learned about the void and like how important it is to create a void with architecture and open spaces. And then for the second project, so to explain this project, so we studied a firm, and then every 2 pairs studied a firm, and then we swapped groups and designed a building off of another person's president study. So for example, I had Taller by Mauricio Rocha, a Mexican architecture firm, and then a partner of mine, or Amy, had to design a building based off of what I had gathered, that knowledge that I gathered from him. So in turn, I had to design a building based off of the work of Kengo Kuma. And from that project, I learned a lot about using the grid in structure, and also the importance of understanding the project site and building to complement. And then the third, which is my A example, is the firm Sana, which I'm sure y'all are familiar with. I'm not as familiar with them, but I was inspired by them mostly for this project because of their pure supported systems and big white walls and lots of glass. So I wanted to do something that could complement what I picked up on. So I decided to preserve this existing structure. So there was I'll zoom in right here to explain. So all right, so if you can tell from this map, this is actually from the Austin History Center. I contacted them because there's 2 buildings on the site. One of them was this Jack Brown's Cleaners, which was located below. There's this retaining wall, and so it's on the lower level. And then there's this other structure that is known as the Side Street Home. And it was just elevated up here, and I thought that it would be great to preserve it because I went inside of it, I took photos, it was lovely. I didn't think it needed to go anywhere, and I thought it'd be great if I could integrate that into my project as well. So I wanted to preserve this building, keep its legacy going because it was built in 1956, originally a Texaco for about 2 decades. Then it was a car repair shop. Someone converted it into a house, but I would like to turn it into a coffee shop, which was one of the project requirements. It also had this nice outdoor space that was already there. So I was coming up with ways immediately after visiting site how I could just integrate that into my project. So going with what I learned from those president studies about the void, I began my plans with the side street home included and the existing retaining wall, which is this line, and along this 10-foot setback follows the wall. So I knew that I needed to create some sort of void. So I wanted to have an open space in here that, you can interact with the various programs going on, and also on a multi-level scale where you have this upper level and this lower level. So I took this void, and then I went with the Kengo Kuma route of using a grid, which maybe this isn't how he does it, but I feel like it's very helpful for planning out structure. So I designed my program and my plans based on this grid that fit the square footage requirements, which was 50% impervious. I had also included the side street home that was already there in that total tally. So it comes out to about a little under 6,000 for the main structure. So once I had this grid and this plan programmed out, I decided, or I just started to realize I'm looking at the site, and it's like I'm building a block on a curved surface, so I had to think about different ways I could manipulate the structure and the plan to fit the site. And in the end, I ended up with I have a curve now, so it was a little different. But I felt like it fit pretty well with the intention. So here are my plans. So I'll start with this is the ground floor. This gray area is not available, it's above ground. So our main entrance is located on Lake Austin Boulevard, and there's a recessed patio supported by these columns, and so people can, enter in here, and this is just like a little lobby for circulation. My main auditorium space performance intended for musicians, but it's also can be used for anything, like you get a bar mitzvah in here. And then this main courtyard space, which was the void that I was intending to create from the beginning. And we move to second floor. This is where I started to get into the living situation. So I wanted to, the project asked initially for 10 individual living units, but I felt like that was a little too much for this small site. So I decided to go for like a hostel style living situation. So I have these community rooms where there up to 8 people can stay in these rooms at a time. It's very affordable. It's also great for networking and meeting people. So that's like one of my intentions for this project was to, create this hub so that these people can like have business opportunities and opportunities in the future and network with agents and stuff like that. Here we have a communal kitchen and dining area that looks out with this, there's a glass curtain wall here, so they can interact with the street. And then on the left side of the building, we have our public multi-level auditorium space. And then if you go up from the courtyard, you'll find that outdoor space that I showed in this previous slide that's been, upgraded a little bit, and the preserved side street home that is now the coffee shop. So it's easy for anyone to, with the circulation of the site, they can just walk out this courtyard, walk up these steps, and then get a bite to eat or something to drink. So one of the also programmed demands was having recording spaces. And I decided I was going to put them like on the 4th floor. And then I realized they should go underground because that's where, I have natural soundproofing. So I designed these rooms are a little oddly shaped. And that has to do with the structure. I have this column in the middle here, but it was great because I'm pretty sure that angles like this are pretty good for acoustics. So you'd have people playing in here and just a little recording, restrooms and a utility closet. And then we go to the 3rd level. We're looking at, this is like an observation deck, basically, so you can look down into the auditorium. Then there's an outdoor terrace up here, which is intended for public use. And then there's 2 other individual, like fully functional living spaces that I'll get into more later. And the 4th floor just consists of the top level of one of these living spaces. Here's my roof plan. As you can see, the whole site, how I've laid everything out. Take you to the next. Okay, so these are my north elevations from the street. On the left, you can see my neighbor. I'm realizing that these trees came out a little light, but anyways,
hey, that's
it would be, it's kind of hard on the eyes on the LED screen, But anyways, this is my neighbor. So she designed her building after Mauricio Rocha's firm. So I wanted to integrate like my design in a sense with hers. So I did that. I attempted to do that with some of the fenestration with the curtain wall because she had curtain wall as well. But then I also had to think about the space in the back, which I'll get into in the next slide. But here's my north section. So you can see how the underground space works and these public areas located in the center. So you have public lounge bottom, then you have musicians lounge and like community dining and community cooking and also communal restrooms. And then 3rd level, more public, and then these private spaces over here on the right that are kind of isolated. Okay, here's my west elevation. So you can get a better sense of the incline that everyone's dealing with. We're dealing with a sloped surface. But my intention was to just fit the building into the existing retaining wall, partially for value engineering, but also because I thought it would be, it's a great way to preserve the structure. So here's the side street home, as you can see. So it's easily accessible from the east side of the building and also from the middle. And in this section, you can get a better sense of the public areas, public restrooms, how the stairs work, especially these living spaces that are each equipped with an individual window. So that's one of the things about the fenestration for this project was I was going for how things, I guess this is how we should thinking about it from the inside out. So it was a challenge and it's something I struggled with, but it managed to create some interesting views from the inside. So here's my sectional axonometric. So you can get another sense of what's going on in here. And I tried to fit as many people in here as I could because this building's intended to have maybe up to 800 people at a time, maybe 600 or so. But anyways, down here we have one of the recording rooms, restroom, little corridor. It's also kind of an emergency exit.
You don't need to explain every single space. We have the plans, the sections because we're going to run out of time. But especially if you have explained it in plan, the section is pretty self-explanatory.
Okay. Well, I'll move on to the structure of the building because this was something I was most excited about because I kind of went a little overboard, but I really wanted it to work, work in my mind. So for that to happen, I needed to have a foundation. I needed to have all these columns, beams with joists and all these supports so I can make sure this thing's going to stand up. So go to the next one. So here's my material palette. So I've chosen to kind of design like off of the pre-existing structure and also inspired by Sana's buildings as well with the large white walls and lots of glass. So I use stucco as my main material because it's a good, it's fire resistant and it's cheap and it hasn't been used in a while. And then concrete for the foundation and floors. I had cedar planks for the ceiling because it's great for acoustics. It's very porous material and it smells great. And then steel and glass, of course, to make it all happen. So one thing we really focused on this semester was means of egress. So one way I decided to show the circulation of this building was with like an emergency exit diagram. So from the basement, we have these stairs on both sides, exit. Ground floor, the main auditorium space is equipped with 3 main exits. This is like a barn sliding door, which would most likely be closed in the event of like a concert, but could be opened and people can rush out. All the doors open out to the street on the bottom. Second floor.
You need to start wrapping up.
Okay. Too long. So to get into the program, just real quick. So we already know the basement is recording spaces. The first floor is more public, ground-like. Second floor, communal living and networking areas. Fourth floor, patio, administrative living, and the producer's penthouse. So here's some renderings from the inside. So this is what it would be like to be in a concert in this space and what it would be like to be an artist in this space. As you can see, this observation deck up here, I was mentioning earlier, it's glass. And then here's the new and improved modernized side street home, which I've renamed the Hearn House to give more respect to the street. And it is a fully functional coffee shop open to the neighborhood all hours of the day. And here's a view from the interior, which this was the void that I was trying to create from the beginning. And then interior spaces, you can see how the communal living set up, how the private spaces are set up, private living with the admin loft and the producer's penthouse, which is the 4th floor. And these, just to look in these recording rooms. And so this is my project. So I hope you enjoyed it and I'm looking forward to receiving your feedback. If you haven't noticed, the hub is the floor plan. This is all spelled out, the floor plan.
Oh, okay. That's smart. You didn't notice. That's great.
Right.
Was the modeling and rendering done and all the drawings done in Revit?
Inkscape and Rhino.
Inkscape and Rhino, okay.
So I
What
think
would you like to see if you'd like to see any plans or sections or anything, sir?
Thank you, Simon. One question I have is about the living. Is it, are they coming for just like a night? I mean, the producer's penthouse, is that something where someone lives there like full time or?
Yeah, so here on the second floor, these are people just staying for the night. These are like, you have a band, a group of like 4 people, maybe 2 bands. They stay in here, they network. Maybe they make a new band, you know, overnight. Fun things happen in the hostel. But yes, the 3rd floor, these are more permanent. These might be for someone staying at a month at a time. Someone who operates this building might live in here. The producer's penthouse, that's more of like a, you know, luxury touch. You get a nice view and everything like that. So you have a mix. There's a variety of various living spaces.
Simon, I think it's a very competent scheme. I really like the overall massing, the way you are articulating the facade. You know, corner treatment is not always a straightforward approach. And I think your attitude toward the existing building is commendable. And I'm pleased to see that you have tried to incorporate that into your courtyard scheme. And I think you've done a good job of keeping it as a more public and respecting what was there. When I look at your scheme, I mean, I guess my main remark is I want to flip the auditorium and the living wing. And the reason for that is that I think the auditorium is the essence of the project and it's the identity of your project. And it's a little bit awkward to not have that become more visible from an urban point of view and have it tucked it away. So I think if you could have flipped the two, and that could have given you a way to hold that side, the eastern side of the building, it would have been a worthwhile study. Maybe that's a study you've done already. So that's kind of just one small comment.
Right on. Yeah, actually, I had considered that before, but it was a little too late in the project to make that change. So also on the west side, over here, the building it's very tall. It's 60 feet tall next to me, so I cannot have really any windows. So I was anticipating for the concert space to be totally walled off, you know.
Well, that's actually an advantage. So you probably don't want too many windows facing west, but you would want to have windows looking down into your courtyard east, or maybe toward the south and the north.
I think that's a good comment, Charles. And maybe I would even consider thinking a little more intentionally about how the courtyard space just becomes an extension of that indoor space. So if there's a concert going on, maybe the stage is rotated in your
plan. Let me go to my initial. Here we can see that it was that way. Oops.
Yeah, okay.
I'm backwards. Sorry, my mouse wheel is backing up. Yeah, so initially I did have it like this, but I decided to flip it just so I could have that longer span, because typically when you have a large music venue, you want people going all the way to the back. But I agree, you know, it does make more of an interaction. And I do think that that's the stage in this space may not be permanent. And I would like this to be like very multifunctional, you know, so you could have a market or something like that. So people just going in and out, which is the purpose for that barn door that we see in the plan.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not saying, so it doesn't have to be exactly like that. I mean, there's other ways. It might be like a reconfiguration of a lot of little things, but I think kind of thinking about the back of house, like or not back of house, but the back of the venue being that outdoor area, and imagining that that's used most of the time. I mean, in Austin, having an outdoor concert is super viable, and I think really, since that void in the courtyard is so important to your scheme, I think you should like really own that as part of the venue, like part of the broader space. And with that being said, I think maybe the barn door, I have some questions about whether that would work anyway, just because of how big the opening is. And it's fine, I'm not sure, but I think maybe like coming up with a solution where it could kind of open up all along that wall into the courtyard, so that there's even more sort of like transparency or permeability between those two spaces.
Right on, I totally see what you mean.
Simon, I think you have a lot of really good materials. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think you have a lot of really good materials. I like Charles said, I think the arrangement of the space is there's some really nice moves. I think things opening up to that central courtyard, access from the courtyard. Although Juan brought up at the beginning kind of a focus a little bit on some ADA access and the connection between the courtyard and the existing building may be a bit of a problem with the single staircase back there, or two staircases.
Yes.
But there's I think a note I would make from a presentation standpoint is it seems like now with the ability to kind of model quickly and apply a lot of materials, you can just sort of snapshot a whole bunch of spaces. Like I think you showed 2 or 3 pages of kind of thumbnail renderings. I think there's something a little bit lost when that happens, and that you, especially with this one, with some really, really special moments between auditorium and courtyard, or between existing building overlooking the courtyard, some of those arrangements of spaces, it would really, really gain a lot from focusing on 2, 3, 4 renderings and really putting in a lot of time post-processing, getting the entourage dialed in, and not making it look like there's sort of screenshots from a model that's like, you got the model to a point and now you're just like ready to snap away. It's like you can walk around with your iPhone, or you can hire the architectural photographer to come in and really catalog the special moments in the project.
Mm-hmm.
I think that will go a long way in the presentation and explaining why this building is so good. I do think there's a lot of really nice stuff. The one incongruity for me in just the reading of the building is the renderings of that corner and the fact that it's a curve. I think you said you were going for a sauna thing. For me, it translates a bit as kind of one of Austin's like older kind of street corner commercial spaces, and then you've got this courtyard that's kind of hidden. And it might be nice. I know there's like the new hotels down on South Congress and stuff that bring some of those like kind of trendy, funky outdoor spaces, outdoor courtyards, bring them through the building, and kind of you can carry the public inside deep into the building. So there's a bit of a disconnection between those two elements for me.
Right. So do you mean like opening up this space, sort of?
Yeah, I think it's kind of hidden, and then the facade sort of like betrays the rest of the project. Like the facade isn't necessarily speaking the same language. It's glassy, it's open. So a lot of those characteristics that your intuition is leading you to, I think, are really great. I just think the rest of it can almost speak the same language, and there could be more of a perceptual and a physical connection between those two. It feels almost like a corporate lobby, and then with a really fun Austin-y courtyard kind of hidden behind it. I don't think it needs to be hidden.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I have to admit, I am a little inspired by I live downtown, so it's like I'm just walking around construction all the time, and this is one of the things that I see all the time, and it's like, oh, I can incorporate that. But you're right, it is trendy. So.
Another comment kind of along those lines, Simon, is I think I really commend you. You said that you kind of challenged yourself to really think about the apertures and how they're framing from kind of the inside out. And I think that's a really good step. But I would encourage you to kind of begin to kind of push back and forth. So think of them from the inside out, and then go back from the outside in. Really kind of go through several iterations. What I'm seeing now is it seems like you have kind of several different languages with your fenestration. And I think, sometimes that's can be appropriate, but I think it might have been more actually effective in your case to kind of keep a common language. I think the bottom fenestration with those thin mullions is looking nice. The top maybe looks a little more kind of like, to Noah's point, a little more kind of conventional, like a lot of the buildings in Austin with the So anyway, I think it's always kind of like you look from the outside in and then look from the inside out, and that actually might rearrange some of the spaces inside your building as well.
Yeah, I echo the statement about it looking very corporate, and you might have thought about it as a music box, maybe. Like, I think the treatment of the core of the elevator and the stair is something that could start to give your building more of a rhythm, more of a sense of syncopation. And I could see that language maybe being applied to the perimeter of your building. And I also see some potential in where you have the practice room on the basement. Maybe there is a way to connect that. I mean, I think it makes perfect sense to place it there, but I'm wondering, is there a way maybe to have it so that when you are in the courtyard, you could hear that music, you know, so that you
That's
can
very
really
interesting, yeah.
use the sound to really activate, like make it a very meaningful musical experience, whether or not you are indoors or outdoors.
I'll take that into consideration. I never thought of that. It's very interesting.
But yeah, very promising for your first foray into a bigger scale building in a tricky site. Like I want to say, I particularly like that roof deck that you are showing on the top floor, because I think it will capture a very nice view of, you know, of the lake. Having worked across the street with my student, I think there is a very big potential to have a nice view corridor. So I think that's a very responsive to the context. And as a final note, even though that might not be in the original assignment, I would ask you to kind of do a longer section so that we can really situate your building into the bigger site area. Because I think to me, here's a relationship to the lake is what's unique about that site. And so maybe at a small scale, just kind of indicate this relationship. But
yeah, with my site plan, I could have gone further out.
Or a site section, yeah.
Site section, oh, okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah, we did some of those in the second assignment. Some people showing it all the way, like Charles is saying, you see the lake, you see the slope of the apartments, and then you see the neighborhood. So it's more like a section that captures the character. Several people did it in the second exercise, but you're right, Charles. In this case, it was not a requirement. Good point. So thank you, Simon. I think we're going to move to the next one. We're going to go with Rebecca. And one thing that's interesting to point out that Simon took design 1 and design 2 this summer. So in this case, it's like even more of a compressed process for him. So it's remarkable how far you've gone, Simon.
Thank you. Yeah, this is all in 6 months online. So
he said transfer. So he did this design 1 and 2 in the summer.
Great work.
Okay, so Rebecca, you want to go ahead?
Yes, I can go. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
So I titled my project Verbena Music Center. Verbena is a flower that is native to Texas, and basically just this project aims to nurture the Austin music scene by encouraging communication between the musicians who are residing there and the people of the neighborhood. It's home to a community garden that can be like shared by both parties, which provides a sensory relief for the musicians from their work every day, so they don't have to be kind of surrounded constantly by just music. And it also facilitates interactions between visiting artists and local residents to create kind of a more personal music scene that's kind of reflective of Austin of the 1970s. It was much smaller and much more personal. So Simon already did a great job of explaining the site and conditions. So basically this project is between a residential neighborhood and a very heavily trafficked street. Because of that, I took steps to kind of try to shield the musicians and the garden from all the noise and commotion outside. I did this also by choosing to reflect my neighbor. My neighbors did a project inspired by the architect Valerio Olgiati, who works a lot in, like a lot of his work is based off of creating space that is more surprising within. So they have this giant oval atrium concealed behind heavy massing. So I kind of wanted to reflect that by enclosing my project with walls in order to kind of also achieve a sense of privacy for the musicians. So they're not fully exposed to everyone walking around. So zooming into the plans, one of the first big moves that I did was burying the auditorium space underground. This was in order to maximize space for the garden, which I prioritized because I wanted like the interaction between the people of the neighborhood and the musicians to be the driving force of this project. So I decided to bury it underground. It has a series of 3 balconies, one of which is accessible via elevator. And this auditorium is just a standing room. I chose to make it this way because it's a rather small auditorium, so I figured it would be used for more casual concerts. And it can also just serve multiple purposes that way. The ground floor, here you can see kind of this enclosure that I was talking about. There's this porch that receives people coming in from Lake Austin. There are 2 entrances, one which leads you to the garden area. It's rather small, but in the event of a performance, this screen right here would slide and create a more generous entrance. That could be down to these steps, which go down to the auditorium. The auditorium is dashed, as you can see here. And then if you were to go underground, you could leave, you would take this as the exit, which would lead you out like that. And it kind of keeps, it emphasizes kind of that sense of privacy because it keeps people coming in for a performance, keeps them from kind of like going into the garden and staying away from the residences. So there's this other entrance that leads to the kind of a ticketing area. It also blends into the coffee shop, but this is kind of a more public program area. And then coming in, there's another entrance that is more accessible to people coming in from the neighborhood. And this one leads directly to the garden. There's another entrance to the coffee shop here, which is more for if they were to order food. Here would be the bar. And then there are stairs that take you up to a seating area. The living spaces are all the way in the back. I'll get more in depth later about those, but they are accessible through this common room, which on the ground floor has the kitchen for the residents because they only have kitchenettes in their individual rooms. On the first floor, you can see the seating that I was talking about, seating area for the cafe that I was talking about. There are glass panels here, which allow for a view out to the street, toward the city, toward the lake. And it also has this double height greenhouse that I did not mention in the ground plan. There's this greenhouse that is used by the garden, for the garden purposes, but it also it blends into the roof of the second floor, and it just creates a nice sitting area. Here, they're divided. There's an office here on the left, which is separated from the coffee shop by a breezeway. This breezeway is rather large, so and it doesn't really have a specific program, so it can be used for a variety of reasons, and it also acts as a viewing deck. This is how the elevator would take you up to this space, and this elevator also accesses the auditorium. Over here we can see the second level of the common room, which is just a living room area. These stairs would take you up to the second balcony, like this balcony area that would take you to the second level of residences, which I show here. This is just the roof of the front area, and you can see kind of the top of the greenhouse and the second level of residences. And then, sorry about that. Moving on to elevations. This is the east elevation, so from Hearn Street. Here there's a wall that closes off the view into the garden. So again, it's just reinforcing the idea of privacy, but the opening here and here gives the neighbors access down to the garden. And then the south elevation facing the south elevation on Lake Austin Boulevard. Again, here you can see the screen better. That
You can zoom in a little bit, Rebecca. It's too small. There you go.
Yeah. So here is the screen area that creates a separation from the front to the garden. It looks rigid when you're far away, but once you enter this porch space, you realize that it's much less. It's not very solid, so it kind of creates a nice transition.
And the giants there, I think, are a little out of scale, right?
Yes, yes, they definitely are.
Yeah, keep going, keep going.
Sorry, I'm trying to work with the Zoom. Okay. So in the first section here cuts, okay. Sorry, this PDF is, the first section here is cutting through the middle of the garden and looking mostly to the auditorium. Here you can see the balcony seating, and this is essentially kind of what a performer would see if they were standing here. I'll show you from the stage, and you can see how the descent down into the garden from the street. The second section is cutting through the, it's kind of at a 90 degrees to this second one, is cutting through the breezeway. So here and the porch area. So you can see how it's kind of open both in the middle and the center of the project on both. And then here you can see the living spaces. I integrated the practice area of the living spaces. I integrated the practice room inside the apartment area. So here would be like a lofted bed, and here's practice. Here's the stage. Here would be a balcony. You can see the elevator here. It's very kind of central to the project as well. The sectional axonometric is cutting through the greenhouse space. So you can see kind of how right here it creates a double height space, and it's just like an interesting seating area. Here's the breezeway, all the things that I've explained. And then cutting through the auditorium once again, kind of, I think it's like interesting to note how the garden and the auditorium are both kind of like the most important part of the projects, and they both share a programmatic, both kind of share the quality of being the most like public, essentially, functions of the project, and they're one on top of another, and they kind of interchange. And then I don't know why this one is zoomed out. So here is a more in-depth look at the residences. So I mentioned earlier that I integrated the function of practice with the living spaces because overall this is an artist in residence program. So I think it was interesting to kind of make the most, like integrate their craft into their living space. So I lofted the bed, and this kind of front portion would be the residential program of it that's facing the courtyard. So it's slightly, and then the back would be the practice space, which is more going back to the idea of privacy would kind of like, yeah, just going back to the idea of privacy, this is all receded all the way to the back of the site. So I wanted to give the musicians the ability to retreat into their own space, away from everything, and then just become absorbed in their own work.
Correct. You need to.
I do. Okay.
Wrapping up.
Here are some diagrams explaining just kind of the circulation. This is what I was talking about earlier with the kind of more public circulation and the more private access to the garden. This is the design logic of the auditorium. I decided to make kind of a more stereotomic void, just taking advantage of the fact that it was buried underground, whereas the structures that are more above ground have a steel frame and are lighter. The materials I used were concrete, steel, and just wood paneling. And then here are some renders. Sorry, this Zoom. Okay. This is a render of the, okay, this is a view of the second floor of the cafe seating. So here, this is the space that I would mention. This is the breezeway. It looks a lot shorter in the perspective, but this is just a nice seating area. They can look out into the garden and see what people are doing here. There's a wide variety of views going from Lake Austin and then to Hearn Street. There are glass panels on the other, like on the behind. So there's kind of a wide variety of views and there's a variety of opening. And then this one, I just wanted to show how the garden would look if it were in use. And I just wanted to emphasize that this is probably like the most important, one of the most important areas of the project, because in the end, it's kind of the interactions between the musicians and residents that kind of create a space that's valuable to the community in everyday life and not just in the event of performances. So yeah, and that's the end. I can go to the Miro board to look.
Yeah, if you can, that would be easier to go to different. Now the reviewers can start commenting while you do that.
All right, just let me know which drawing you'd like me to zoom in on.
Okay, well, I can start by making a couple of quick comments. I think your site plan is very promising. I really like the idea of creating a front piece and a back piece and having the program, the communal garden in the middle. I particularly like the front porch breezeway element. I think it's very strong. I think it provides both a balcony to look out into the view, as well as a porch to bring people into the site. And I think putting the auditorium on the basement is a good idea. My main objection to your scheme, Rebecca, is the proliferation of vertical circulation. Like I see 5 or 6 stairs and an elevator smack in the middle of your opening. And I think maybe if you had time, I'm wondering if there would be a way to consolidate your vertical circulation in such a way that maybe the front element, let's call it the narthex, not only provides a view and welcomes people in, but I could see that front facade also becoming your main vertical device so that people who go to the auditorium, they come through this bar and they have a way to go up and down. So I would not have treated the elevator transparent cage as something so visible, but maybe incorporated into the mass of your volume, because then it would, I think it would make your site stronger, where you have the back residential, front is a public, and the middle is a lovely courtyard. So I'll just
plans, Rebecca. Zooming in the plan. So when there's he's talking about that, try to follow what Charles is saying with the plan. So no, the main plan. Sorry, Charles, keep going. I just wanted her to zoom in into something that is a little more meaningful. I mean, I think.
Okay, so all right. So I'm seeing like a population of vertical circulation. I think those are nice. They don't need to be as wide, but I think that's a nice gesture from the street, acknowledging the change of grade. But I think there is a redundancy there. And also you have such a strong axis. How this building frame the entrance into that yard is what's gorgeous about your project. And the way you've detailed it, I think that front elevation of that element is very, very successful. So I think, it's just about trying to find a way to condense your circulation into one area, and maybe rather than have your sunken auditorium, whatever shape that is, in there, maybe you extend it so that this can absorb some of the circulation. Like this could be a beautiful stair going up or down or below ground.
Yes, I do like that idea.
Rebecca, I really like your project. It's there's a lot of lovely aspects of it. I'm wondering if there's a way to make your garden more, I don't know, sort of architectural or more kind of expressive. I really love the idea of having a community garden, but it seems like it's very kind of like the typical flower bed scheme. And with some of the like screening you're doing, I could imagine the garden becoming more vertical and thinking of like some sort of lattice that the garden's growing upon, and maybe that's has to do with the fact that this is an urban context, so just kind of like dispersing out your garden into a field might not be the most appropriate or the most I don't know, productive way to use the land. Or maybe it's kind of bringing it up into the rooftop, or I know you do have the one, you said 2-story greenhouse, and I just love to know kind of how you imagine that working. I think it's just an idea that has a lot of potential to kind of be thought through even more. So I don't know, did you think about any of that, or do you have anything more about the 2-story greenhouse that you mentioned?
I'm not particularly sure. I kind of was inspired by the Crystal Palaces. I like the feeling of being inside of the greenhouse and being surrounded by vegetation. So I think mostly the driving force behind that was wanting the experience of being like sitting down at a cafe to be like nice and pleasing.
Yeah. I will say there was one moment where you were showing, I think it was part of your cafe, I may be wrong, and there was an area that I think you were looking out into the greenhouse, and you had a big glass roof. And the problem that we might face in Austin is, if it's just an interior like occupiable space with a huge glass roof, it might act as a greenhouse in like a negative way by just becoming really hot. But I think creating the quality of a greenhouse, like something very light and airy, and I think with this, even kind of like the screens that you're using, I think all of that can be achieved, and I think you're starting to do that. So yeah, nice work.
Thank you.
Noah, you're muted.
Sorry, I had a barking dog. I was trying to. Can you go to one of the sections? You had the one slide with sections cut 2 different directions. Was this it? Yes, the one on the top there, section A. Can you zoom in a little bit on that? So can you talk a little bit about the experience, how that woman on the left is kind of, what is the experience moving between the neighborhood and into this courtyard? What is that threshold experience like from kind of completely public to this semi-private, semi-public space?
Yeah, I'd say it's just kind of completely, mostly just enclosed. I imagine like it's like coming in from the wall, there would be a tree here, and you're just kind of coming in to like, I don't know, there is an opening that looks directly out, that looks directly at the greenhouse, and you kind of have to turn a corner in order to see the garden. So I kind of still imagine it to be a little bit hidden, but just kind of accessible to the neighborhood.
Okay.
And then there are also
I think
the back, yeah.
I actually didn't even notice that tree, and for me, if the darkness on that tree was bumped up a little bit, it would tell a completely different story, and I think give a lot of different, a whole different quality to the character of that space. I agree with Charles. I think the move of the kind of burying the residential and sticking to your thesis of that residential being kind of quiet, secluded, private, burying that in the back up against the wall, almost treating it like it is an architecture of a wall, like the people are kind of living in the retaining wall at the back of the site. I think it's a really powerful move. And then I think you have that typology of Austin kind of apartment buildings where, you pass underneath something, and then, you know, a lot of the times it's the staircase in the front or a bridge that connects the two wings of an apartment building all around campus. And then you pass in, and then you're in the middle courtyard. But there's something about that moment that you pass in that is telling you, you know, this is first of all, lower your voice a little bit. Second of all, maybe you should be dressed a little bit nicer. You know, whatever it can tell you, whatever, you know, this is a place of music. I think there's a lot to that moment that you pass into that courtyard. And I think thinking very, very closely about the sequence of moving, you know, it could just be like you've got kind of stairs that come up and there's a little wall there and you circle around a wall and you come in, but maybe there is more of an overhead element, something to indicate that you're now moving into this space. I think for the sake of privacy for those residences, if that space could feel a little bit more of a break from the neighborhood, like once you pass through that threshold, you know you're in sort of a sacred space of music, or in this case, music and garden or something like that. I think it could be powerful. In this case, it may even, you know, it would translate more just if that tree got bumped up in opacity a little bit.
Yeah.
One more thing I was going to say quickly about the presentation. I think it's very easy to kind of walk through a procession as if we're looking at, you know, we're like checking off that you've satisfied all the requirements that Juan gave you. You know, make sure you have this many sections, make sure you have this many accents, make sure you have this. But as the reviewers, if we're kind of a client and you're presenting to us why your building is good, I think it's less important that you kind of, okay, now we've covered the sections, now we've covered the plans, but really think a lot as you get into the next studios and you deal with more complicated buildings, which means more complicated presentations to convey why those buildings are good. Think about the narrative that you can kind of spin for us, and not just A to B to C to D, focus a long time on a plan, talking us through this space is like this space is like this, but make sure all the visual components are there so that the full story is explained and goes along with what you're saying, and we're not just kind of checking off that you completed the assignment.
Yeah.
Good point. So thank you. I think we're going to move to the next one. It's going to be Campbell.
Yes, let me share my screen. Let's see.
Campbell, you don't have a mountaintop next to you, behind you. How come?
No, I'm on a different computer today. It's on my other one. We all had the same background as a class, so I don't have it, unfortunately, today.
Just making sure.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm Campbell Robinson, just to introduce myself. As everyone else has already explained and done a very good job telling about what the requirements were for this. So I won't go too far into that, but 2500 Lake Austin Boulevard. So I wanted to start with some process that I went through when looking at this, some very early hand sketches and floor plans and sections that I did throughout, as well as a little bit of inspiration. So I'm glad Rebecca went first, because her building, next to her building, the one that she had to kind of work with, was the one that I did with my partner for the second assignment. And our inspiration was Olgiati, as she already mentioned. And I really liked that architect and liked what his process looked like and how he really carved things out of a larger mass. So I kind of took a little bit of inspiration with that when I was doing mine. I also looked, this is not from any of the precedent studies, but separately from an architecture history class that we're taking. The Bubble House, I'm sure it's fairly famous in the south of France. And I didn't really take any inspiration from the form of that house, but it will become apparent later on in the presentation. The windows, I was fascinated by how all of the windows seem to just disappear and create these open apertures outwards. The windows just blended in. So very different form, but similar on the window note. So we can move into the site plan here. And I hope it shows up. It's a little weird on the PDF, the way it's been transferred, but at least on my end. But here's the overall site plan, as we've already seen, the building on the corner of Lake Austin Boulevard and Hearn Street. And the most important things to note here, when I was going through the initial process, I was really looking at the building next door and trying to kind of take some of the lines that the building already had, kind of mimic this line, the diagonal there and there, as well as continue this all these parallel lines here, here, and here along the side. And then also drawing from this line to this line. We can see that more as we get into the plans here. I'm gonna try to zoom in. Is that showing up in the right way for y'all?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can see again, all of these diagonal lines here create my courtyard, which is in some ways connected to the open space in front of the building next door as well. And the main auditorium space is on the first floor. I actually dug farther into the site. The original retaining wall goes through about here. So I dug in through that even further, and you can see all this is the cut part that's under, underground there. But I wanted to dig in. The main thing I wanted was to create a very open and flexible space. So these are all sliding doors that retract and completely, just about completely at least, open up this auditorium space into the outdoor courtyard. And it can be very flexible. There could be a stage set up here with people viewing completely indoors, if it's bad weather or whatever, or if it's very nice weather in the spring or whatnot, you could actually set up a stage outdoors in one of these areas and have even more people filling the space. So really this entire area out here can then become usable for whatever needs to happen, whether it's a performance or an exhibition, who knows. Here's the entrance area, and I'll talk a little bit more about the sequence in circulation later, but just I have my coffee shop at the front. So that part I wanted to put as close to the main thoroughfare as possible, because that's the more inviting part, I guess, that would draw people into the building, even if they're not necessarily thinking, oh, I'm going to a concert or an exhibition. I might just want a cup of coffee, but then they might actually get drawn into the art and the music that's in the building. I guess I'm actually have to go this way. Let's see. Here is the second floor. Important things to note here. This is a double height space for the auditorium. And so I think the first two people might have mentioned that we did get a little bit of flexibility in adding our own space. So my kind of unique space is this second floor gallery area. It's not enormous, but it's sizable enough to maybe do a small art exhibition, but it can also double as further viewing space that looks down into this auditorium as well. And we can see that later in sections, as well as administrative office space. I won't go too far into all of the little details. And then the third and fourth floors are all completely residential with the practice spaces. So I did something a little different. Some people really separated their practice spaces from the residence, and others put them together. I decided to put them as close together as possible. It made the most sense to me that you're living in your dorm style room. So not large, just enough to sleep, and you have your own bathroom, but then your own little practice and mini performance space, if you will, directly attached. But it's very flexible. And again, back to the flexibility idea that I talked about earlier, you have people can walk in and out. You can close this off, close the practice room off and have a private apartment, or connect it to the practice room, or vice versa. So it's very flexible, as well as the more communal area with a kitchen, full kitchen, dining and living, that type of stuff. Okay, and then we can go up to the very top floor, has more living area, but the more notable thing is the terrace space that kind of wraps around the side, and that would have a view towards the lake, which is down this way. So that's really the nice thing about that area. And then roof plan, we've already seen the site plan, so I won't spend too much time there. I'm trying to zoom out again. Okay, so now this is good. We can see some sections. This gives a better idea of that double height auditorium space that I mentioned earlier, with the gallery / viewing area up above, so people can look down in. It just gives you an idea. So even though the outside things are more orthogonal, there are some double height spaces of interest within the building as well. And then on the other section, going the other direction, the long direction from north to south on the building, again gives an idea of this open auditorium space, how it opens up into this under courtyard area as well. So there's actually part of it's covered, as you've seen, and that's a double height space as well. So it's very, very open at the bottom. I'm going to zoom out. Okay, so now again, we can see how everything opens up. you get another idea of looking through and whatnot on the axon drawing, as well as upstairs. This is the part we haven't seen yet, is the terrace space in 3D. So it gives you an idea of how that has a lot of height to it and can look down and have a good view. And then more elevations. This is the first time we're now seeing the outside of the building. This is where the stuff I was talking about with the windows earlier kind of comes in a little bit. I wanted to make the windows seem as flush as possible with the outside of the building. So it almost highlighted the massing of the building itself as in the blocks that the building is made up of, rather than a lot of different portals that you are looking in from. And again, the sloping of the site. I think these perspectives are really good to show the sloping. Furthermore, you can see in the entire site and the street. So here's Lake Austin Boulevard and the side street, Hearn Street. Everything slopes down. Again, the massing of the building is what's important and what you see. The windows, I imagine the windows having kind of almost a matte finish on the outside as well. So it continues the continuity of the space. You can really focus on where I've carved out, like I talked about earlier with the old Ghiati stuff. So I've kind of taken this mass and carved.
Can you zoom in the little one that is upper, the other one?
Yes.
It's a little, no.
Yeah, I think this one does a good job of kind of showing what I was talking about, where I've had this one mass where I've taken out from the bottom, kind of carved out. At least it gives that appearance. And you can also see the relation again with the diagonal with the existing building over here that we're working with. And then some diagrams, nothing terribly new that I haven't showed you already, but just to give another idea of this, some circulation on the lower floor, particularly how people really can walk in from almost any direction. So it's very inviting. Back up here is the neighborhood. So people can just walk down this slope and very easily enter this way. There's the most traditional way, which is just straight up on the main street here, as well as entering from the side, kind of through the neighboring site to a degree. Oh, and then here, there's also, I don't know if I mentioned this, but there is kind of a separate way to get up into this gallery space. So you could really have different things going on at once, theoretically. You could have kind of a small performance going on below, and you could actually close off the upper gallery space and have kind of a separate thing or a separate group practicing. It's very flexible as to what can happen and where. Uh-oh. Did I just unshare?
Yes, you did.
Sorry. There we go. We're back.
Yeah, you can start wrapping up. So.
Okay, this is the last slide I have. Just to show some renderings to give more of an idea of material that I talked about. And this is where it kind of goes back to the bubble house. Again, the form is very different from the bubble house, obviously. I have much more orthogonal shapes, but the idea that the windows, particularly in the lower rendering, you can see they're supposed to be very flush with the outside. So it highlights the actual form of the building itself, as well from the inside too. You almost don't even notice certain windows are there. And so what I kind of imagined for the structures, it would be probably a steel frame of sorts where you're plastering over everything right up to the window itself. So the window itself is framed, but the frame itself has been possibly even plastered over to create a very flush look. But again, just to give an idea of some materials that I used throughout with these two renderings. One is midday, and then this one's more of a early morning sunrise, light coming in from the east. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Camo. Go back to maybe one of the renderings, I mean, the actions that you had, whatever, the reviewers can decide what they want to focus on. So I'm going to let that up to them.
Why those materials, Campbell? Why is that your material palette? How did those materials relate to your bigger thesis ideas on this project?
Well, specifically with the marble, I guess I actually didn't mention that, so I'm glad you asked that. I was really looking a little bit more at reflective surfaces, I guess, and something that's as clean as possible, again, to highlight the actual massing of the structure itself, I guess. And so it just came to me that, and I know plaster's used quite a bit in kind of the more modern looking structures where you're trying to make things as clean as possible in the way it appears, but specifically marble reflectivity is, I guess, what I would go off, and you can kind of see that in some of the renders. It creates a nice reflections throughout, I guess.
why do you want so much reflection on a hot Texas day?
I'm sorry, what was I didn't?
Why would you want so much reflection on
Well,
this?
why would I want reflection? Well, one thing that comes to mind for the second floor gallery space that I showed earlier, and I don't have a render of that, but my kind of unique space that I added, it could create very interesting lighting conditions for certain displays. And I know this is much more of a music area as well. But in my mind, I've always thought that kind of music and any kind of art for that matter can combine and come together. So there could even be a sculptural exhibition. And that's one thing I had put here with this stand-in sculptural piece. It's not supposed to be anything specific, but just the idea that you could maybe even have a sculpture garden of sorts. And that would be a place where I think the reflection could be very useful. So
am I looking at an outdoor courtyard view on the lower image? Like,
oh yes, I'm sorry, I didn't explain that properly. So that's actually from inside of the the main performance space. But yes, it's looking out into the courtyard. So that is it's interior exterior. It's that space that can completely open up and become part of the courtyard.
Go to the plan and explaining the plans.
Okay, let me. I'm gonna switch to the Miro board. I think that'll probably be easier for this. I have all of my.
Juan, is the Miro board your product?
Yeah, it's my I patented because now it has become like it's actually pretty convenient.
Yeah, that's cool.
Can everyone see this now? The Miro board.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, now I can go back. So here's to answer the question more specifically. Here's the view more or less in the plan
Right.
out into the courtyard.
I'm less concerned about the space inside than the courtyard itself, like that exterior space right there being very reflective and reflecting the sun with white marble. It sounds like very intense. I just wanted to make a quick comment, which is I do like the site plan on this level. And I think when you start to elevate it, when you start to look at your building in 3 dimensions, well, can you show me that perspective where you show, let's see.
This one?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, no, that one is actually quite good. This one right there, I think it's a bit problematic because I don't get the sense of those 2 buildings responding to the third one and creating a courtyard. I have an image of kind of a walled building. Whereas on this one, I think what's very promising, can you zoom in on that? I am wondering if there is a way to think of your building as having 2 pillars on the ground floor that support a bridge element that maybe could start to articulate your elevation. Because currently in your elevation, this reads as a 4-story building. And I don't think that helps your case. I love the idea that there is a separation between, what's happening at the courtyard level. And then you have this suspended, you create more of a tension, like music, point, counterpoint, compression, suspension. And I think that could have helped a lot in the articulation of your facade, really separating what's happening, those as pier building and this as kind of a lightweight element. I also wanted to make one final comment. I think your perspective on the first page, can you go back to that? It seems to me that the moment you move into computers drawing, you get into trouble because I think that's a very nice looking drawing. I mean, I don't really see how it relates to the final scheme, but I love the pedestrian circulation, the idea of vegetation, the portal. I think it's a very rich drawing. So keep sketching.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think with the sketching too, if you on those on the 2 kind of aerial perspectives that you have set up, if you print one of those, I mean, all of the stuff you just generated is fair game for the next iteration of a facade treatment of the shape of the courtyard. If you printed out either one of those and laid down some trace paper and started sketching and let your imagination go, I think you'd immediately start to address some of the really good points that Charles brought up, which is, is the massing kind of appropriate for the it's going to be mass and courtyard, and are the two in appropriate proportions? What's the engagement of the courtyard below from some of the spaces and the patios that are created above? And I think if you just draw it with a lot more life, like this sketch has, it will like what you have in the perspective is kind of a rubric, like you've got the line work there to guide your perspective. Now, if you put some trace paper down and started drawing, it would get a lot more life and soak up a lot more of the nuance of the program.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
Campbell, I would encourage you to be a little more specific and more intentional when you're drawing. I think you have a lot of good ideas, but they're not necessarily represented in your drawings. For example, if you go to the second floor plan, you talk about the special gallery space that you're creating, but from what you've drawn, I have really no idea of what the quality of the space is. And you may have ideas about that, but they're not represented. And so I would kind of encourage you to attack the drawings with more intensity and more detail, and just really try to draw out a lot of the ideas that you're talking about. Even the facade articulation, you're talking about something, but it's not really showing up in the drawing itself. So, and I think that just, moving into the next semester, really use the drawings as a tool for yourself. And I absolutely agree. I think hand drawing would be a great way to go for you in terms of kind of working through ideas, but use the drawings as a way to explore the spaces. And, you hand draw maybe a perspective of that space so that you know what that space actually feels like. Because I think, having a gallery is fine, but I think you'll need to kind of like design that gallery. It's not enough to just say, I have a gallery. And then the other thing, I think just thinking the studio is called Integration Studio. And so I think thinking a little bit more about integrating all of the parts. There's some things that I think are working really well. Going back to the courtyard, like you're even thinking about the floor material, which I know on the rendering, it was just became this glossy field, but in the original plans, I was imagining, there's kind of like this subtle relationship with the angle of the other building. And I thought that was really nice. But I think, beginning to integrate all of the different elements of this. So when you did talk about the material choices, one of my thoughts was, well, in addition to the sun comment, but this is a music venue. Marble, has a really big implication for the sound quality. So, if you're dealing with music, think about acoustics, and that might also translate into the living spaces where you have the practice rooms right next to the bedrooms. That might create some problems if people are wanting to practice early or late while other people are sleeping. So I think just kind of like really trying to, bring it all together a little bit more, in your next project. I think that's my main comment, but yeah.
No, that's good. So actually, I did have a question on that with the marble flooring, for example, or whatever materials end up using. So you actually like the idea of breaking it up into the squares, I guess, like I had it here?
Right. I think there's some intention behind, it might not even have to be squares, but just the fact that you'd kind of thought about a patterning that relates in a subtle way to something else happening in the site, I think is nice. But it's sort of, maybe that idea got lost later on. Anyway, I think just kind of the attention to detail can really be brought into all other aspects of your building and of your drawings.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to stress what Claire said about the specificity of the drawing, but also the specificity of what you said. I think when you talked about the courtyard, you referred to it as being usable, whatever may happen in it, or something, or whatever needs to happen. And this is where, you know, we need to take you to task, because you have to design that garden. If your project is about the space between the building, you have to design it. You have to propose it. So I'm encouraged to think that, you know, you put a sphere, you put some squares, so you're thinking about scale, about kind of materiality. But eventually, the more intense your investigation will be on the design of the garden, I think the more it might feed back into your overall point of view. So it's really an encouragement to stick to your words and to really try to be very specific in your depiction of what it is you want to accomplish.
Okay, thank you.
Those are good points. So, and I think the integration comment is important, because in a way, I mean, it's okay to not be able to get everything. No, don't get out of this drawing. I wanted to point out something, but no, stay there. That's good. But, you know, the integration is something that you may be more aware as you reflect on this project, you know, later, because, for example, you think about, we talk about structure, right? So the reason, you know, sometimes we ask, hey, for a diagram of the structure, is because it forces you to do things that, you know, you were very excited about this span over this space, but all of a sudden we don't see any structure along here. So the integration is you having to ask yourself that question. It's like, why is there not a support here? Why is not, there's no trace of anything that is as bold as what you're proposing here, reflecting that you are in a way following through. So I mean, a lot of what we hear is people say, hey, follow through with what you said or what you draw or what you are saying. So here, the paving, one wonders, you talk about this line, you talk about this line, but the paving is not quite any of those. So you wonder, is like, so that level of just being more precise with, and so if you're incorporating this plaza, maybe you say, okay, we're going to work with them saying, you know, we're going to connect those two. So this is okay that you guys don't have, and remember that I told you since the beginning, it feels like, oh, when you have two balls on the air, then all of a sudden someone is throwing another ball at you. So you have so many things to, but that's what it is. I mean, at some point, all these things will come natural to you. Say, when you draw this paving the first time, it will be natural for you to do it in the way that probably was more intentionally done, which is to follow these cuts, but it's not quite there. And I think that's what Claire is kind of missing in a way, that sense of integrating this thing. Okay, just one side comment I wanted to add. It's good for everybody to hear, because in a way, and Campbell, this is the normal thing, to have not everything fully under control, but that's the goal of the studio, to kind of, in a way, increase your level of awareness. So all these are very, very helpful comments for everybody. So we're going to go with the last student, Caroline. If you can go, that would be great.
Yes, let me share my screen.
Campbell, I've put an image on the chat for you to refer to as a courtyard configuration.
Okay, thank you.
Can you all see my screen? Okay, perfect. And also my audio has been kind of splotchy lately, so if you can't hear me, please let me know. Okay, hello. I am Caroline, and my building I titled it the Unity Music Center. Everyone did a really good job of describing the program that we were assigned and the functions, but just to reiterate, it is a music center for musicians to come where they can live and perform, and then there's public, private spaces, etc. And so the goals really for my structure is I wanted to create a sense of unity in every single part of the program, because the program's kind of split up into three main sections. You have the residential spaces, the public office spaces, coffee shops, etc., and the performance space. And I really wanted to create a design that unified them all, and also unified it to other buildings. And so that is what I tried to do, and I wanted to use simple geometries. So I ended up choosing to use a rectangle and a cylinder or a circle, as you can see in my site plan over here. And I created a courtyard using the circle that I cut through the rectangle, and then I extruded the courtyard down I mean, not the courtyard, the cylinder down underground to create the performance space. So it's continuous. So it's kind of like a play on the void and stereoatomic mass. So yes, I will, oh wait, also, I also wanted to, so the reason why I chose the circle and I placed it in the center on this side is I really wanted to relate to my neighbor. So they created a building based on Shimon Sutcliffe, the architects. And they created this site plan and morphed the site into this S curve. And I really thought it was interesting if I could play off of it with my building. And so I wanted to play using the circular courtyard and the curve. So yes, here are my plans. We'll start with the ground plan. Sorry, it's blurry. Oh, I'll go in Miro afterwards so you can see it more clearly. I don't know why it's not loading, but this is my ground plan. My main goal was to use the circle and the rectangle to really influence every single thing in my project. And so the circle being the main part. So I wanted to create the circulation throughout the whole building right outside of the courtyard, so that when people are walking and moving through interior spaces, they're connected to the courtyard and to everything else, because they can basically see across the way. And programmatically, I put the residential spaces on this side and the more public spaces on this side. And I used, to create the room shapes, I used radially from the center of the circle and extruded lines out at 30 degrees to continually create like that circle influence and to create the room shapes. And so these are living spaces, and this with the third floor also are very similar. And then there is a big practice room next to it, because I wanted just to have a practice room that was not connected, but very close to the spaces, that was communal, so that musicians can learn from each other and work from each other. And then over here, this is just, these are just bathrooms just to have a general entranceway. So when people are coming up out of the performance space or going into it, they can hang out down here and just relax. And they're not crowded by a bunch of office buildings or coffee shops, etc. And then if you go to the second floor over here, that's the third floor, sorry. Oh no. Okay, second floor. Right, there we go. This area over here, this one now has 3 rooms, and then on the second floor, there is a community kitchen area that is right here. And then, so it goes every other floor. The first floor has 2 bedrooms, second floor has 3, third floor has 2, fourth floor has 3, just to have like every other having a practice space and then every other having a communal space. So every 2 floors kind of work together to create a community space. And then over here is just a coffee shop and a cafe just for people to hang out. And again, I used the circulation and the circle extruded to create the shape for literally everything in my project. So I'm not going to go too in depth on the third and the fourth floor because they're basically the same functions, except for on the public side, it's just office buildings. And then there is on the fourth floor, there is like a room where there will be a bunch of musical equipment, and hopefully along the years as residents come, they'll donate musical equipment and instruments that people can use and experiment with that are staying there. And then lastly, the underground performance space is a circular space, and it has a skylight in the middle that I created. And then around the skylight is just a bench, so people aren't walking through a courtyard and there's just a giant random skylight. I wanted to create a bench so it's still maintaining.
How can you get it to zoom? To focus?
I don't know.
When you click on it, who knew the trick? Someone.
I can try going to Miro. Because I know it's focused in Miro. I don't know why it's not focused in PDF.
Oh, yeah, well, you can go there.
Okay, I'll go to that. Should I go to Miro?
Yeah, I think it's better because it looks like it's distracting to have it out of focus. So.
Let's see if it works. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, yeah. So this is my underground performance space again. And there is circulation to get down there from each separate side. If you zoom in, you can see this is the shape of the building. And then on the exterior, there is circulation. Then we have another perspective. So this is just looking at the exterior of the building. So originally I had very orthogonal, just flat sides with no depth really to it. And what I ended up doing is I extruded the floor levels on certain areas to create these balconies that are all different heights from the ground to just create some depth to the exterior while keeping it really simplistic. And then also you can see over here my neighbor, their site design, how this little curve will affects the courtyard of mine. Here are my elevations. These are just again showing the exterior of the building. This is facing the street going to Terrytown. Terrytown is over here. And so, yeah, these are just showing the exteriors. Then I have some circulation stairs right here. And this is really the separation from public to private. So these are the public spaces like the coffee shop, office buildings, office spaces, storage, etc. And these are the residential. So this stair provides circulation, but it also provides kind of a boundary line. So you're not, all these public spaces aren't infiltrating into the private spaces. So you can find some privacy. And then this is the back of my building. And basically the ground floor is right here, but you can, to get up at the back of the building, I created a ledge from the site that you walk on down here. And then you can go upstairs to get to any of these. So this is kind of just like a back private way for residents to get in so they don't have to walk through a public space. And so it feels more intimate and more private. Here is my section, my accent section. This is really showing, the performance space. So the performance space, I kept it really minimalistic. Honestly, I think I could very much develop it more, but I really want the performance space to be very abstracted, in which depending on the performer or the musician, they can choose how they want to set up the space. Because at first I had it where the stage was smack in the middle and then there was bleachers all around. And I thought it was just too restricting. And I think it's really interesting because a circle is so simple, but you can make it so complex in how you organize spaces in different ways. And so I really wanted to leave it up to the performers. And then here is my skylight. It's a cut of my skylight, how we have glass right here. And then we have the bench around that people can sit and look in the courtyard.
Okay, we need to start wrapping up, Caroline.
Okay, perfect. I think I have two more. Here are my sections. These are just reiterating what I was saying. And here.
You need to explain everything, don't
okay.
you need, anything that you want to add, but I'm saying that the skylight is cut again here.
Yes, yeah. So that was again, just reiterating what I was saying. Material wise, I was thinking that I was going to use reinforced concrete, steel, wood, and glass, and I was going to use reinforced concrete and glass paneling to kind of shape the exterior, and then wood for the interior shapes, because as you can see, the courtyard's fully exterior, the circulation is half exterior, half interior, and the rooms are all interior. And so I wanted to use material to define that. And then diagrams just explaining the circulation, how you can get throughout the building, how you can circulate. And then these are my 3 stairs. on the edges of the buildings and dividing the public and private space. And that is it. Tell me where y'all would like me to stop. I'll go to the plan for now.
Well,
Yeah. Oh.
Go ahead, Claire.
Okay. So my first comment, Caroline, is you had mentioned that you said literally everything is dictated by the circle, but we can see in the plan there's one thing that's like obviously not, and that's that stair that is sort of timidly jutting out into the circle a little bit. And I think that's an opportunity for you to actually use that as a foil to what you're, this larger move that you're making with everything being very sort of controlled by the circle. Then you have this one thing that juts out into it. And I think that could also be a chance for you to really design a staircase that's really inviting and becomes more than just, a typical stair that you're, using to move vertically. Another thing you mentioned quickly at the end, and I'm not sure if this was your intention, but I kind of caught that you're saying you would use wood for the interior and something else for the exterior. Maybe that was incorrect, but I think there's something there where if you're thinking about this definitely being like a carved out, an element that's carved out the circle. I think I could really see that kind of being embraced as like a wood materiality, because that can really translate well. And then maybe the exterior is wrapped in another material, so because you have this duality, and I think that could really kind of be an interesting play. So I think there's a lot of kind of exciting potential to create something very unique. But I would say the exterior elevations are, could use some development. I think similar to another project, they feel very sort of conventional Austin architectural language with some balconies that I'm not sure that they're really working well the way that they're kind of scattered. And then the roof overhang, I don't know. I think there's a lot more that could be designed in that exterior. And maybe if you think about it as this, real contrast to the interior and start to kind of like play back and forth, that might help really kind of develop both ways.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful. Yes.
Can you go back to your floor plans?
Yeah.
My first impression is I'm wondering if your building is oriented the right way, because by focusing on the music center, I think there's an opportunity that is missed to really capture the view, which is mostly toward the south, not towards the music building, which is also located on the west side of the site. So imagine for Sunset, the kind of challenges you will have of dealing with that intense sunset. And I think it's fine to use geometry as kind of a driving principle to come up with an overall organization. I find it, challenging to follow your description when you rely on words to describe something that needs to be shown in drawings. Like, I think you've had some interesting ideas about creating a communal rehearsing area where different people can play music together, which, whether or not that would actually work or not, I think that would demand a drawing that actually shows us that you're thinking about that in terms of showing a piano, a guitar, and then you might, I think there's just a lot of things that are being articulated verbally that to me become harder to follow and more dangerously harder to believe if you don't test it graphically. So just as a you know, I know that this is a lot on your plate of dealing with the site, dealing with the neighboring building, and dealing with the scale, but just, you know, be aware that when you talk about, for example, apartment buildings on the upper floor, like nothing was drawn, like it was just kind of some pie-shaped void where we were asked to see, oh, this is a 2-bedroom, this is a 3-bedroom. So even if it's very diagrammatic, I would encourage you, Caroline, to kind of, you know, just add more layers of information, because I think it will help you make a better decision, or make more specific decisions.
Mhm. Yes, thank you. I agree. Yeah, I definitely need more information, and that was very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, Caroline, I want to commend you on the I think the simplicity of the one big move can be powerful. I think a tendency in studios, especially early on, is to solve every one of the little challenges that come up sort of like super locally, as opposed to trying to do a couple of the big moves and stick to them as a thesis and really make them work. And so I think there were a couple things that were really nice from a design perspective of this kind of like articulation of the floors with kind of all the tectonic you know, handrails and circulation and stairs between them. You get these kind of planes and then the carve of the circle. So I think the big move actually has really a lot of potential in being, actually, can you go to maybe, I think the first early in the presentation you showed an image that kind of gave a sense of what the building felt like. Yeah, I think it's just, it's pretty to look at. I think there's a lot of really good potential as you start to get into it. I agree with Claire about the elevations. For me, the once you carve that circle and you put balconies and you detail the handrails really nicely, the interior almost speaks for itself. Like the rooms and the entries to the rooms fade back a little bit, and you've got this kind of wall of life surrounding you. I think it's really exciting, and I think if you could find a way to carry that to the outside of the building, so that it felt like you know, there was some relationship where, I mean, I think the tendency now is you get a shell of a building and then you carve and you see the inside. I call it like candy bar architecture, where you have like the chocolate on the outside, then the gooey caramel on the inside. I don't know if it wants to be that. I think there's something to the elements wrapping around the outside like you have it. I think it's really nice that way. I think the scale of the wings might be something like what Charles is saying, as you start to actually put things in the rooms, which I think is just such a necessary step in these studios, actually putting things in, understanding the space between them. I mean, that's the micro scale of these macro moves that you're doing, is siting these buildings on the site, and then siting elements in rooms, and then everything in relationship to each other. So once you start to do that, I think the places where your building gets a little thin, I think the proportions of those will feel a little bit more right as those spread out, and maybe as your building wraps a bit more. I don't know if it needs to be, you know, just a rectangle with a carve out of it. There may be more to the geometry of the rectangle, but still with this like really pure platonic void in the middle. The other thing I was going to say is I think you know, it seems to be maybe almost a default for a couple people. It was like either the performance center is kind of part of the architecture on the ground floor, and it's like a more typical performing arts center. You would walk in off the street and you'd have your ticket or something and you'd go, or we just sink it underground. And the thesis is like, it's underground because it's like a contemplative place of music, and you know, like the deep dark kind of architects that we go to for that poetic inspiration. It's underground, it's thoughtful, it's you know. But I think yours, there's potential to make it part of that living void on the inside. It almost feels like you're setting up this auditorium. So there maybe there's something more to the point I'm trying to make on that one, is that I think the element of the auditorium is a bit disconnected from the element of the rest of it. I think it seems like maybe a default, you just put it underground and there's 2 staircases that get you there. And now, you know, like now, okay, that element is dealt with. Now I can go back to dealing with this rectangle in the void. But I think you want to make sure that everything, all the stories of all these pieces are tying together, and that your thesis clearly applies to the bigger moves and not most of the moves, with this other move just kind of quickly happening over here.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's always a challenge how to keep, you know, that's the name of the studio, integration, how to integrate, how to, you know, those things work. But we're coming to an end. Thank you very much to the reviewers. I think that the comments, I hope that you guys are still awake and able to process. I think that, as I said, they're applicable to your projects as well, many of the comments. So thank you, Charles. Thank you, Claire, and thank you, Noah. And I know that you have been busy with reviews, Charles, and especially Charles and Claire. We're going to end now. Students, make sure that you are back at 3 because we'll have the last round, and we'll get started again. So thank you again,
Juan.
Charles. Thanks, Claire. Thanks, Noah.
Thanks, everyone. Great work. Congrats on the semester being done. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, see you guys soon.
Sorry, do we know the order for the next round?
You're not hearing me. You're going first, Gergo.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
I'll improvise after that, Jaden. So Gergo ask, he's going first. Okay.
That's okay.
Okay.
Awesome.
Hey, Simon. I think you're muted.
How you doing, Juan?
Good, good.
Good, splendid.
Lovely. I mean, it's 10 in the, is it 10 or 9 p.m. for you?
9 o'clock.
9, okay. Yeah, so it's, you're becoming a night owl.
I've just left Wilfred in Berlin. He's running later than I. He'll be on until midnight. But it's good. It works. It's good system.
I'm very happy to know that you are in London. I mean, I think it's great that you had the opportunity to teach while being in London. You know, it's the only thing that would have been great is that the students could have come and joined you for a little while, right?
Oh gosh, yes. It's quite interesting because in the last review there was somebody in Dublin, and so some people got thrown out of their apartments, and they simply cancelled my flight. It was that difficult, and then it got really dangerous, and I think with some of the lunacy in Austin that may be a good thing, though it's very difficult being away from home so long. You know, it's weird. It's the longest I've been away in most of my life.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, hopefully now with the vaccine, hopefully we can.
Well, hopefully the vaccine will start next week, I'm hoping, and then I go 3 weeks before the second one, so I can come in January. So we're talking our favorite subject, folks.
Yeah. Well, what they don't know is that you are in London, so you have a reviewer that is in London, you know, reviewing your projects, which is one of the great things that we can do now. So we couldn't do that before. So, but I think Simon is missing Austin.
Yeah. Tacos in particular. Violent salsas. Not that there's much eating out these days if you're wanting to be careful. I hope everyone's being really careful in Austin. It's not something to take lightly. And I have family in, I've got both sides of the Atlantic. I've got one part of my family is on the front line in Minnesota, and it's absolutely tragic in northern Minnesota at the moment. And two of my family in Britain are frontline. Both of them have got it. They're each leading research practitioners, but they've been drawn into. My niece was looking after 174 people on ventilators.
Oh, wow.
So it's really something. Well, here we are. We're on time and going. Are there other people?
We have Simon. The problem that there are 2 reviewers that are still haven't joined. So let me see if in the waiting list for some reason.
They could be. If you don't have the UT email, it's sometimes difficult to get in.
Yes, they are. Okay, so
here,
yeah.
Mary Michael's here.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't. Normally it pops up. Hi, hey, Maya, how are you? Mary Michael, how are you?
I'm good. I know. Hi.
You guys were in the waiting list, but I didn't. I normally just pops up, and in this case I had to go look for it. So I'm happy that, you know, I don't know, you had been there for a long. We were doing small talk while you were connecting, but you were waiting in the waiting room. So thank you for joining. Good to see you. And Simon is also here. So
hi, Simon.
Good to see you. Hi. I hope
Simon
life
is in London, by the way. He's in London, so it's getting late in the evening for him. So he's going to finish this review at 11 p.m. So we'll try to be respectful to your time, Simon. So we'll try to do it.
Don't worry. Carry on. We're doing fine.
Efficiently. So we have 5 projects. So you guys, presenters, you need to be very careful with the time, not drag too much in your presentations. We have 5. We have been in the sessions this morning. We did 4 students in each session, so we had to go a little faster. But there should be plenty of time. And so before we start, let me give you a sense of what we're doing. I think Mary Michael knows very well the studio, but I'll explain you about the studio, and then well, first let me introduce you, and then I can talk about the studio. So the reviewers that we have. Simon Atkinson is a professor from the school. Even if he's in London, he's been our professor at our school for many, many years. You have probably seen him in reviews before, because he's very active in the undergraduate sequence of studios. He has taught urban studios at the advanced level, like he's doing this semester in London, and also at the undergraduate level. And he's I think that in the spring you normally teach one of the intermediate studios, right, Simon?
To environmental intermediate.
Yeah, exactly. So one of the intermediate studios. So for Maya and Mary Michael knows she taught last year one of the intermediate studios, but Maya, this is the second year students doing their 3rd semester. And there is called Design 3 Integration. It's the first of the intermediate studios that prepare them for the advanced sequence that comes after. So, and it's a big jump in the sense that the first year they do foundation studios. This is the first time that they're tasked with, doing a building for the first time, with all the challenges that implies. And the studios is structured in a way that they do work in teams. At the beginning of the semester, they do a precedent study that we coordinated. In this case, there are 4 sections of this intermediate studio. 2 of those sections, Alex, Jaxa, and myself, we are fully coordinated. We are doing even the same brief. The other 2 sections are working on the same site, same project, but with their own briefs. So in this case, Alex and I were very happy to collaborate, and we did some reviews together. And so the first exercise was, well, I was going from the introduction, and now I started talking about the project. Let me finish with the introduction. So we have Maya Krishman. So Maya is a graduate of our program. She's one of the partners at Michael Schu's office in Austin. You probably have seen or been in some of the projects that her office has done. And she's active in reviews. I mean, you've taught also at the school, but you haven't taught in a while, right, Maya?
No, I've been immersed in our studio. Yeah, I was back when it was sound building many years ago.
But you're active in reviews, so you know more or less what the students are, in this intermediate studios. And Mary Michael is also an architect practicing in town at Mac Odom's office, and she's also a graduate of our program. And last year she taught the intermediate studio integration, so she's familiar with the sequence. When she taught it was more like 3rd-year students. So these students are 2nd year, 3rd semester, Mary Michael. So it's a big difference from last year. And this is really the introduction that I had for the reviewers. Let me tell you a little more about the project. So we did a precedent study. And then the second exercise they did was an extension of the precedent study, where they had a specific site next to the site that you're going to see in a second. And they designed a project that was intended to show how they understood the architects that they had studied. So they had to design like if they were trying to imagine the design process that some of these architects would have used if they were given the same commission. And that building became the neighbor for their design that they're doing in their third exercise that you're going to see today. So the building next to their site was designed by their classmates. It's not the building that they design, and it's intended to represent a little bit what happens in real life, that you deal with buildings that are next to you, whether you like them or not. So it's very much what they had. The site is in Lake Austin Boulevard off of Mopac, a little to the west. It has it's an introduction also for the students to deal with basic code requirements. So there's a setback line, there's a maximum 60-foot height, there's an impervious coverage limitation. We self-imposed have 50% coverage of the site to force them to go vertical. The site has a sloping condition, so we wanted them to deal with the sloping condition. We wanted them to go vertical, so they could not do a one-story building by design on purpose. And the program is a music center, it's a residence facility for musicians, and that has small spaces for the residential part, but it has also a big auditorium. So we wanted them to deal with big rooms, small rooms. There's practice spaces also that they needed to incorporate in the program, common spaces for the residential part. So it has a public side, a private side. We wanted them to deal with the urban condition in terms of the corner that the site is located at, and kind of trying to start becoming a real architect in the sense that dealing with multiple challenges at the same time and integrating an idea into a reality of a site, and trying to start developing an awareness about construction and systems, and so also an awareness about ADA, accessibility and egress. So this is really the first time where we're introducing a lot of these things and have hopefully preparing them for the comprehensive studio when they take it after the intermediate studios. And I'm going to let Gergo get into more specifically the site information. And the program is about 15,000 square feet total. It has a flexible component, the program, that the students were free to decide what they wanted to be. That we wanted to give them some agency in terms of the program and how to interpret. Even the building is pretty open-ended in terms of how to interpret the music kind of character of the place in terms of who's staying there and what kind of performances. And so you'll hear different approaches from the students, but in general, they have kept it pretty flexible. Gergo, you want to go and start sharing your screen? Any questions, reviewers? So you can start asking questions to them as they go into the presentation. So Gergo, if you want to go ahead, we need to remember, keep the presentations close to the point. You don't need to explain every drawing in terms of repeating everything about every aspect of the project, but just main ideas and how you went about it.
Absolutely. Okay. Let me share my screen.
I like the common backgrounds, like the uniform
Ah.
background.
Yeah,
I wish I was cool enough to know how to do that.
I know. What's the inspiration there? I was wondering.
Well,
it's anti-urban.
It's you know what it is, Maya? It's actually it's a real place in Nepal, and it is the mountain in the Himalayas that one of the students in the class is from Nepal, and family members send that picture from one of the mountains in Nepal. So it doesn't get better than that.
Wow, beautiful.
Okay, go ahead, Gergo.
All right, can everyone see my screen fine?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so my name is Gerge Garami, and the project that I've been working on this semester is the Austin Center for Visual and Performing Arts, which is a music venue, an outdoor gallery, and an artist residence on 2500 Lake Austin Boulevard. The neighborhood that the building is located in is a rapidly developing, primarily residential neighborhood, and the site is located along this busy transit corridor, and so the city has made it pretty clear that in terms of urbanization, they would like to activate this corridor and create a zone in Austin that would be denser and perhaps less residential and more a combination of different uses. So the building is really responding to this kind of duality of urbanization and globalization of Austin, which is a very widespread issue I think most Austinites know about. But also I would like to maintain this kind of relaxed informal Austin identity that some people are struggling to maintain while these urbanization processes are in effect. And so first and foremost, perhaps the most important agents for the form of my building were the directionality and kind of the directionality of the sites and the streets. So as you can see, the building is really responsive to those. I also wanted to create a building that would seem more dense, so I pushed it out onto the sight lines. And of course, this does two things. This helps me identify a very clear corner moment, and also it separates the interior of the site over here from the exterior of the rest of the city. And so I would have liked to activate this exterior space behind the building to be an outdoor gallery and also connected to the neighboring building's performance space through a little path. And I, of course, asked for permission from my neighbors to do that. But really starting out from the outdoor space, it is excavated into the site. So there is a basement level in the building. This is where some public spaces are located. So this outdoor gallery here allows for kind of a circular movement, if there's an exhibition perhaps. And it's also connected to the kitchen in the residential wing, which is the building is divided into two wings. This is more residential, maybe altogether less public, and it's facing the smaller street. So I think it would make sense for it to be less public. And then the music wing is over here. It contains more of the more public spaces, and it is also facing the larger street. So this outdoor space is really connected to both, but in a more public way. And on the first floor, something that I would like to point out is the corner condition here allows for a very interesting entrance. This is more of an outside, I view it less of an entrance and more of a portal to the inside of the site. But this really connects the residential and the performance aspects of the building. It also contains ticketing in the cafe, so it's really open-ended. And it creates a nice moment where there's a garage door. I'm not sure why that's not showing here, but there's supposed to be kind of a vertical door that goes up and a large set of stairs that will lead up to the performance space. So my performance space is actually 2 floors up. And I'm sorry about the navigation. I know it's a little bit slow. It's over here on the 2nd floor. And an idea with the performance space was that the musicians would be able to enter the stage right from the residential units, or perhaps there's even a green room where they can relax beforehand. And this also facilitates kind of the issues that we've been dealing this semester about egress points and emergency exits. So in case of an emergency, there's of course this bigger set of stairs, but the stairs and the elevator corresponding to the residential wing can also be used as a second form of egress. So for the sections, I really wanted to show the duality of the building. So the inside of the building, or I would say the interior facade that is facing the courtyard and the exterior gallery is very open. It contains more apertures. I really wanted to play with the concept of negative and positive spaces when it came to the apertures, because this was a concept that we were exploring first semester, and I kind of really liked it. I think it's a very productive way to explore and arrange apertures. And so this is really to show in contrast with the second section, where 2 double height spaces would have the same, from the exterior, the same amount of levels in terms of the apertures. So this would have 2 floors of windows, and then this would have 2 floors of windows. And this is kind of in order to unify the entire building with an exterior facade, because the program is very dual. And so this is perhaps more visible in the elevations, where again, the interior of the building is very open, but the exterior is mostly covered with a solid facade or vertical solar shading. These are wooden panels, which kind of close off the building from the rest of the city. And this is not only a way to kind of grab people's attention and evoke a certain kind of sense of adventure and an invitation to explore, but I think it's also more respectful of the neighborhood, which is primary residential. I think more solid walls would lead to less sound pollution, and altogether maybe would calm down a little bit this very public building full of life. So just to touch on the structure of the building, I wanted to explore the envelope of the building because I think it's very important in terms of how I use the materials of the facade. The materials would be probably the primary way in which this building is associated with the city of Austin. It is based on a steel frame, but the solar shading panels that are used are made of wood, and I would like to use cedar wood that is treated with perhaps paint and a coating to protect it from various external forces. And then after layers of insulation and vapor barriers, I would like to use kind of a more rusty and dark limestone cladding. So Austin limestone, the way that people generally think about it is very light. I've done some research and there's a type of Austin limestone called Tuscan limestone, which is a bit darker. And I think this would look very nice just in the context of the local neighborhood with a lot of buildings still made out of brick, or perhaps it's a brick veneer, but it just corresponds better with the neighborhood, and this will be visible from the renders. And then through these diagrams, I just wanted to clarify kind of the importance of egress points and circulation in the building, because this is something that we have emphasized throughout the semester. So the two wings I've talked about them already, but the art wing is notably larger than the residential wing. And I think if they weren't color coded, perhaps it would be a bit harder to differentiate them. And this engagement or this unification of the two parts is also mirrored through the usage of several egress points. So this building offers, so there's 4 ways to enter this building from the streets. And then there's, of course, the connection to the neighboring site. And one of the entrances over here connects the street immediately to the outside area as well. And all of these egress points are ADA accessible. And there are several ways or several forms of vertical circulation as well. And here are just to show some renders with the applied material. So I think the texture of the stone cladding is very important. I think it adds kind of more of a rustic or perhaps relaxed feel to this building, which is a bigger scale. And something I was struggling with in my midterm review was sort of this feedback I got about kind of a disparity or kind of issues relating to scale. So this building is a pretty big scale, but from the outside, it seems just like a two-story building. If you're like on the kitty corner from the building, it just looks smaller than it's supposed to look. And so I think that's one of the setbacks of trying to combine local, smaller scale, relaxed architecture and kind of larger scale, globalized concepts of city centers and such.
Gergo, we need to start.
Absolutely. Oh, this is almost my last render. And so this is just the interior space with the gallery area. There are stairs leading down to the gallery, and I just wanted to show this in contrast with the first render, how it's more open. And then this is the entrance or the portal that would lead from outside to inside. And then this would be one of the units in which the artists would reside. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Do you have it in Miro board so it can be easier to see everything together?
Yes, absolutely. Let me reshare.
So reviewers can start commenting. He's just going to pull up the boards in a way that is easier to jump from one drawing to the next.
Would you pronounce your name for me one more time? I want to make sure I get it right.
Yes, it's Gerge, but I go by Gergo.
Gergo. Well, Gergo, just to start, I feel like you have been pretty comprehensive. I'm impressed with the level of thought that has been put towards site all the way to material. So I feel like overall, my first impression is that it's a real thorough project without having any points of design yet, but just thought I'd throw that out there to start.
Yeah, I'll second that. I think it's a very clear presentation, and especially shows, you know, some of the technical knowledge that you all are learning, which is great to see. You know, my questions maybe relative to the project may be a little bit similar to your mid-review. I think some of the questions about scale, you know, I think some of the things that are interesting about a kind of musical and performance program are, you know, that it does require a certain kind of, you know, venue that could, you know, really, you know, work more positively because of, you know, a taller space or a more grand sort of hall, you know, right? And so, but I think the potential to kind of balance some of those with spaces that really do feel more personable, you know, I think because, especially if we're sort of talking about music, you know, the acoustical value of hearing a performance in a small scale venue, which, you know, versus a kind of performance venue. So I had some questions about, you know, well, you know, could there be more scale differentiation within the project? And my second question was maybe a little bit about the, I think it's a very clear diagram, right? There's a sort of skin and a little bit of solidity to the street. And then it kind of, you know, opens itself to the courtyard. But I think that diagram is probably maybe a part of my question too, is, you know, I think there's a certain culture of music in Austin that really kind of pulls community together. And there was questions for me about the solidity to the kind of public faces of, you know, the kind of urban edge. And obviously you're kind of carving away here to bring people through the project, but it's a little bit windowless. And so I was curious about, you know, why this was a little bit more of a hidden experience.
Right. Do I have time to respond to that, maybe?
Yeah, quickly, yeah.
So I think first and foremost, I think my primary concern with making the building more open is that it's located in a neighborhood which is very adamantly against any type of kind of change in maybe attitude towards you know, music and just different types of zoning and perhaps a higher density type of architecture. So I really wanted to keep it closed and isolated from the rest of the neighborhood just out of respect. I don't know if that makes sense, but maybe to keep it more quiet, maybe more kind of secluded within its own boundaries. But that was really my thought process in terms of openness and engagement with the rest of the neighborhood.
Gergo, I go very much along with your thesis, and you gave a very good presentation. Your work is very clear. Could you go to the context plan firstly? Absolutely. Because the first thing that we look at, that first one you beamed in on, I've been through the set of presentations, and this was one that stood out because firstly, you have a keen understanding of orientation, the fact that the building is sun defensive, but at the same time is opening an invitation, which is a very quiet invitation to the interior courtyard and the gallery. And when you look at the footplate of the building, it's very much in a sense of scale with the adjacency of the neighborhood. So for me, this is very strong in composition. Now go to the performance space, which is the next thing that we were invited to look at. And we need to talk a little bit about performance. In Austin, it comes, there we are. It comes in a million varieties. And I'm going to, and I'm saying this not to be rude, but you come within the category for me of dumb shed performance space. And many are. I think that your stare is a mistake. It's invading what is this idea that you quietly go up to a shed in the sky and things happen. It's the intrigue that you could build in. So I think the stair needs to be extruded from the hall, which is a plain box, which you find, I could take you to a few in Austin that are no more than a box, and they work. But I think the stair, you could have more intrigue, a sense of passage of going into that space. It's a quibble, but I think it's important. For me, I put it over the side entry and made something of it that I think could stand out as a little piece of intrigue to the composition. But I think my question is, and maybe it's something about where you were all asked to give attention, only the very last plate, for the first time, did you talk about residents. And I'm sort of perplexed because your overall composition of the fenestration, which I think is, if you go to a section, that courtyard piece where we look in the courtyard, I think that is really got a level of development that is beyond where you are in third studio. Any of these will do. That's a beauty. Mm-hmm. So here, there's a real sense of the feel that you have there, but I'm wanting to know, can you hang out in your pad in this building, and do you hear strands of music emanating across the gallery space? And I don't know why. So I'm asking the question: why didn't you address the living unit in it? Because it takes up a lot of space. Or is this something you've already done and you've reviewed and you didn't need to talk about it today?
No, this is something that was, well, the base concept was pretty much the same. It was just me trying to be a little bit concise and really concentrating on more the theory of the design rather than the specifics of the spaces. But it's true that I did go over them without realizing.
Can you go to the plan and show the residences in plan?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Can you go back to the plan to show the residential part?
Absolutely. So on the first floor, there's just a different skill between, let me just find my first floor, I'm sorry. So on the first floor, the units are much smaller. So these are designed to perhaps house people that are here for a few days. They're very compact and they share a bathroom. And so this is on the first floor. And as we go up, the units become bigger and they house people that are perhaps here to stay for months, weeks or months. So here is a larger unit, one of the larger units. And then—
Yeah, I think this is really important. Austin is a city of architectural, not architectural, musical drifters, probably architectural as well. Right. But so many people are traveling in for the gigs here. And the fact that they have a harbor that would be cost effective for them, and perhaps they give back the performance by being able to live here, and then they give 2 or 3 performances in town, and then they beat off back north again or something. So I'm quibbling, but I'm saying for your portfolio, I think I would really bring this out a little bit more. But overall, for me, this is really a well-developed and very interesting project.
I think that this is super critical at this point. I totally echo everything that's been said, but I think your focus on this duality was really smart. And I think that if you had 2 more weeks to develop this, that internal logic and internal realization, right? You really, really focused on the sighting and this kind of hidden gem. And this, I really appreciate the scale. I think it's really difficult to make something large feel small. And I think you have succeeded with that. But I think where I feel like you should develop more as you go. I don't know, do you know the Diller and Scafidio project, the School of Ballet? I think it's the American School of Ballet in New York. And they have an event center that has these split levels. And so when I'm in my residential experience and I walk to the main performance venue, my life doesn't really change. Like the spatial transitions aren't really celebrated internally. And you've made very successful efforts to create this kind of shell that you're kind of disguising this double height thing. You're making tremendous efforts to bring the scale down. Yet when I'm inside, it's very, I'm thinking humdrum, but it's very uniform. The experience and the spaces are very similar. Whereas if I live there and I go through the green room or I go through these thresholds, how does the space internally kind of secretly shift, right? So it's not, again, expressed externally, because I think you've made a really solid effort to keep that shielded, but it doesn't mean that internally it can't start to split or shift or create this differentiated experience between the performance venue and the residents. Not to mention even just kind of safety. If you have someone coming to a performance venue, how easy is it for them to kind of meander over to the residents? So I think that as you move forward in school, really honing in on your process, I appreciated that you noted lessons that you learned in first year about this positive negative. And I think that could serve you well also in plan. So don't just look at that as a lesson for fenestration or elevation, but how does positive negative or residential public begin to play on each other and plan? Because I agree that this has been really well developed. I just think that the plan for sure could be super exciting, that where they meet, where those two sides begin to meet, could be an amazing moment of transition.
Okay, so we're going to move to keep the conversation going. Lucy, do you want to go next? Thank you very much, Gergo, for starting. Lucy,
thanks, Gergo.
Thank you.
Me?
Yes, Lucy, if you can just share.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Hello. I'm Lucy, and as sorry, I have a stutter. Gerga explained, we were tasked with building a structure for a performance center, place for musicians to live, a coffee shop, and all that. My basis for this project, I wanted to create a structure that it's 3 different buildings that are all connected with walkways, because I liked the idea of having the modularity between the buildings. This is the axonometric section to just show it. This is the site plan. This is where the performance center is. This is where the coffee shop and administrative buildings and ticketing are, as well as the public bathrooms. And then this is where the residential area is, as well as a record shop on the bottom floor, along with a communal kitchen and a communal area in general. As you can see, here are my floor plans. This is the performance space. I have the stage in the middle. Here's the communal space, the kitchen, and the record shop. And then the coffee shop is here. The coffee shop is 2 stories, as you can see, with the 2nd story and public bathrooms. And it's connected by walkways here, here, and here. I have an arrow because this is a ramp going down. And then elevator here and here. I have 2 elevators to go up and down. I have residential where it's separated into, on each floor there's 2 rooms, or there's 2 like apartments, and then in those apartments there's 2 rooms. As you can see here, this is like main area where the kitchen and living room and stuff would be. And then this is the rooms, bathroom, closet. And then I made the coffee shop 2 stories because I just felt I liked that use of space. I want people to be able to go and enjoy the coffee shop, and I don't want it to feel cramped or crowded. And then the performance space, I left very blank and open, so that way, and there's the stage in the middle, but I want it to be, people can use the space however they want or need. And yeah, and the walkways. And then above the performance space is where I have the practice rooms. And I have the practice rooms in multiple different sizes, because just from my own experience with music and musicians, I like the ability to have different spaces, different size rooms for practicing, because sometimes you want to practice alone, sometimes you need to practice with a large group of people, sometimes you want to just practice with a couple people. And I think that it's important to have the option to pick which size room is best for you to practice. And the practice rooms were important to me because this is a place for musicians to live for a short amount of time and be able to perform. And I know, like, musicians love practicing in their rooms, but it can be hard, especially when you're sharing a neighbor, because you don't know when they're sleeping, you don't know when they're busy, and you don't want to disturb them. So being able to have ease of access to practice rooms and having lots of practice rooms, I thought having lots of space to practice was very important to me, because, as I said, practicing is important, and all the musicians I know love practicing, constantly practicing. And so I thought it's a place that I would consider like should be comfortable and should have like a place that people want to go. And then above the coffee shop is the administration and storage. And I have the administration where you can reach the top floor, like from the elevator in the coffee shop for ADA purposes, but you cannot reach the administration like office areas from the stairs. You have to go outside to get into the administration offices unless you go up the elevator. And I have 3 stories of the rooms, like residential areas. And then these are my elevations. As you can see, I put lots of big windows.
Move them, Lucy, we cannot see the elevations. At least I cannot see them. I'm looking at the plans. There you go, now. Okay.
Is it working now?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I thought I wanted to include big open windows, and particularly in the performance space. I put the performance space, also, as like you can see, it's on the corner. It's right by the street, right by the sidewalk. So that way because I grew up in Austin, and one of my a lot of my favorite memories come from just being able to walk around Austin and just hearing the different music, because Austin is the live music capital of the world. I love seeing the different musicians, seeing all of that and getting to experience that. And I thought it would be important to create a performance space that allows for it to not just be seen by the people in the building, but by the people who are passing by as well, because I think that they deserve just as much to experience the music as anyone else. And I really like windows. I like big windows. I have that. And then these are my sections showing I also have, so the performance space is separated. It's lower than the other two buildings. And I did that because even though all three of them are connected, I wanted the performance space to kind of be able to stand on its own. I wanted the performance space to be it's able to be its own thing as well as with the other, sorry. And then this is just structure. I have tin roof, use steel. I really like steel, reinforced concrete, steel stairs, and then wood on the walls and the floors because I like the way it looks, and I think that wood is good for acoustics. And then the elevators. And then this is to show how the walkways work because the buildings are on different levels, I had a hard time trying to figure out how to create walkways that were easily accessible, but at the same time able to be like connected, but not like in a weird janky way. And this is what I got. It's hard to see, but the one back here is at a slope. It's at an angle. So that connects the bottom one. And this one isn't connected to this one down here, but it's connected to this one up here by stairs. And I chose to have this a long ways so that, especially like the top one, because if you stand right here and you look above the roof of this building, I've made it where most people are able to view above the height of this roof because the views this way go directly to Lake Austin, and it's beautiful, like looking out there and like looking at this sky. I thought that was important, and also having like the room to walk because I think that walking outside is important, and that's another reason why I put it as walkways and not just buildings connected together, because I think it's important to draw people outside, and I think the outside, like being outside, is just as important as being inside.
Okay, Lucy, so we need to accelerate a little bit. If you can accelerate.
Okay. Right.
As you have
Here
left,
is a perspective view. Here's one entrance in, and then here's another entrance in. Here's like a path that comes off of the walkway. The record store is right here, and then residential, coffee shop, administration, performance, practice space. Another perspective view show, and like this is like the main entrance. This is the main entrance to the performance space. Entrance there, entrance there.
You don't need to explain everything that you have already explained. It's pretty self-evident.
Okay, and then here's a perspective view. It got kind of messed up. I'm sorry about that. Here showing like looking off of the walkways, going up the stairs, and then just the like an outside view. And okay, that's yeah.
Why don't you go back to that first 3D that you had, and then let the reviewers can start commenting. Like, yeah, that one. Okay, so if reviewers can, you can start now because we need to get going. So sorry.
Lucy, I'll start. I think that overall, your intention with this kind of really public place and really focusing on mostly public programs, be it the walkways or the performance or the practice space, is really exciting to see. I'm glad that this has been kind of a feature of yours. I do think that as you move into the next studio, trying to be a little more concise with your concept behind each element, because I think that as you were describing it, you were actually equally excited about each aspect of your design, which is also great to see. But I think that each time you described each element, there was a different reason behind why you were doing it, right? So the walkways kind of had one thing, and then the windows had another reason, and kind of your location had another reason. And I think ideally, as you move through the program, trying to find a way to say that all of these things are really based on the same reason. So I'm really trying to achieve this modularity or this public modularity through one kind of goal or concise statement. And then how do all these things begin to relate back to that? And I think even through your presentation, while it was very clear, like your drawings were super clear, I think you felt the need to kind of itemize each space. And instead of telling the larger story, which I think is something you're really excited about, I can tell you're excited about your project. So I think my kind of, knowing our time limit, I think my global comment is keep this excitement, but as you're moving forward, try to see if you can tie it all together so that you're telling one story about one building instead of a lot of little stories about a lot of little elements within a building. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah.
I strongly agree. Lucy, thank you. Your project is considerably better than your presentation, if I may say so, but it's something you'll get used to. You've got to flow through a presentation and you've got to get our attention of what is important. It's evident when we look at this of what is important in that this is a tripartite composition. Each element expresses itself. Each element has a relationship to street and to topography and to prospect. And I think you could have told us that. And you didn't leave yourself with the opportunity to express the integrity of the different parts. So for example, the performance space, and it was really quite difficult when you're on your elevational studies because it neither was written in script nor did you say the lower one, you're looking full frontal at the performance space. We had to work it out. But you never took us into the performance space. That surely is important. You're trying to say something about its transparency, that you can read it from the outside. You have the intrigue of being pulled into it, so it's animating neighborhood. I think we should know something of that. Then you come to the cafe, great, double height cafes. A lot of architects are very interested. You could go and read the book, The Linz Cafe, and see how it's a social space, but I don't know how to get into it. And I'm not quite sure how I sit in it. So then I come to the residences and I think, wow, this could be really interesting. I can hang out on the galleries. Then I look at the top gallery. I think you need to shoot the roof over that. It's got incredible heat sink impact. You will burn on that top deck. But if you just calm that, and then you look over those roofs, I think probably you're wanting to do something with the roofs. This is not my scheme, but I'll say I probably would seed them the roofs or something really interesting with them, because the gallery spaces are in their own, by that I mean the corridor hanging out spaces. These are the sort of get together places where the musicians would meet. And I think that they're important. So from my point of view, there are 4 points that are important. Obviously performance, obviously the cafe, obviously where I live when I come into town, and fourthly, where you hang out. And I think it's there in the scheme, but you really need to draw it out now. As I say, to repeat myself, I think that your project is better than it's representing itself at the moment.
Yes, thank you. I will work on that.
Yes, I'll go fast here. It's interesting to always see one project to another, right? You know, this is much bigger scale, but a little more public facing than what we just saw. So, you know, I was interested in the notion of kind of the, you know, if this is Lake Austin Boulevard, almost putting music as kind of a billboard to the street, right? The sort of glassy box, and really put it very public facing, you know, as opposed to kind of, again, the coffee shop or even the record shop. There was something really lovely to me about, you know, talking about almost like neighborhood scale retail, And so I think there's a piece of me that sees the intention there behind those pieces, and even the way that the building breaks down as you're kind of going, towards the more neighborhood areas, even though it does increase in scale, which per the last presentation, this neighborhood might, totally lose their lid about, but, there's at least an intention about, breaking down the scale of the windows, breaking down the volumes, that this feels much more like a townhome, right? In the way that you're sort of slicing the project through. And so I was interested in kind of the development of some of these external balconies, even rendering them green. I was, I could see them becoming much more landscape based, much more transparent, much more, kind of integrated. And I think there's maybe questions about, the solidity along those slits, right? Just like, do those feel like good spaces, or do they really want to feel a little bit more porous? But it was good. I think it was, the site planning wise, I was convinced about a lot of the things.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you.
So we're going to go Jaden, Mamie, and then Olivia. So Jaden, can you go next?
Can you all see that?
Not yet. Not right now. Yeah.
Okay. So hi, my name is Jaden, and so my project is Lake Austin Music Center and Residences. And just to give a little more context of the site. So this is the plot of land that all our buildings sit on, and it's on this very busy corridor of Lake Austin Boulevard. And then just in context of the whole city, it's going to pull people in from all different parts. So we're going to have people coming in from downtown. We're going to have people coming from across the lake, and then as well from the residential area that is surrounding the site. And so for my project, I really wanted to emphasize the corner, which was the most important aspect for me, because people are coming in from all different angles, and that's the most public part of the project. So this is the entrance that goes down into the performance space, which is down below. And then behind you have separation between the public and private spaces. So in the back building, this is the coffee shop. And then as you go up the stairs and up the elevator, you go into more private as you get higher up. But real emphasis in this project for me was on that corner, which I can go back and show, was on this corner being the main focal point. And that's what draws you in from the street. And then as you go up into the second and third floor plans, these are the residences. And I really wanted this to be more of a communal space too. So you have each bedroom, but you also have this larger space where the stairs and elevator are, so that people can interact with one another. And then there's another space for the musicians as you go up to the fourth floor. You have a communal kitchen and living, and then you also have these sliding doors which go out into a secondary performance space which overlooks the rest of the site, as well as practice rooms. And then that is a double height space as well, which goes up to the other larger practice rooms up on the top floor, which look out over the rest of the site as well. And in context, this is the site plan. And then this is the performance space down below. So you have these main grand stairs which come up, which go down from that corner entrance. And you also have bathrooms and then a lounge for the musicians who are waiting to perform, as well as for their special guests. And then this is just a breakdown of the program. So you have the big performance spaces, which are all at the tail ends of these main curves, which make up the main design of my project.
Could you just go back one and let me interrupt you? Could you locate the performance space in relationship to the ground plane?
Sure. So this is the ground floor plan. And then you go down the stairway here, or the elevator, and make it down to here.
So is it entirely underneath the courtyard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's a little difficult. I'm not a great advocate of floating plans. And I think it would help if you could help us locate that when you put it in your portfolio. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's totally fine.
I'm sorry, I had one more follow-up question. The space that's in that pavilion building on the corner, the green space, is just a kind of lobby entrance for the performance center down, or does it have a piece of program?
Yeah, that's basically all it is. And then also just like check in for if they have an event that's closed off. So this is the main section I want to talk about because it shows the main two curves that make up my project. And I really wanted to focus on, because a lot of music follows a structure, but it also is you're also able to do your own stuff with it. And so I really wanted the main structure of my building to be light and have like an orthogonal grid, but then have these two main curves on the front building and the back building that juxtapose that structure, just like in music. And then this is just, so I hope this gives a little more context as to how people move down to the bottom space. But so this is the entrance, and as you can see, you walk down the stairs and then you get fed out into this fairly large performance space down below. And these are the elevations, which just again give more context into the relationship to the other buildings. And then this diagram I made just to show how I wanted the...
We're still seeing the sections, Jaden.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
How about now?
Still sections. Huh. Now we see the elevations that you were talking about before.
Yeah, sorry about that. And see the diagram now?
Yes, I do.
So this diagram I made just to show the difference between the lightness of the glass and metal framing that makes up both of the buildings, and then the heaviness of the curves that make up roofs. And this, I think, shows a little more clearly how people move throughout the space, with the main staircases being a focal point of both buildings. And then it also shows the secondary outdoor performance space up top where the musicians living can collaborate and perform together. And this is just, again, more circulation, showing how people can come in from all different areas of the site and from all different areas of the city. And this was my material palette, and I really went with these because I think they all go really well together, but also they reflect the more modern aspect of Austin, which a lot of buildings are incorporating now. And these are some renderings. This is the outdoor performance space and living space for the people in residence. This is that front corner building, which shows the stairs going down, elevator. And this is the coffee shop, which is on the first floor of the back building, as well as just again, the whole first rendering that I had. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Jaden.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a clear presentation. Thank you. It was clear to see, at least, it was a clear statement of what your intention was with the site, sort of occupation and importance of this corner. I think there's a lot of strength in the way that the residential and some of the ancillary spaces sort of interact in the kind of larger building in the back. I think there's a lot that makes sense here to me. And then simultaneously, I'll ask the question. That was my question about what is in this space at the corner. I think for me, I love the idea of a kind of, potential smaller scale looking building here, and then in an adjacent outdoor space. I feel like there's just a big missed opportunity to have real occupation in this room, and then also the potential for that to kind of interact with this kind of lovely little almost piazza you've done on the side. You know, it almost turns its back on it because of the roof, you know. And I think there's just such an opportunity again with music and then potentially, you know, performance. You know, if you have been to the Moody Theater or things like that, you know, half the fun is actually hanging out before or after the show, right? You know, so could you actually do that, you know, outside, or really connect, you know, this kind of glassy volume to almost like a preamble to going, you know, down into this kind of dungeon of the performance venue.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. I think that even what I like about this is that, and you're not going to believe I'm going to say this word, but I think you're actually being too timid with the roof. I think that if you're going to be a roof project, I almost think you could utilize this roof structure as this duality, right? So what it becomes is a roof on one side and then seating on the other, for example, for the piazza or for the courtyard. And even the main building, I think the curve is almost, let me back up a second. I think the juxtaposition that you're shooting for is there, but not quite there. So I think the lightness is felt through the glass, but the way you're using the concrete is still really heavy. And so I think as you move forward, really looking back at all of your drawings and thinking, how do these two, what is it about how the roof meets the wall that makes it feel light or heavy, right? And because even if it cantilevers over just a little bit more, all of a sudden now the roof feels like it's this thing that's being held up by this tensile thing. But because they meet so close, it feels less floaty. Do you know what I mean? And these are just small like moments to think about as you're moving forward. Because I think that the notion programmatically, this kind of missed opportunity of engaging the courtyard is spot on. And I think you could do it through the roof, right? A roof can be a floor, it can be a wall. Doesn't have to just be a roof. We don't have to be kind of this default elemental relationship, and how that roof comes down from the bigger portion even and could scoop down, for example, and start to define an outdoor space. I guess long story short, I think the roof could be more participatory in how you're curating the site and how you're curating access and movement, and also how you begin to do a kind of dual program. So each space doesn't just serve one something, right? This isn't just a vestibule for collection. It is, I love that word, preamble. This is a preamble to something. This is a moment. This is a really special space. And I know that because of how it interacts with the roof, with the courtyard, with the street, and then my perception of its proximity to its neighbor, which also has a kind of curve or big roof that then dives down and becomes more than just a roof, right? So I guess as you move forward, just thinking, is it possible for kind of one element to achieve, 40 things instead of 40 things achieving one element? Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Yeah, Jaden, your presentation grew on me as you went along. And I'm just going to say outright, what we're looking at the moment is the worst part of your presentation. It is not in character with what you're trying to achieve. So I want to pick up again on the spirit of what my colleagues are saying. That frontage piece is where I want to have a coffee and drink a margarita. And yeah, I want to hang out on that roof, and I want to be really greeted. And a place like Joe's on South Congress, that's what it is. It's inviting you to a corner. And those trees are vitally important to the composition, but they can't be done. So you need great architectural planter boxes there, and make something of those. And so that whole perspective into the court becomes critical. And why I say that is that I don't believe that Austin in many senses is a great city, but it's a place with many very interesting small places and small events and happenings. And I think you're trying to create a happening here. So I'd really like almost the roof could be an outdoor stepped amphitheater, and really more courageous. This looks really quite lightweight at the moment. Whereas when you get into your drawings, they have more integrity. Now we go into the project, and the other thing that I think you are looking for, that grand staircase, that's got to be a real piece of architecture. I think there's got to be some intrigue of shafts of light that can come into it. Maybe it's a gallery of the artists, and the whole sense of going into this underground chamber probably needs a little help. It doesn't have anything quite at the moment that distinguishes it. Maybe a shaft of light that could come in at the end of it, or something perhaps that emphasized the acoustics of the place. Again, these are picky comments, and I think when the 3-4 of us talk to you, we're partly also thinking about how you finish off and do your portfolio, but I really think there's a lot going for this project. I think it got a lot better as you sort of moved into it, and there are many very interesting parts of the project.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I want to add one thing, that I think lean into it, right? I think that's what kind of Simon is saying too. Like, you're onto something, just if you're going to do it, just go all the way. Just lean into that roof and just make it all about it.
Awesome.
Okay, well, Jaden, I hope you took notes, right? So thank you very much. We're going to go to the next one. Mamie, you're going next.
Perfect. I'll share my screen. Okay. All right. So this is I'm Mamie. And so this is my project. I'm calling it Austin Music. And then this is the, sorry. There we go. This is the Lake Austin view. Okay. So first, my inspiration, I grew up in Austin, and so I know a lot of architects around Austin because my mom's an interior designer, and I'm very familiar with it. And right here, there's Michael House. I noticed that. Okay, sorry. Anyways, so one of the biggest things when I heard this project was going, was the first thing that came to mind was bunkhouse groups, and how they kind of incorporate their outside and inside together. So here is very like beginning inspiration pictures, massing models, and just like diagrams. So here I'll start with this is my site plan. So here's my site plan. There's a central courtyard, and this is surrounded by grass. You enter in the front here. Then here is my first floor. Okay. So here, you enter in right here. There's like, you walk through, and this is a like floor you step into, and then the glass is set back, and here you can go straight through into the courtyard, or you can go into the coffee shop, which is later transformed into like cocktail place and snacks for the auditorium, which is located here. Here is office, administrative, and then bathroom. And then for my space that I chose to do a wellness center, which is kind of like a spa, because I thought of it as I was making this project, that when you're it's nice to have a spa.
Don't move the plan. Once you have it, don't zoom in out. So
okay. And then I'll move to my second floor. So then
make sure that you see the whole plan, and then you just don't need to move it. But now,
no, yeah, sorry, I have to move it to get it to load. Okay, so then once you're on the first floor, you can either go up to the second floor from the courtyard. So you go outside and then the courtyard, or the auditorium space you go up and it's double heighted with a balcony. You go through the balcony and here is a entrance into it. And then each residential room is connected. I wanted to make it kind of like a motel. So there's a unity throughout everyone living there. So here is kitchen and practice spaces. And this is the first floor. So you can go, there's 2 floors to each unit. And then I'll move on to the 3rd floor. Sorry, I have to zoom in, so load. There we go. Okay, so then you go up the stairs again and inside the unit, and there is the bedroom. And yeah, okay, I will go here. So here's my elevations. So the front is, the front you can see windows. One of the things that I was really struggling on, and Professor Miro really helped me out, was when I was first doing it. I was really hesitant on my front facade, and he told me to take advantage of the simplicity, and I took that to heart, and I really like how it came out. So here's my front facade, and then here is the eastern one, and here's my performance hall. Okay, I'll keep moving. And here are my sections. Sorry for the loading. And here you can see how this is the north view from Lake Austin Boulevard. Here is the spa/wellness center. Then the cafe that leads into the auditorium. And here you can see the residential spaces. And then here is another view from western side. So there's my auditorium space. And you can see how there is a balcony that looks down on the stage right here. You can see it. So this is my section. Sorry, I have to zoom in to make it load. Section axonometric. So here you can see there's windows that go into the auditorium that help unify the environment with the auditorium, because it's such kind of a big open space. And then right here, there's a window. Here you can really see how they kind of relate to each other. And these long windows, I really liked how it, from my front facade here, it related to the doors down here, that since it's a glass view, you can see it. So here, I'll keep going. So here's some circulation. I pretty much already explained that. And then here is a programmatic diagram. And here you can see, so this is public, the darker blues are public spaces, and the lighter colors is more private. And I kind of wanted to show that and really show that I tried to emphasize kind of separating both, and I tried to make thicker walls for the project, so each space can have more of a privacy to it. So here are my renders. The materials I used are lighter materials. So one thing that really inspired me is for my world architecture history class, I researched Villa Beer by Joseph Frank, and one of the biggest, his biggest things about his project was he tried to keep enough freedom for the resident, and that created inspiration for the resident and the people visiting. And that was really something that I wanted to do, because the first thing I did was functionality, and then later went into the design aesthetics. So I have a lot of kind of screening. And so, yeah. Thank you. Sorry if I was rambling.
Well, I will say, as you move forward, maybe focusing on your presentation, because I think it is kind of hard to access your project a little bit because you're real itemized. And I think a lot of times we students, especially early on, tend to feel compelled to say, this is what I did, instead of this is why overall I've tried, like why I'm doing what I'm doing and how I've done it. So I think that just as a note, maybe being a little more structured next time.
Okay. Sorry, everything when I start talking just flies out of my brain.
Well, this is a skill, right? As architects, we have to be able to verbally kind of communicate and give really solid presentations. So I think this is a skill, and the reason I pointed out is because I think it's something you should focus on in the next, like as you go forward, because the better you get at it, the more you can sell and discuss your work. Do you mind zooming in on the plans for me, or maybe stopping there for a little bit? All four of them, if you.
Okay.
But I'll let my other colleagues start. I just thought I'd note that.
It's got messed up.
Oh yeah, you will, if you're in our studio, you would, Michael will tell you time and time again, is your clients won't pay attention past, I think it's like, 2 minutes or something. There's some amount of time. So
right.
to take notes and to, sort of formulate the big idea first, I think that's a recommendation that you'll be working on for the rest of your life, but constantly something to look at. Well, it's great and also always flattering to see work of our office as inspiration. So that's great. And I'll be the hospitality person here, and it's nice to kind of see this project approached from that bent. Where there is a kind of performance and live interaction here. There's some ways where I can always say in some ways, you kind of always can't go wrong with the courtyard scheme, right? Where you're sort of building the internal experience of a project. And so I think there's some strength here. Like there's a kind of nice, face to the street, this a kind of wellness bent with a coffee shop, that really, approaches the street, and there's a kind of, again, I think a simplicity to the facade, a use of landscaping and layering that I think was really nice about that facade. I think maybe my questions, and again, it was a little bit hard to read. I don't know that Miro is your friend for presentations, like a slideshow may help you.
Sorry, I'm a little bit jittery always, so it's probably not the best.
It's okay.
No, but Maya makes a good point. Remember that the idea is that you have a slide presentation that you control every image, and then we move to the Miro boards for the discussion. So it's a little easier to look at several things at the same time. But the idea is that you guys use, that's why we kind of agreed that was the plan. And I think for you, Miami will be particularly good because it felt like we were going back and forth all the time. So if you had slides, is for your presentation, and the Miro boards is for the discussion. So Maya, continue, sorry.
Oh, no, and this digital world is quite hard. I will say we've all had to learn how to zoom in and zoom out, and it's all learned. My biggest comment was maybe about, if you're going to do a courtyard scheme, then, making sure that it's an activated courtyard scheme, right? So, I would have maybe argued that, things like the administration, maybe that's somewhere even up above where you could have some of the living rooms of some of the units actually at the ground floor where you could sort of live, work, be outside, and then it connects to the performance venue. So I think really if that's the strategy of the project, the edges of that courtyard become as important as those street edges.
I think maybe I'm a little confused, and I'm perhaps even more dizzy from your presentation.
I'm so sorry.
And really, what is being said is incredibly important. And I'm going to say, I'll leave the dizziness, but you have to find a different presentation technique, and I'll deal with the confusion. firstly, and you may not see it in this way, your plan is a rhomboid and not orthogonal. And you never said why. What? It's a very difficult shape to deal with. It's not that you can't do it, but I'm guessing it's because the street has a slightly obtuse angle, and that was a controlling factor. Has it got a real relevance to what you're trying to produce architecturally? I doubt it. And I think it's created a sort of one part of a slight awkwardness that occurs between parts of the building. Then we come to the front elevation, which I think is almost due south. And we've got a massive plate glass window. It's almost surreal. And so why? You never mention.
That was to kind of unify Austin. I think Austin is, people take advantage or don't acknowledge as much as I love. Austin has a great landscape, and I wanted to unify what Austin has to offer, especially that location on Lake Austin Boulevard, and unify the structure to the exterior and have a lot of natural light into it.
But if you see that and you think about your courtyard, you've got a massive heat sink. And it's really quite frightening. I mean, we're trying to do everything we can to address global impact, and it's almost as though you're welcoming it. That courtyard is going to bounce and trap heat. And then you look at this and you say, well, you could take an architectural risk with it if it had some really particular architectural personality, and you could work out ways that you address the glass and the overhang. Maybe the upper floor could overhang really effectively, and you're wanting to do something with that. But I was left, and maybe my colleagues aren't, with the sort of ambiguity of, okay, has it got a central role? Is it really important? Then I came to the other part where I really don't know the performance space. I'm not sure why. I mean, if I put down before, when I was reviewing before we came on, and I put down the things that, I put 3 words: live, practice, perform, I think is what this project is about. Doesn't matter which order, you can jumble the order in any way, but it's live, practice, perform. So I'm looking at it and saying, wow, what quite is going on in terms of how I get there and what's integrity of it? Because maybe I missed something. I don't think you said anything about it.
My auditorium. Yes, I'm sorry, I just heard, yes. So you enter in the building and you go through here, and that has you interact with the cafe, which I think is important and kind of encourages you to make a mark there. And then you go through here, and this is a glass facade into the courtyard, which the courtyard is, I didn't mention, it's supposed to be where you can grab a drink and you can grab your coffee and go and relax in the courtyard. And that's a external area that's supposed to help inspire the residents. And you go through, and this is the performance hall. And here's an emergency exit needed.
I don't, with all respect to the fact that we've constantly got to show that we're meeting accreditation requirements, we're trying to get at the core of the values in your project. And I'm seeing and I probably shouldn't spend time drawing over it, but I'm seeing one passageway that sort of doesn't quite enter or end with the courtyard, a second one where I have to divert into the cafe and then go on. And then on the far side between the buildings, there's another one. And I think it's looking for something where you're really making your mind up. Is there a grand entry? Why doesn't that continue through? And it's sided by a load of interesting things along the way, including the cafe and probably where you could get music paraphernalia or whatever, and you can develop a dialogue between the courtyard, the cafe, the sense of entry to the performance space. I think there's
That's why I
there's
tried
an awkwardness, I think, that you could resolve a little better.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely I think I attempted to do it, but it didn't come across that way.
Can you go to the sections too? And I think maybe, I think that we're probably all trying to latch on to a larger concept right now, because I think that was lacking in your presentation. And I think we're probably all three kind of articulating in a different way. I do think the success in your project is the diagram of the courtyard. And I think, as Simon said, kind of live, work, play. Is that what you said, Simon? Your 3 words?
Live, practice, perform.
Live, practice, perform. I think these are crucial, right? And that this is how you talk about your project, using these 3 words and how you start to describe it. Because I think what I like about this section, and I thought was really successful, is the way in which the residential sections, they are modulated. And so I think that how they then relate to their practice space is really successful. I do think that the relationship of these back to the performance is really weak. And I think it seems like you got really excited and kind of hyper focused on the interiors of these front, more public programs, and maybe kind of not intentionally, but didn't develop the performance space, not internally, but how the performance space really interacts with the courtyard. Because I think that the strength is that this project is trying to be simultaneously insular and create this internal environment while also being exposed or kind of exploiting itself externally to the street. And I think you're trying to use glass to do that externally and internally, but I think that architecturally you can start to make larger moves than just using a transparent material. And I think that's what Simon's trying to suggest, this grand entrance, or this way in which when I walk in, it's not me kind of pivoting left and right to look for the performance, but rather taken through a transition of experiences that you have curated using this duality of material and space. And so I think that in some ways, to give you the benefit of the doubt, I think that your project and your diagram is more succinct than you've led us to believe. But I do think that and I don't think it's about apologies. I think this is, you're a student, you're learning how to speak about your work, and speaking about it is so critical because it's the only way for us to access it. So I think this is just intended to give you suggestions as you move forward. So I think there are successes here, but I think that really starting to talk about your architecture globally and holistically to allow that diagram to really ring true, so that anytime we look at it, we can read and understand that relationship.
Section is winning through much more strongly.
Right. It's a much better drawing.
These upper rooms are really intriguing. It's made me want to unfold the performance space into the courtyard. And I think, always consider that your architecture isn't finished. I often say to people how badly I did at the beginning of undergraduate architecture, and you just go back and rework parts of it. And I'm not saying you're doing badly. I think there are many features in this. It's just not quite clear what the core values are and what the drivers are in your project. And I think you can resolve it quite quickly and come back to it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that totally makes sense. I think I watching everyone else present and being rushed, I felt like I needed to rush, and I don't think I was able to fully get across my point. I'm not. wasn't very good.
Well, I like the comment that, Michael Shu says you have two clients' interest for 2 minutes. Can you succinctly tell us about this project in 2 minutes? And I think that's always the goal.
Okay, perfect. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, and we talk a lot in our studio about, Simon mentions values, and we work on that on a constant basis, and what are the 5 things that are the reasons why we're making the decisions we're making, and then those are the reasons that we present it back. Who is this project serving? What are its values? Those are the keys. And I would say that across the board for presentations today. Just I had a hard time sometimes even digging in what was the top 3 things that were really important, and that's what you start with.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to Olivia for the last presentation. Thank you, Mamie, and
yes, sir.
We close the day.
All right, so I guess I'll be closing out the semester for us with the final of many music centers. So I did the Lake Austin Center for the Arts. I'm sure y'all are familiar, performance, residence, and entertainment space. And so here you can see the recessed coffee shop / ticketing area at the front entrance right here. Coffee shop in the front, living units here, a green roof, living units here, and then common area and administrative space, as well as a rooftop entertainment. So I couldn't start my presentation without giving credit to where I got all my inspiration from. And I tried to create a project this semester that combined everything I learned from the semester in all 4 of the courses I was in. So beginning of the semester, I began with Amy and I began with sauna, which is where I got the inspiration for my very organic natural forms and large glass windows, which is my next door neighbor also for the project. And then halfway through the project, I started speaking with Professor Miro about Louis Kahn's Yale Center for British Art and how he aligned many right angles and also had a series of screens across the windows, because I began my project with screening as well. And then I also did a lot of research this semester on Le Corbusier's 5 points of architecture, and I focused on pilotis and a green rooftop as 2 of his 5 points. And then we also studied Taille for our midterm project, where we focus on materiality and shadows. So I'll show you all of that throughout the project. So beginning with our floor plans. I know you're already familiar with the site plan, but okay, ground floor. So right here we see outside courtyard tables and a center cutout courtyard. So there's an indoor-outdoor function of the coffee shop with the ability to sit indoor or outdoor, a walk-up window that daytime is available for coffee and at nighttime is available for the ticketing for the performance hall. Back here we have 2 ADA bathrooms that can fit 2 regular size stalls and then 1 handicap stall, women's and men's. And then back through this corridor, you enter the performance hall back here, and then a large open span, and then storage towards the back. And there's elevator here, elevator in the center, and then circulation at the bottom 2 corners. Second floor plan, we see the living units in the front and the living units on the right side. And then again, the double height space, the performance hall in the back, and central courtyard continues through all 4 stories. With the 3rd floor is the 2nd story of living units. So here we see same continuation of living units, and then open space for administration in the front corner. And then I missed this part, but this is the common area. So there's a seating area, a dining table, and a kitchen for all of the artists to use. And then the 4th floor is a combination green roof to promote, which is the final of the 5 points of Le Corbusier's 5 points of architecture, which protects the concrete roof, and a entertainment center as well, which is majority under the cover. Okay. So here we have our elevations. So beginning with the eastern elevation, this is the a possible exit for the performance hall users, which provides the second of emergency exits. Here is one of my main points that I used was the screening across the living units. So here is where it's a great way to show this. And the living units, there's 4 here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're full glass windows across the entire unit, but covered with a screen so the musician can see out, but you cannot see in, so provides a sense of privacy while keeping that very fluid glass shape throughout the building. And then we can see I use concrete masonry units as the exterior walls, and an inspiration from the Yale British Center for Art. I made sure each block was lined up perfectly with both the doorway and each of the metal screens that I used. And then for my northern elevations, this is from the from Lake Austin, facing the facade of the structure. Again, we see the same screen across the living units, and then we see the open window for the common area, and then open window for administrative space, as well as a better view of the coffee and ticketing window, the seating area open onto the sidewalk, and then you can see like the shelving for the bar entertainment space on the top floor. And then here is our section view. So here's section cuts. A cuts straight across the center. And I think I'm realizing now, I think I labeled them this correctly. So this is actually section A. So I'll zoom in here. So this is actually section A, so cut right here. Gives a view into the double height performance area, small stage right here, a view into two of the seating areas, living rooms, a view of the circulation space, and then a view of each of the entrances for the practice halls, the practice rooms on the third floor. Hey, Mamie, I think you're unmuted. Thank you. And then here we go is the, sorry, there we go. The second section. So this is cut longitudinally across the building. It cuts through the back performance area, the larger and smaller practice areas, the top floor, and then through the living units here. And then the glass for the courtyard is cut off. And here we have my axonometric section. Again, pretty self-explanatory. I'm sure y'all are familiar with my spaces at this point, but living units, bathrooms, storage in the back corner back here. And again, the practice spaces up here and double height audience hall down here. So here are my diagrams for program structure and materiality. Beginning with structure, for the floors, I chose right here, I chose this polished concrete, which are both the floors and the non-load bearing and load bearing walls. So that's the flooring. And then for the load bearing walls, I chose interior walls are polished concrete, exterior walls are concrete masonry units. And then continuing the pilotus theme from Le Corbusier, I used steel beams to create a gridded structure because there's so much glass in the building. And then here's my non-load bearing walls, as well as my glass, and then the green rooftop up here. And then here's just a diagram of the programmatic spaces and views of concrete masonry units, the pebble paving that marks the exterior ring of the courtyard, as well as the wood paneling that is used for all of the walls of the practice spaces. For better acoustics, concrete's not the ideal choice for that. And then here are my renderings of the more public spaces. So right here is a better view of the entrance, and then a better view of the coffee shop that goes into the courtyard, and then a view into the audience hall. Shows very clearly how everything is very fluid, very connected, all organic forms. And then finally, we have renderings of the more private spaces that belong to the musicians. In the bottom here, it shows what the screening of the bedroom looks like. And continuing for my project for my other studio for VisCom, I really enjoyed working with shadows and materiality. So I wanted to implement that in this project in the sense of privacy while still being connected to like the hustle and bustle of Lake Austin. And then up here is the administrative space that looks out onto the street, as well as a different view of the common area for all the musicians, a space to gather on the sofa, a space to gather at the dining table, and then a little area to cook, and just shows the continuity between interior and exterior. I'll go ahead and put on the Miro. Can y'all see that fine?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there any specific drawing you'd like to see?
Leave it at the plans for now. So let's
Yeah.
see what the reviewers. Okay.
So I guess I have a question. I'll start. I think that, now that Simon has pointed out that this is not a perfect angle, all I can see is the obtuse angle. I do think, whether intentional or not, a curve is a great way to mitigate these types of kind of awkward spaces. And I can definitely see the sauna influence, and could you talk to me about kind of why these forms, which you're calling organic, like what does this offer architecturally? So why the focus to utilize these, because you're not using them everywhere, you're using them very strategically. So can you talk just 1 sentence or 2 sentence answer why these are so important to you?
Yes. Well, first of all, I think when we visited the site, we went as our one class outing was to visit this site. And I didn't love the architectural forms on the street. And then I think I skimmed over this a little quickly, but at the beginning of the semester, we were given an architect to focus on. So I had a group of 3 and we focused on, we did a research project for sauna architects. And so I was, that was like one of the very first things I learned about in the studio. And so I was very into it, and it actually led me into a lot of other similar architects that I've been looking into. And that was very interesting. And then my neighbor in the neighboring site, because we switched for the midterm, they used sauna. And so I wanted to use sauna influences to coordinate with the neighboring site, but not match it. So it's similar curves and organic forms, but I didn't want to have a building that looked like it was like the same next door. So I wanted to have a little bit of sauna influence, but then I also wanted to bring in my other influences from my midterm project and what I learned in my other studio.
Okay, yeah, I think I was looking more for what do you think the curve offers to your architecture? Because I think it's the sauna, sauna uses them very specifically and strategically. And I think it's given your project a different approach for sure. I guess I was just curious if you had an intention or an observation about what the curves offer to space rather than orthogonal spaces.
Yes, that makes more sense. Well, first off, I think that y'all's observation about the uncommon angles is very, very accurate, because I spent my whole time developing this floor plan. And then I got to the last few weeks where I was trying to, add some bedding. And I was like, these are terrible angles. I chose terrible angles. And so that was a very big learning curve for me, was you don't want to have all rectangular forms. Like, I think as a second year, I'm like, oh, that's so boring. But I was like, it's a lot easier to work with that design sometimes, which is kind of, I didn't really like that. But the use of the curve was a difficult choice for me at some points, because it's hard to design with. But I think I kind of pushed myself outside my comfort zone. And I think I realized that at the beginning of the design. So I think that's why I stuck with it, honestly. And I think it also creates a more inviting, I think my main purpose, to backtrack, is to create a more inviting center on that corner, because the space next door was designed to be a community center. And I know that just I personally, if I'm going to a coffee shop in a large building, I might not feel as welcome, like to walk in, like not know where I'm going. And so I wanted to make it like very integrated with the exterior and the street and the sidewalk. And I think that a harsh corner would have hurt that. And so that was why I stuck with the curve, I think.
Okay, I think that, form is tricky, right? Because you speak towards a lot of bias, and I think that that's totally fair, especially at this stage. And I think conceptually, as you look back on this project, I think really tying in the curve versus the rectilinear, because what I'm seeing, especially in your diagram of a plan, is that you have one thing that's different and then you've boxed it in, right? So you've kind of created this special center that is the courtyard that is utilizing a different form. And I think that using form to differentiate experience or differentiate kind of ways to occupy is a great way to pair the two together. And so I think just being really, really mindful about what is your true intention when utilizing form, and what does it offer, whether it's just this duality or this differentiated experience, or this way to mitigate angles, right? There's a lot of ways to kind of justify that. And I think then once you use it, how each floor and each space interact with that is so critical. So I think there's a lot of successes in your project, and I think that I'm focusing on this just to give a sense of as you move forward, when you make a bold move, make sure that everything you're doing that interacts with it is super specific and intentional, and each different relationship. For the ground floor, for example, and maybe because of the quickness of the presentation, I'm not quite sure how I interact with that. Maybe a perspective would be a great way to stop for a second. If you could go to a perspective that shows the ground floor.
I think, I don't know, would this one help, or should I go? I have one that's here. I think I can
internal.
Go. I have one. Oh, this should help. So this is
this bottom left, right? Or maybe
yes.
that.
It's this is a view out this door, and this is the same.
Right. So I think that just my comment, I guess, would be when I'm in this space, how do I understand the curve? How does the curve offer a different experience for me? And how do I engage with it? And what does it offer in terms of fluidity or movement or interaction as it impacts the space internally, not just shaping the space externally? Because I think that you're there. It's just, can you push it even further? Can you push the way that these spaces lean into the curve, right? How do I occupy that curved corner? How does that curve come into my space? How does the ceiling and its relationship to that edge, kind of like I was talking about with the big roof Jaden, how do you start to use these forms to your advantage so that they really start to have an impact more than plan? They have an impact also in sectional space, right? In the volumetric space.
I think you're right. Now that I'm looking at it, I feel like I think I told you that I wanted to have that curve to be open. And then I'm looking back at this now and it's very angular, like these three walls together. That's a very helpful point. I appreciate it.
So go to your performance sheet. The one, the massing.
Oh, down here?
The one above.
Oh, the massing. Yes, sir.
I wanted to talk around this because squeeze down a little, would you? Because, no, the other way. So we can see everything on the sheet.
Oh.
Fine. Firstly, your reference to sonar. They're a very interesting practice, but they're floating forms with very different structures to what you're trying to achieve here. And I wanted to put this up because I'm going to suggest to you, yes, architecture studios should be seen as a design laboratory. So you should feel good about the fact that you've explored and you've had the courage to explore. But I want to explain a value point that is personal and you don't have to agree with. Your massing, I find much better than your final composition. In other words, the top left really reads. And I think your planes, when you went on to elevations, read very well. What the difficulty of this form is for me is that it's implying an architecture both from a different client group and a different age. It's got deco
I hate to interrupt. My audio disconnected, and I can see that you're talking. I don't want to miss what you're saying. Give me one moment. I'm so sorry.
We're hearing you quite well.
I'm so sorry. I can hear you again. Thank you.
Okay. What I was indicating is that in terms of your massing, it shows a composition that is logical, well articulated with the grand box in the courtyard and these expressive pieces that have got this very interesting fenestration. When you come down to the building, I'll just say the bottom corner floor plate diagram, it's implying something that has a corporate manner to it, it could be anything from a deco cinema to a former retail store. It isn't in the character of what I think you're trying to achieve. And so when you said, yeah, I had trouble with the circles and the swishing around with these floating decks around the courtyard, I was agreeing with you. So I'm trying to separate between two things. One is, don't worry about it. You needed to go through this inquiry, but I think that your building would be stronger if it didn't have these strange, thin, floating elements that are curving. They don't seem to capture what you're trying to achieve. And so I've talked about twisting off the orthogonal before. I think this was just another thing. Then you've got all the curves, and I think your worst one is where you're looking at in fact, the perspective you almost put up for Mary Michael from the corner. It's not, and I think we should stop talking about right and wrong in architecture. Sometimes it's wrong, but not often. Or you could say, I don't like it. I think it's expressing a different set of values for me than what you're trying to capture in terms of the rhythm and textures of music, and the fact that performances in Austin are so ad hoc and temporaneous and wonderful and colorful. And, you know, I think we're all tired of the word weird. And I don't think that's a direction to take architecturally, but I think that getting more sense of composition to the building rather than trying to make the whole thing some chamfered one unit mass that has been sort of carved out would serve you better in your next project.
Okay, thank you.
Again, I have to say it's a personal view. It's not about right or wrong. It's about how we react to your building.
No, I would agree with you. I had several conversations with Professor Miro about that as well, about it being very modular almost, which is something that I need to change in my next project. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's a lot I can agree with Simon on. You know, I think, well, maybe I'll back up and say, you know, I also agree with this being kind of a lab, right? You're this kind of student like in academic life. You know, I think one thing to sort of acknowledge, I guess, is when you look to examples and sort of, you know, pick and choose the lessons, right? You know, I felt like it maybe, especially when you're talking to a group of architects, I think it's sometimes a hard sell when you're sort of, you know, taking the screens from something, as a curves from something, you know, as opposed to saying, you know, if you're looking at the British Art Center, you know, there's a sort of diagram of the building, right? There's a rigidity to its, you know, griddedness, right? That allows the sort of pixelation to sort of be carved out, or, you know, the insertion of a kind of one strong object, you know, into that plan. And so I think that you were there with some of this. I think just in the kind of maybe in various pieces, like in some ways, maybe like the strength of one or two ideas could have gotten a little diluted, if that makes sense. And it doesn't mean that it couldn't then still have screens or things like that. But, you know, I diagrammatically was reading this as, you know, it was a kind of solid with these programs plugged in. And, you know, and if we want to talk about curves, you know, the way I could have read this is that, you know, the curves was sort of the carving of this public space, right? It was sort of these kind of anchors at the corner, and then the courtyard, which was sort of giving itself back, you know, kind of to the publicness of this project. And so I think that it could have been more bold in that expression, rather than just being a radius corner that, you know, in plan, if it was a square and then it was again, you're drawing a blob, you know, inward out to the corner, you know, that feels very strong to me. I can understand, you know, what the building was about. So I think the ideas were there again. But I encourage that it's not just a plan move. I think the other thing I was searching for was a little bit more sectional variation. If anything, I thought it was so orderly. Like, again, it was very understandable. I understood exactly where all the program was. I knew how it plugged into this building. there was a little bit of like an X factor, and I think that usually is in those kind of sectional moves, not just in that kind of plan, that I think could have benefited from some of that same rationale.
Okay, thank you so much.
Well, it looks like we're wrapping right at the right time. So
wow, how about that?
Almost like perfect.
Almost impossible.
I know.
4:58. So, well, thank you very much to the reviewers for staying with us this afternoon and all the feedback. I know the students are tired after all day, listening to advice, a lot of advice, right? Coming your way. But, a lot of these things may make more sense after things settle a little more and you start working on other projects. Some things will resonate that you have heard, but it's not bad to discuss also with your teammates. I mean, sometimes it's good to see what they heard about your project, and what you heard about their project. And so remember that the interaction among you in studio is also very effective to get all the feedback to you. So thank you.
I've got a slightly different slant on the project. I think it's really interesting. My neighborhood just north of the university has 3 really basic music venues, and they're going to get pushed out very soon. And so the idea that the city sees that on the one hand, this is a place of shelter to people who earn very little money. If you're into knowing about music, they live from hand to mouth. And the fact that every neighborhood in a way should have one, and the city starts underwriting these small venues, which I think could become multi-purpose. So I think there's another dimension to this. I was looking today at what could easily be community halls. It could turn into a gallery one day of the week, and so on. So from that point of view, I think it's very much Austin. Most of the music venues, I'm probably going to be contradicted, but most are really basic places. It doesn't have to be flashy. It's a room, and people turn out these wonderful performances.
No, and this is a little bit the spirit that we wanted the building to have some sense of connection to things that the students could reflect on in terms of what these buildings mean for Austin, for the neighborhood, for the life in the city. So I know that, I mean, it's made up, but that's what Simon is saying. We, studios are about speculation, and sometimes what we propose is things that we feel like can be good pedagogically, but also at the same time are part of a conversation of things that are aspirational in ways that we think that why not the city helping this to be a network of venues throughout the city that it's not necessarily, I mean, the fact that it's not even downtown, it is this perception that it needs to be all happening downtown instead of having more dispersed sense that it could be. And that's the spirit of what we were looking for in terms of not selecting a side, on 6th Street, so this is made, and it has that dual function, like Simon is saying, where the neighborhood can see it as a benefit because they use it for other things, and the garden. I mean, we have seen projects that built up on that in terms of that potential other function. So I agree with you, Simon. Even the project itself is something that we hope that it can have alive later. It's think, oh, remember that project? We thought that, why not trying to do something like this? So I agree that Austin is changing, and I think Simon is bringing a big point that we're not able to solve in the studio. All the challenges with the pandemic that the music scene in Austin was already being affected by the incredible cost of living in Austin, but now with the pandemic it's just devastating, as you know. Mm-hmm. So it is a very real challenge. So thank you, Simon, for bringing that point.
Good to see you.
Yeah, and thanks, Simon.
Go and have quiet fun.
And you now are allowed to go to sleep, Simon.
Oh, thank you. How do you know I'm not partying?
Yeah. Well, there you go, Simon.
So that's the night start for you. So,
here we go.
Thank you, Maya, also. And I think that it's good to every now and then to, even if it's not in person, I wish we could see each other in person, but it was good to at least see you digitally. Likewise, Mary Michael.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Maya, even digitally.
Yes, no, yeah, nice to meet you. And such a fun project. This is ones we dream of. So it's nice to be dreaming along with you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Juan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Students, if you can stay for a second, no, I will not keep you very long, but let me see if we have everybody. 4, 8, 12, 14. Well, congratulations, you guys are finished, you know, at least for a studio. I know that's a long day, but I think breaking it in 2 hours sections is actually better than the 2 big morning and afternoon sessions that we did before. So I'm very happy that you guys stayed the whole time. That most of you were with the cameras on, so that you were connected, you know, emotionally and physically, I think, as much as we can. And I know that in other studios it's depressing. I've been to other studios, and all of a sudden half of the students are missing to the session because they went in the morning or they went in the other session. So maybe you say, oh, I wish I could be in that studio. I will not be worried about staying the whole time, but I really believe in the studio spirit. So I think it's great that you did. I mean, I think it's great that most of you had, I mean, you can see that the mountain has been a big hit, you know, Sergio, everybody comments on the common background. You'll see that next semester, there will be more people doing it. I mean, I think it gives a sense of continuity. And I think the way Sergio says is that the mountains connect one after the other. So when you look at 4, it looks like you're looking at this kind of mountain range in the background. So that's good. But I have to say that those of you that kept me sleepless because you didn't send me anything for a while, you guys pulled it together pretty well at the end. Mamie, Lucy, Olivia, you kept me like not knowing what you were going to show because you hadn't shown me anything. And I know that sometimes putting together things at the end forces everybody to make decisions. And in a way, that's part of also knowing what it takes to be an architect, because we need to work with deadlines in a more, I mean, everybody has deadlines in every profession, but in architecture, there's a lot of that kind of putting together everything in ways that you just cannot delay anymore because the clients come in, the meeting is happening with the city, whatever it is that you have, sometimes there are very real deadlines. So it's good that you were able to find a way to put it together. But I'll be very happy next week. I know that you know that there's no class obviously tomorrow because we have reviews, but next Monday, I'm available for one-on-one conversations if you guys are interested. I mean, I'd like to, you know, for you to you know, send me an email. I'm going to leave it up to you. I mean, you've talked to me a lot during the semester. You're probably more than you want to, but, you know, I'll be happy to talk, you know, individually during the morning kind of normal class time. So if you send me an email, we'll find a way to do it, and that we can do individually. So it will be a little easier to do it that way, but just we'll figure out the logistics. But I hope that it was, I mean, what did you, I mean, I think that overall we managed to keep the discussions at a pretty high level. If you notice, there was not a lot of conversation about, I mean, you could tell that some people will say, well, you know, the drawings need a little more of this, a little more of that, but we were not like, hey, well, your stairs or, you know, things that are not keeping the conversation at a higher, you know, level. There were some interesting discussions that were more about the conceptual things that you were trying to do. And was it easy to follow the reviewers and the comments in general?
Yeah, I think so. It was pretty helpful.
Was it helpful to you individually? I mean, and then was it generally speaking things that you felt like, I mean, you don't need to agree with everything. I mean, I have my own notes here, I don't agree with this, I don't agree with that. But even Simon made that comment at the end, say, hey, Olivia, this is just a disclaimer, you know, even if there's no need for disclaimer, because we know it's a lot of architecture is about that. So people may like one more thing and another, but I think that, you know, reviewers are and understand that's the reality, and they're, for the most part, they're trying to be helpful to you in terms of how you're developing. But was it helpful to listen to the other students' reviews?
Yeah, I thought each reviewer like had like their own take on everything. So it was nice to like hear throughout every session and make takeaways for my own project.
Yeah, it was sometimes harder to like understand, but I think all the reviewers got a pretty good grip on each project. So that was really good to see how like the information conveyed was received by them and they were able to somehow process it to form their own opinion. I think that was really nice.
Would you mind sending us the names of all the reviewers so we can look at their work afterwards?
Yes, the
Thank you.
names of the reviewers.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'll send an email with all the names. I mean, I mean, the good thing about Zoom is that you have the name there, but I can put them all together so you can see who they are. I think that the university sends, I mean, the school sends a bio of all the reviewers. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send you the not only you will have the name, but you will have a little bit of their little history, because the school puts together a bio of all the reviewers that are coming, you know, and it's pretty impressive because there are people from all over the world now because we can do it via Zoom. But the one thing that I hope, and I'm not going to get in specifics about each review now, but I would say that in general, you need to think about this as, hey, Campbell, you turn on the light. Now we can see you. You've been in the darkness the whole day.
It's when the sun finally goes down behind me. The window it's so backlit that it flushes out all the light in the room.
Yeah, you're right. So what I will say is that just think about this as opportunities to just say, what can I do next time that I felt like didn't work very well? I mean, I'm talking about from the presentation point of view. And this is a lot of the comments were very related to how do you express your ideas and how do you explain how you went about doing those ideas. And I think the way you introduce the project, the way you is something that you just get better with practice. And some people are very naturally good at that. Some people have a harder time, but it's just one of the amazing things about architecture school, that you have a lot of opportunities to do that. As I told you, when I grew up in Spain going to architecture school, not a single time we had the opportunity to present the project. We had to submit it, and it was being reviewed in drawings, which had a good side because the drawings needed to be very eloquent because everything had to be explained through the drawings. But you have an opportunity to get better and better at explaining your project. So don't anything that didn't quite work about the projects, just think about opportunities to get better, because in reality you're very early in the process, so it's just an opportunity to get better. So don't I mean, everything, take it as a learning opportunity. So that's the idea. But overall, I was a little worried about the ones that you kept me a little in the dark until the end, but otherwise I think you know, it was a good series of conversations. I think the program is, and we made this up this year, but I'm thinking that this will be a good program to repeat next year. I think it worked pretty well. You know, that it's a little bit of an experiment for us, new site, new program, but I think that is something that is worth trying, because I think it's, like Simon said, without really pushing too much of an agenda that is not specific about the building, in a way connects with things that are pretty important in Austin these days. So I would like to hear your feedback. Maybe when I talk to you one-on-one on Monday, some of you will give me more, but I know you're tired and you're ready to go. But you have any questions, any comments, or anything else?
I had something I wanted to say. I think that the way that we did class, like more towards the middle, when we started doing like the big group like discussion things where like everybody is there whenever you're critiquing, I think that was really beneficial, because we got to kind of see other people's like processes and how they got to where they got to their final product. And then from that, like watching everyone's review, and then like, so like we all have an understanding of each other's project and our like design logic and concept. So I think like the review made a lot of sense to me, like every single thing that they were saying, because I'd been following along and kind of seeing everything. So it felt like instead of just learning from one project my own, like I feel like I learned from like 13 projects in the course of one semester. So I think it was really beneficial in that way.
Well, you make me happy just from hearing that, because that's one of the goals that I emphasize, that you guys should take advantage of that. But also it shows, you remember that we did the breakout rooms for a while, and it's like, well, what a second, why are we doing breakout rooms? It's just like, it's just much, you're totally right. So it's a, hey, if you want to listen, you just listen. If you want to keep working, and the other thing is that you can be working while overhearing, and then all of a sudden you can focus the attention. But it's a good point, Sergio, because I think that it makes a difference when you guys are aware what everybody else is doing. So you can be more in tune, and don't stop right now. Even the Miro boards, and the fact that the UT box has, I mean, the box has, I think you have access to all the files that are in the box, right? So just look at the drawings. It's like, look at what kind of ways that you can improve your drawings, that you can see from the drawings that other people have, and even today in the review, it was interesting to see some that have been able to evolve in the right way, and some don't evolve in the right way. And you can see why. And I think Cisco says something that is, I think, important, this morning, when one of the things that it makes very clear is that when you work with the model and then they become like two-dimensional drawings, you need to work on them. It's not automatic that it's going to be like a great looking drawing just from the model becoming an elevation so you need to work on those drawings as two-dimensional objects, two-dimensional representations. So the plans, the sections, the elevations need a little bit of that extra. And you can see also the different styles that everybody's starting to develop a little aesthetic sensibility. But I mean, there are some drawings that clearly, I mean, you could hear, like, when people say, hey, I thought your drawings were very good. I mean, the reviewers were very, very clear. You could see that Amy had very good plans. Gergo had very good sections. Rebecca had very good plans and sections. You can see drawings that are differently represented, but people that are used to seeing drawings, they're going to react positively to drawings that seem to be very clear about what they are trying to see. So that's the kind of thing that you want to absorb more and more when you go into the next round, and independently of the ideas of the project. And I think that you could see that a lot of people were very positive about the big ideas of your projects, because there were a lot of, I think there was a variety of approaches in terms of the courtyard here, there, the breaking, the layers, the here and there. And generally speaking, people tend to be pretty open-minded about whether, it could be this way or that way, but, we want to see how you resolve it. And they get a little bit like focusing one thing, like, Olivia, what is the curve? Tell me more about the curve. Tell me more about the curve. And sometimes you say, okay, I know it's not easy to answer sometimes the questions. It's like, what is the curve going to do? But it's a good lesson, because maybe next time it needs to be a little bit more embedded into how you explain it, so that it doesn't become some after question that they keep going back at. So I think that all the comments are good ways for you to detect potential things that you can improve next time. And okay, any other question or any general comment? Sergio, thank you for that one. I think it's good. We lost Gary.
Thanks for making us be involved. It's kind of nice.
Thank you, Simon. I know that is you're in a small class, but when in my Mexican architecture class, we're almost 40, and I asked them the same thing, and they were completely surprised. We say, well, in most of other classes, we can just turn off. My daughter is in class, is doing also virtual classes in college, my daughter, and she's telling me that almost none of her professors asked to have the camera on. And I say, I don't know how they can do it. And she says, I have a lot of friends that just plug in and then they go back to sleep. they connect and they go back to sleep. And I say, well, I mean, I know it's tempting, but I mean, seriously, even if we haven't interacted in person, I really feel like I know you in person, almost like if we had interacted in person, just because of this. If we had had cameras off, and I mean, I could not feel like the same connection. Even your personalities come across one way or another, it just from seeing you more often in terms of, the interaction in the body language of seeing you. So I know it's painful, Simon, but I appreciate that you you see some value on that. And you have a very good attendance record. I mean, in sense that, you know, you have been into it, you have, you know, you have participated, and I think that at the end, it makes a difference. It makes a difference for me. I always say, look, for me, I mean, I'm a very busy person, but when it comes to class, it's sacred. I almost never miss class. You know, I mean, I have a theory that I went for, I don't know, 14 consecutive years without losing a day of work for illness of any kind, and they, you know that there's a baseball player that broke the record of how many games in a row he played, that it was a historic record. And I would say, hey, I'm doing my calculation, I think I've been going to work, because for baseball players it's like going to work, you know, in my case, I was saying, look, I have been going to work more days in a row than this baseball player, you know. So I take it very seriously, and I like when you guys take it seriously too. So I think it's important. So thank you, and I'll see you on Monday. If you have any questions or you want to meet on Monday, just let me know. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sleep well. Take some rest. You need
Thank
it.
you. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Gotta go.